Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee budget meeting. My name is Maureen Wilson. I'll be your pilot for today. It is January the 27th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Joining me in council chambers, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor Rob Cooper, Mayor Andrea Horvath, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Tammy Wang, and Councillor Craig Kazar. Joining me online is Councillor Mark, joining us online is Councillor Mark Tattison. Welcome one and all. Glad you're here safely. Before we begin, let me just give a huge shout out to all the hardworking staff in Public Works who have been working so diligently to keep our roads safe for all users and our sidewalks. Really appreciate the time and the commitment and the late and early morning hours. So on behalf of a grateful city, thank you. Elsie McCrae, can you advise of any items included in today's addendum?
Yes, Madam Chair. There are added minutes for adoption, one added piece of written correspondence, and all items listed as to be distributed have been added.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Francis and seconded by Councillor Beattie to approve this agenda as it's presented. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, a raise of hands would be helpful. Thank you. Carried. Any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none, thank you. It's moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan to adopt the minutes of January the 23rd of this committee's budget deliberations. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none. Vote in favor or opposed? Hands up or down. Thank you. All in favor. That is carried. We're on to delegations today. Before getting there, however, we have correspondence respecting the 2026 tax budget. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the item? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on the letter that's appearing before you? Seeing none, a show of hands, please. Carried. To my colleagues and to those who are watching, we will begin now with the presentations from our various delegates, starting with the Hamilton Public Library, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, then the Hamilton Board of Health, and then the Hamilton Police Services Board. Each presentation will be followed by an opportunity for committee members to have their questions answered. And please, may I have a mover and a seconder to extend their presentation time en masse. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Wang. That requires an electronic vote. It's up very quickly this morning. Councillor Beattie. Councillor Clark, can we wait for this, or is it pertaining to this? Okay. Councillor Jackson, to extend the time for each presenter, thumb up.
It was, sorry, through the chair, the vote was closed, but I will make a change to that in the minutes. That'll be 14-0. Thank you.
Thank you. That carries 14 to nothing. Get away from 13 if we can. Councillor Clark.
My colleagues here may need some IT help. They're not able to get the Wi-Fi to connect.
Okay, one moment, please. We're not going to, let's not speak from the floor unless you're recognized. I'll look to Elsie McCrae to speak to this tech issue. Order.
Through the chair, we'll get some help up here. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we can proceed with the presentation because we have the delegate here and you'll be able to see the screen, okay? And I just looking for assurance that this is fully visible for the folks joining us online. It is, so we're good to go. From the Hamilton Public Library, we have the Chief Librarian, Paul Takala. Welcome. And joining the Chief Librarian will be Gagan Batra, the Board Chair, Jennifer Horvath, the Vice Chair, and Pam Byrne, the Director of Finance. And if I have missed anyone, or if there's an addition, please feel free to correct me. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I'm just trying to advance this. There we go. Apologies for that. This morning, we're going to be going through these 4 areas in our budget presentation: the budget overview for 2026, the longer-term funding context for the library, our community impact, and looking ahead. In regards to the 2026 operating budget, the board has passed an increase of 5.25%, which is $375,000 or 1% over the proposed budget from the mayor. And we'll talk a little bit about why that was done. And certainly we've made some changes last minute because of the reaffirmation of that proposed budget. And so the board chair will be addressing that. It's my pleasure to call on Gagan Batra, the board chair, to take us through the numbers.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Good morning, everybody. I am going to show you now this slide with the top line numbers. I'm not going to go through every number, but we are proud to present a responsible budget to meet the community needs. We did receive the direction that the proposed budget is going to be 4.25%. So as you can see here, we have crossed off the 5.25 and replaced it with the 4.25 amount and the updated increase. The library did approve the 5.25 budget back in our December meeting, and since then we have not yet met, which is why we haven't been able to go in and update the numbers. So I just want to clarify that. However, if the proposed budget is at 4.25, we will have to go and reevaluate and get that amended at our next board meeting in February. I will talk a little bit later about the capital budget as well, but you should be aware that the increase that we're presenting is employee related and our costs are the biggest driver. And that cost is related to compensation, not expanding our full-time employee count. We're also facing some inflationary challenges this year, and we will also explain how costs related to the current social crises that we are facing at the library impacts our budget. This year, we've made some difficult choices already to get to that 5.25%. And I just want to highlight that we did not come to that decision lightly to do that 1% increase from what was directed, but we did have to make a lot of difficult choices. Getting to 4.25% would require us to draw from our already depleted reserves. However, if that's the direction that we're receiving for the proposed budget, we will have a look at that at the February board meeting. And I will explore a little bit later how the social crises are leading to the budget drivers that are being presented here today. So here you can see the 2026 budget directive that we received. The library board has worked with staff to take action in each of the areas that were outlined in the budget direction that we received. The reviewing operations, revenue streams, and reviewing our capital projects. I'll mention a few examples here. A staff review was conducted at Central Library in 2025, and that enabled us to create a couple of new positions to help address the safety concerns that we were seeing without expanding our staff complement. In 2026, it's our priority to review system-wide with our eye on staffing the former Marine Discovery Center, which is a huge priority for us in the coming year. To prioritize revenue, we've also made some changes to our fees and charges at the library, and we have made some significant updates to our capital plan, which have helped us emphasize renovating rather than creating new builds and more sustainable development. So just on the slide here, you can see the HPL alignment with the council's 2022 to 2026 priorities. HPL is actively contributing to the city's 3 priority areas. We're excited to bring 2 new smaller electric bookmobiles into service very soon. HPL has 23 locations and 2 bookmobiles currently helping serve our neighborhoods and helping neighborhoods thrive in all parts of Hamilton. And coming out of the pandemic, HPL significantly expanded service hours as well to meet the community needs. We're proud of our work that our residents, that our community is doing to serve the residents, and that's consistently reflected in the satisfaction of our services. Here you can see a budget table again where we've crossed out the 5.25, replacing it with that 4.25 operating increase. So it shows the budget that was approved by major category by the board. In 2025, $800,000 of reserve funding was used to offset the operating budget. In 2026, the current board approved budget reduces that reserve funding to $500,000. And our current unallocated reserve balance is about $1.7 million, which is why we're trying not to draw out of that reserve currently. This slide here shows the dollar values where the pressure is for the 2026 budget. Because of pay equity, we match the city's cost of living increases, which is a huge driver in our budget increase. Those people costs are really the biggest driver. The red bars here show the cost categories that are increasing, while the green bars show the costs that were reduced. And the final column here on this chart shows the walk to get to that $1.9 million increase over the prior year. So I'm going to touch a little bit on the social issues that I know are top of mind for council and the mayor here. While there's still a lot of great things happening at our central library that we're very proud of, the central library has been hurting over the past several years because of where it's located. The opioid crisis is impacting us, and I'm sure council as well. It is hurting our ability to engage with families with children to the scale that we should be doing as a library. And the last several months, we have been working to make changes to our washrooms to deter drug activity as much as we can inside of our spaces to promote a safe environment for all users. We're seeing signs of positive change on York Boulevard, but we recognize that more needs to be done. We're trying to work with others to restore York Boulevard and our community partners. And I know there has been recent media coverage of the temporary closure on Sundays at Central because of the problems that we have been experiencing. I just want to emphasize that this was not a decision that the board made lightly. It was something we didn't want to do, but it's something that just comes out of the challenges that we're facing at Central. We're also moving to open Central at 9 a.m. instead of 8 a.m. so that supports are in place when we open. And staff are exploring ways to get Sundays open again. That is a big priority for us. It should be noticed that all of our other Sunday locations are not impacted by the closure. It is primarily Central where we are facing those social challenges. HPL's approach to the serious social problems is multifaceted. On one side, we deploy positive interventions like the community desk and partnership desk. We have de-escalation training for our staff. We have social workers and peer support workers that are at our library. We have also coupled the positive interventions with an increased enforcement of the rules to deter the illegal activity that we're seeing. We look at these investments as necessary to provide a safe environment as much as we possibly can, but we need to remember that public libraries are a community service and not a social service. We joined the Canadian library community in asking all levels of government to adequately fund mental health, addiction services. Otherwise, we become the service of last resort for people with complex challenges. And at times, that makes it very challenging for us to provide that positive space for children and families to be welcome. Necessity has also forced us to make some expenses that impact areas of our collections. We're currently experiencing pressures related to supporting the digital collections and our physical books. HPL is known for great collections. We have identified this as a priority area of investment starting in 2027. Last year, we took a hard look at our capital investments over the next 10 years, and we're super excited to bring online 2 new electric bookmobiles, and we're grateful for the city's $500,000 grant from the Climate Change Initiatives Fund. And you can see here the updated capital plan that we're presenting looks at renovating and upgrading existing spaces rather than building new, so we were able to remove $44.5 million from future capital investments. The table on the right here shows the changes to our 10-year capital, and moving forward, we will be looking at renovating those existing facilities, as I said, and looking at innovative partnerships to sustainably fund our system. I'm just going to provide a little bit of budget context as well and the longer-term board direction. So HPL has historically had a great track record of meeting city budget direction, as you can see here on the chart. We have had unique external pressures impacting us in recent years, and this is an outlier year for us where we were not able to follow that direction received from the city. For 2026, the board-approved budget did show a 5.25% increase, which we were asking for because of the pressures that we as a system are facing. Given the proposed budget was 4.25, we understand that we will have to make further cuts if that is the proposed budget, and we are willing to look at that, and we've directed staff to take a look at that and present that at our next board meeting in February. I'm just going to talk about some of our library staffing levels. As a public library, we know that people's needs change, and the library needs to be ready to help them navigate today, not yesterday. Equipping our staff to take on new challenges and adapt has been HPL's focus over the last several years. This is reflected in the fact that we provide more services today than ever before, and yet our full-time employee count is lower. We have been disciplined in using attrition to create new positions. We've avoided layoffs and just expanding our full-time employee count. In 2026, the full-time employee count reflects an increase of 0.39 to just over 307 full-time employees. To provide some historical context, in 2001, our FTE count was 320, and today it's going to be 307. And you can see here on the chart that in 2012, it was 314, so we've been reducing. Over time, we've used innovation, technology, and self-serve to shift to higher value work. Our staff are better educated now and more capable today than any time in our past. Instead of having most of our staff checking in and out books, we have staff dedicated to supporting residents and family in valued ways. Our staff are the face of HPL to residents, and they bring dedication and commitment to their work every day. On the cost side, our long-term discipline has resulted in HPL having a lower percentage of operating budget allocation to employee-related costs than our comparators. And this has taken discipline and long-term commitment to adapting our workforce. I am now going to pass it off to our Vice Chair, Jen Horwath, to talk a little bit about our community impact.
Thank you, Gagan. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Later this month, a major national report will be released on the social impact of Canadian public libraries. This report was undertaken by the Canadian Urban Libraries Council, and Hamilton Public Library was a key partner. This report looked at collections, spaces, technology, programs, and staff. Hamilton Public Library's highest areas of impact were in knowledge, well-being, emotional engagement, reflection, and empathy. This study is unique, first of its kind in Canada, again, looking at libraries from across the country. And it's different in that it didn't measure activity levels, so book loans and visits to the library. It measured impact on residents' lives and social well-being. We look forward to learning more from the study and how we can better impact residents. So the day when public libraries were just a repository of books have long passed. Collections are now include digital, and Hamilton Public Library continues to be a leader in adapting to these new formats. We also monitor what our members are using, and you can see on this slide that the digital usage is catching up to physical usage. However, Hamilton Public Library continues to build a strong physical collection. Something that might be counterintuitive is that digital materials actually can sometimes cost 4 to 5 times more than their physical counterparts. So this is an impact to our budget. And as Gagan mentioned earlier, increased investment is critical to ensure equitable access to whichever format our residents need and want. So this is a letter from one of our younger readers, Daniel, from Westdale Branch. And it brings to mind just how important public libraries are to helping families grow the next generation of readers. Public libraries play a critical role in nurturing a love of reading, and literacy skills open new worlds to youth. As we can see from this thank you card, Daniel really appreciates our books. We talked earlier about the impacts of the social crises on engaging families with children at Central. We need to keep in mind that we are only 4 years old once. When we miss nurturing learning at an early age, it makes the path forward so much more challenging. So let's talk about membership in the library. It continues to grow at a strong rate. Currently, 32% of Hamilton citizens have a library card. This equates to 193,000 residents who are active library users. As Gagan mentioned earlier, the full-time equivalent staff count remains steady. So we need to keep in mind that while the number of members increases, the staff complement remains steady. Hamilton Public Library continues to explore technological innovations and efficiencies to provide amazing service to staff, even with a steady staff count. So let's talk about programs. On this slide, we can see the variety of programs available to residents in Hamilton. Early learning, of course, for children, arts and culture, book clubs and author readings, of course, youth skills development. Newcomer programs and services that support successful integration to our city. Seniors programs that build a sense of social connection and wellness. And we know science tells us that social connection and belonging is so important to us as we age. Advanced technology in our makerspaces supports budding artists and small businesses. So when we look at the numbers and the attendance at the programs, look at these amazing numbers. Hamilton Public Library is the leader in delivering innovative programs. It's reflected in our number of programs and attendance. This is our peers, so other large urban libraries in the province. And you can see we're top 3 across all of these categories of types of programs in terms of attendance. And take a look at that summer reading club attendance. Way ahead of our peers in the province. The summer reading program is designed to combat what is called the summer slide. So when young folks are not so interested in reading. But you can see here the summer reading program tops other large urban libraries. And yeah, the attendance is just so incredibly strong. So let's take a look at the types of programs that are offered. Of course, children's programs make up a lot of the programs offered, but we also see older adult programs, teens programs, and adult programs as part of that pie. And the programs and attendance continues to grow at a strong rate. Again, even though the staff count remains steady, the number of programs continues to increase. Hamilton Public Library has a long history of successful partnerships. We partner with many organizations to sustainably bring value to residents and support citywide social and cultural initiatives. These partnerships extend the value of a library card by providing free access to cultural and recreational facilities, such as free access to civic museums. I'd like to talk about a couple of really exciting new partnerships. One is the community desk. So this is a physical location in the library branch where partners can come and meet members face-to-face and connect with them about vital social and health supports, sometimes connecting members to a family doctor, for example. Another really exciting partnership was with the Shaw Festival, bringing the magic of the Shaw Festival to the neighborhood branch. Before we answer questions, I'm going to turn it back to Gagan and to explore some of our upcoming plans.
Thank you, Jen. In 2026, we'll be wrapping up work in a number of key areas, and we're looking forward to finally getting Mount Hope construction started. We've identified 4 key priorities for 2026. Number 1, and we're very excited about this, is opening the former Marine Discovery Center as an Indigenous branch library. It's a very important development for our work on reconciliation that we're doing at the city. We're doing a system-level review of partnership priorities and the role of HPL. A lot of changes have happened over the last few years, and we are going to be exploring what scalable activities we should be focusing on with partners to advance our city. We're also going to be building on the work in 2025 and doing a staffing and information service review to ensure that we're optimizing our library service and that we're able to staff our new Indigenous branch library at the Discovery Centre. We're focusing on HPL as a safe and welcoming public space, so we're also going to be looking at improving the children's area at the central branch to really focus on that safety and making it a usable space for children. And also, we're going to be working on a future where more families can feel comfortable bringing their children into Central Library. That is a huge priority for us in the future. Just a little bit about the Discovery Centre, because that's a really exciting one. It's a gem in the community that needs to be open to residents. As we continue with our long-term study to redevelop the site, we're looking forward to opening in 2026 and starting a delivery library service out of that building so people can enjoy that space as soon as possible. We're thankful for this opportunity, and we've been very encouraged by the work that's currently going on with the city's Indigenous Relations Division and our other Indigenous partners at the city. Finally, lastly, I would like to thank Council for their ongoing support in the library initiatives. It enables us to provide services for our community together. Thank you to our library board councillors, Councillor McMeekin and Kretsch, for your leadership and service. We acknowledge with appreciation all of the partners that enable us to do great work together, because it really is a team effort. And I want to thank staff for their dedication to the residents of Hamilton and providing great services every day. And library members for continuing to come to our library, the 195,000 plus Hamilton Library member users. And now I would like to welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that fulsome presentation. And before we open the floor for questions, I just, every year it's such a good barometer of good governance when we have board members who take time out of their day to sit in on this presentation and to join your colleagues. So thank you for being here, and to staff members. Okay, we have a number of questions coming up. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks very much. Thanks for being here. Proud to be on the library board with all of you. For me, this percentage game is less important than understanding what the dollar amount is. That would be a difference between 4.25 and 5.25. And I just wanted if you could highlight that dollar amount, just so we're all aware of it.
Through the chair, the dollar amount is $375,000.
Right, and I'd encourage everyone as we think about what the board has approved here, right? The board has approved an amount. When is our next board meeting?
February 18th.
I mention that because we're now in a very difficult situation, right? The board has approved a 5.25% rate. I say this because I think the library has demonstrated, from my perspective, an excellent stewardship of public funds. And I want to emphasize one of the things that you've said here about the way the FTEs work, because I know that over the years, the way the library has managed its assets and the way the libraries have changed is they were really very physical places. Everything in the library was a physical activity. Ink was everywhere. Stamping was part of every librarian's job, and we don't do that anymore as much. And so, you've managed to do what I think is a responsible thing, is instead of saying we're going to keep our FTE load the same and continue to add to that over time, which we see in many organizations, in most organizations, you actually seen a small decrease. How have you been able to achieve that, though? Has it mostly been through these kinds of efficiencies? Probably Paul could answer that, or Gagan, go ahead.
You want to?
No, you go ahead.
I think through you to the chair, I think what we've tried to emphasize is it's really a long-term journey. And I think for us, what's been great is, I have been around the library since amalgamation, 2001. The library board has been in alignment with the staff about our need as an organization to adapt and to be ready for the changes that are happening. And we also know that a public library, to be a successful urban library, we need to help the community transition to current challenges and future challenges. And so that's been a journey that really started in 2001. And so I think like one of the things we've been able to do from this is create stability in terms of not kind of expanding our workforce and then having to contract during challenging times, in that we've done this steady. It has been tough at times, but I think like a lot of our activity that we used to do has been replaced. So instead of wanding barcodes, that was, you know, checking in and out books, that was the biggest activity in 2001. We have automated all that. So instead we have, and a lot of our staff at the time actually had high school education. And so now instead of that, we have things like public service programmers, which are providing information service, and they're providing, you know, youth programs, story times, different things. So it's been an adaptation. And I think for the most part, it's gone well. I think, you know, in some ways, say the last 5 years with the pandemic and all the social challenges, you know, that's really been, you know, more difficult than some of the other changes we made, which happen over time.
Thanks, and I'll make a brief comment and then end my comments on this presentation. Thanks again, like I said, for your presentation. From my perspective, the library, and I've sit on lots of boards and committees, library does a phenomenal job of stewarding public funds. We added 50,000 more library users, and at the same time we maintained a staff complement. We hit every single marker when we're thinking about looking for equity, diversity, and trying to make our library inclusive to everyone in our community. This organization, I think, does an outstanding job of that. I'll be bringing forward a motion, seconded by Councillor McMeekin, before the end of the budget process to put the 5.25% on the table, just so people know that that's what we'll be asking for. If this board, if the council says no to that, and the library is forced to go with 4.25, it'll have to cut some of the things that it has in its budget, which I think would be disappointing. That'll come forward either February 6th or February 13th. Thank you.
Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a couple of questions. First was slide 9, when you had the heat map, and you did show that it was Central, but then there was also Barton. But then I also saw 2 that looked like they were in Ward 4. I think it would be Parkdale and Kenilworth. Just wanted to get a sense for what are the challenges that are happening there, because I perhaps understand Parkdale a little more than Kenilworth, but because they are so closely together on that map, I was just like, I don't know what's happening there.
So, thank you for the question. I think part of the thing, Parkdale is a very small branch, and it is located in a neighborhood that has been underinvested for a long time. That's part of the reason why it's there, and we called it, you know, Locke in Parkdale to a certain extent, where it's a small branch about the same size of Locke. There have been some challenges there. I think the size of it and the support we've been getting from Indwell has maintained the vibrancy of that library. I think, you know, Kenilworth is a great branch, and it really is an urban branch, but we don't see the same level of challenges that we do at Central or, say, at Barton. And, you know, I think part of the struggle that we've had with the Central Library is not unique to the Hamilton Public Library, in that after the pandemic, we made some changes to expand access for the hope that there's going to be the downtown, people are going to be coming back downtown. And that hasn't happened at the scale, or it's happened much more slowly than we anticipated. Here we are in 2026, several years out, and you know, we're still not as busy as we were in 2019. I think Kenilworth doesn't have that. It's a unique downtown problem in that there's normally a lot of workers downtown. That is changing. But, you know, in that void of less activity, that's what we've seen the challenges. So Kenilworth doesn't have that same issue. And so it's much like it was, you know, prior to the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to understand some of your looking ahead opportunities. And I know I've already sent this over to Chief Librarian. I wanted to ask, does the board consider capital fundraising sort of campaigns, or is there an opportunity to reach out to, say, endowment funds or anything like that? Is there a thought process or a potential plan moving forward in terms of capital raises for the library?
So do you want to? Yeah. Thank you for that question. And I think just to, in summary, the board, before the pandemic, the board was working on a proactive fundraising strategy. when the pandemic came, we put a pause to that, and since then, it's been a lot of emergency response. So part of the revised capital budget does outline fundraising for renewal of local history and archives. We think that that's there'll be opportunity there to raise money. I should remind you that every year we do get donations, and as chief librarian, I've had the honor of meeting so many people that have bequeathed money to the library. And oftentimes, it's the work that happened in the 70s and 80s or 60s that we're now benefiting from now. So it's we have an impact often in people earlier in their life, and they often remember us because of that impact. So I think one thing that we are mindful of, we look at our partners. Right now, Toronto Public Library and Vancouver Public Library have foundations, and they're very successful. We work with the Hamilton Community Foundation and have trust funds with them. Our peers in Kitchener a number of years ago created a foundation to raise money for the new Central Library. Bottom line is that we have to be mindful of the resources it would take to staff that fundraising effort, and so we have to be mindful of that, and are we going to be able to compete with the university and the hospitals in terms of their fundraising acumen? So it's something we are looking at.
Okay. My last question through you, Chair, is question around how do you work with, say, the City of Hamilton's corporate revenue or corporate sponsorship team? We do have a revenue generation team here. Do you have any connection with them, or is there an opportunity, as libraries are assets within the corporation?
So we have, and an example of that would be the TD Bank donation of the Carlisle branch to the Hamilton Public Library and to the city to turn that into a library. So when those opportunities do present themselves, I can tell you a lot of our time recently has been, in a sense, distracted by trying to respond to some of the challenges we're experiencing.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering those questions.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this presentation. One of the things I was looking for, and I haven't found yet, is what your budget actuals were for the last couple of years. Can you speak to where I might be able to find those?
The actuals for the year 2023 are dependent right now on the city finalizing their actions. We are basically a subsidy of the city, so once their 2023 actuals, their 2024 actuals, and their 2025 actuals are compiled, then ours will be. We do keep very strict manual record keeping just at the HPL standard level to ensure that all departments, all SLT members are in line with their budget.
So, when I look at the library increase for the last number of years, this year, I think we're talking 4.25, but I'm unsure. 7.3 last year and 4.4 2024. But yeah, we have no actuals, but we seem to know that we need more money. And I'm just trying to understand how you're able to get there, because this is going to be the first time in my career that I've ever done a budgeting exercise with no actuals. So.
Let me rephrase that. We do have actuals, but do we have audited financial statements? No, not at this point in time, but I can present you actual statements for the year 2025, 2024, and 2023. So we do have a very strong indication of how we have landed, but audited-wise, no, I cannot present those.
If you could provide us with those from, let's say, 26, or we're in 25, 24, 23. If you could provide that, that'd be tremendous.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Do you do any benchmarking at all in terms of, we know what we're doing here. How do we stack up across the country, whatever our peer group is? Do you have any information on that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and we do. We included a few examples in the budget presentation around, say, how we compare on programs, how we compare on staffing cost relative to budget. We look at comparisons Ontario-wise through the large urban libraries in Ontario, and then also the Canadian Urban Library Council, where we compare ourselves to Ottawa, to places like Winnipeg, Calgary, and Edmonton. We generally stack up well in comparison to those other libraries in terms of satisfaction, in terms of our financial numerics. And in most libraries, the largest cost is the employee-related cost. And so, our experience here in Hamilton has been by maintaining basically a strict eye on that over the years, we have that percentage lower. So we can send in, there's a report coming out now that's a recent report. All this is public information every year, and we'd be happy to send along with the numbers some recent comparisons, to all of council for your review.
That would be tremendous if you could include that. Thank you. Thank you. In terms of just the conversation we're having a little earlier between 4.25 and 5.25, can you speak to what you did to get to 4.25 from 5.25? Was it just a lift out of reserves, or how did you manage that?
Well, I think we're going to
Okay.
deal with that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. That's something we're still looking at. We haven't, as a board, approved that 4.25 number. The following meeting is in February, and that's where we've asked, I've directed staff to go back and look at the numbers and provide two scenarios, one if we're pulling from reserves and one if we're pulling from other areas. So we will have that in February.
Can you speak to, and thank you for that, can you maybe speak to the whole idea of the role of reserves? Because, I guess, do you have a policy? And how do you determine what kind of reserves you want to carry? Like, is it just like, how do you view it? Is it a cushion? Is it like expenditures coming? Like, how, if you could just enlighten me on all that?
Thank you for the question. So traditionally, we've always used the reserves as never to subsidize operating budgets and only to set that money aside for strategic investments. Those really take two kinds. One are often, say, technology-related innovations that we're able to fund through our own reserves. And then the other use of those funds are the contributing to capital projects so that it supplements DC funding and reduces city capital funding. And if I would just conclude that that's one of the issues that we're very concerned about. During the pandemic, we had a lot of staff allocated to public health, and they got reimbursed. So we had large abnormal surpluses during the pandemic. So we were instructed by council to use some of those reserves to offset operating, which we've been doing for the last several years. We're very concerned. We're down to 1.7 million, and this is the question for the board is, do we dip into that further, or do we find operating cuts? And I think we've been trying to get back to normal, which is we shouldn't be using reserves to subsidize our operating. And it's not like, we've been through extraordinary times and we've responded to direction, but that's how we would always deal with it, would be put that money aside to offset city capital funding or strategic investments.
Councillor, you're past time. If you'd like to go on a second time,
Okay, can I
please
just provide a
proceed.
comment, or one second time you want me to?
If you would like to hold your comment
Yep.
until the conclusion, we
Thank
have a
you,
number
Chair.
of speakers. Thank you. Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. Where to start? Maybe it's appropriate to point out that I think history started when people started writing books and recording what was going on and learning from those etchings. As a owner of the original Chapters bookstore, I have a bit of a passion for books and particularly for kids who we all know in the early years, if they develop a love for books, they'll be productive, useful, caring citizens. They'll be tomorrow's leaders, tomorrow's government. I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I'm very concerned about children of limited means but unlimited potential being inadvertently denied some opportunities to grow and to prosper and to learn the importance of books. That's driven, I confess, to be completely transparent, by my little 4-year-old grandson who just loves books. He said to me a few weeks ago, he said, "Grandpa, I've got a secret for you." I said, "What is it?" He whispered in my ear, "Caring is sharing, and sharing is caring." I said, "Where did you learn that?" He said, "I read it in a book." Anyhow, thank you. I'm really delighted to be on the board. It's an experience. I don't look forward to all of the experiences all of the time that we're exposed to as a privileged counselor. I guess my question is, sorry, this is a rah-rah speech, I confess. And we'll get to that when Cameron, as he mentioned, moves a motion later on. I guess if I have to ask a question, and those are the rules of the game.
Yep.
If you've got to cut $371,000 from the budget, who gets hurt in that process? Can you speculate on that, please? Thanks, Chair.
Well, you know, before the chief librarian talks, it's always an open invitation for anyone who wishes to join the Ted McMeekin Maureen Wilson Book Club.
I'm a member, by the way.
That's a great question, and without the board, it will be for us to present some options to the board. One would be using some reserves. We can look at deferring some other investments. That might be. And I think one of the reasons that we pointed out why we decided to come in at 5.5 was we've been doing this service review. A lot's changed in the last few years. And so looking at Central, we needed some new what we call them community connectors to proactively manage the space. So we reviewed what we were doing, and we were able to leave some positions vacant and create that. And so what the challenge to us is we're looking to open the Discovery Center with our existing complement. And so, you know, and that's going to be some hard choices that we're going to have to make around the system. And so, you know, could that be delayed a bit? You know, we'll have to see. But we're working for that. It's been hard to respond to the sort of the changes happening so quickly recently. And so that's where we are. And then we remain frustrated by some of the, you know, social problems that are impacting Hamilton as they are other communities around Ontario and the country.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Chair, for
Councillor Pauls. Sorry, Ted.
views.
Thank you, and thank you through the chair. You mentioned that almost 50% is digital usage versus physical, and I'm wondering, you said that digital is more expensive. Can you explain how that can be with new technology, with you know, you could go on the internet, get books, do everything. Can you explain why it is more expensive to do digital, please?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the issue is that, and if you can think about it, the publishing industry is going through a lot of existential challenges. Look at what's happened to local media and newspapers, and the same is true of the publishing industry. So they've looked at making licensing materials digitally much more expensive for public libraries because they're concerned about their bottom line. At times, though, it actually creates a situation where some Canadian books aren't available in Canada because of these licensing. The bottom line, I guess, in terms of legislation is that public libraries in Canada and the United States are protected for physical books. That, like, basically we get market or below market costs for those. There's no restriction on digital material in terms of those. There's no legislative protection that demands publishers make available in digital format books, so they do it at the terms that is advantageous to them. We're working with the broader library community to advocate the federal government. It's more of a copyright issue, and we continue to do those efforts. So far, we have not been successful, and so it's a matter of the framework isn't there in the legislation to protect libraries, and so we have to adapt.
Okay, thank you for that. I was at Turner Park yesterday because it's right in the Y, so I go by all the time. And I notice it's not just about books anymore. The library has changed big time. It's about computers, people going for a safe space, a meeting place. So the library has changed. We can't say the library is just for books. If you want books, you go there. So, but my question is this. You also said that the Central Library, you've had challenges with mental health, washroom being used by drug addicts. And I remember last year, if I'm correct, you said you hire a professional health worker, if I'm correct, in the budget. Do you call the police as well when you have these issues? Are the police involvement because of the closed bathroom with drug use, or do you just work it out yourself? Can you just explain what happens?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So we do work very closely with Hamilton Police Services, and they are very supportive of some of the challenges we have. To be honest, I think the broader context that we're living in is if someone has, right now, if a police officer finds someone with illegal drugs and for personal possession, they're not going to get charged for that. And so the courts don't have the capacity to do that. So really, but they will prosecute someone if they're distributing drugs. And so we try to work with the police to identify, people that are distributing drugs and work with them. We're calling police all too often, and it's a fact of reality.
Thank you. And the last question, just quickly. I heard my bell ring, but anyways, did you hire someone last year and did you hire another one this year on your budget? I was trying to scramble for.
Thank you.
Yes.
So what we were referring to last year, and so we contract the Canadian Mental Health Association to provide peer support workers in our spaces. They're the same people that work at 541 on Barton Street. And so they're not actually library employees, but we contract that. The same is true for the social workers we have at the library. They're actually public health outworkers. So we pay for them to be located at the central library, but they're not library employees. They're members of the public health team. And I think the distinction is we're a library, we're a community service. We don't have expertise in necessarily in social work, so we engage partners to provide those services because they're needed.
Okay, could I find that contract in the budget, how much it costs us separately?
It's listed.
One of the slides.
We highlighted that in slide number,
Keep going. No.
the next one.
Right there. What's slide number?
Slide number 10, I'm sorry, slide number 10 outlines our security costs, and you can see where the, so the support workers, we have 1.5 FTE costing $150,000. So we list all those there.
Okay, I'll look at it, and thank you again. And again, you call the police for help. Police are always involved. There's costs that they incur, you incur, and we're all in this together with this mental issue that we're facing in this period of time. So thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson and Library, both administration and board. Just a few quick observations and compliments of Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. Then I've got 2 or 3 questions quickly. First of all, Chief Librarian Paul Takla, wonderful, just the best leadership of any library system and service in our province. Just glad you're still at the helm. Chair Batra did an outstanding job. Vice Chair Jen, thank you for your backup and comments. And CFO Pam Byrne, nice to see you as well, looking after the finances. And I must recognize a longtime past chair, the great Nicholas Van Duzen. Nicholas, always great seeing you, and your past leadership, outstanding. By the way, Paul, when you were talking about the library system of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, you kept staring at me. I've not been on council since then, but that's okay, Paul. Anyways, by the way, did you notice Budget Chair Maureen Wilson? From a Westdale student, he loves his books. Traditional books. Did
Well,
you
the
see
cool
that?
kids are, Tom.
Anyways, I'm always a very traditional that way, that we don't lose the traditional resources as we're moving forward in our digital world. Quickly, wow on the bookmobiles. Thank you, everyone. As our seniors population is growing, more shut-ins, more isolated widows and widowers, 801 Upper Gage as an example, every week, the one time a week you drop by the bookmobile, the 240 seniors there just love it, look forward to it, and especially on inclement weather like this, they just can't get out. Thank you so much. And I must thank both the Dowler Foundation, your reserves, and I must thank Dr. Lukaszek and the Climate Change Office, because I'm reading here 500 grand from the climate grant got you over the top and accelerated the purchase of them 3 years in advance. Quick question, is that over and above now, these 2 new electrics, over and above the existing 2, or are they replacing the existing 2? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Thank you, through the chair. The answer to that question is not fully defined. Okay. They are replacing them, but we are looking at how can we repurpose at least one of the bookmobiles. And one of the things we're talking about is making it a temporary library, like say when Mount Hope is under construction. And then also using the bookmobile more for community festivals. So having it, in parades and different things. So that part of it depends on the technology, keeping them running. But in a sense, it's that those electric bookmobiles will enable us to really be more nimble in our service in terms of delivering books to everyone.
Thank you, Chief Librarian. And thank you very much. The $700,000 renovations and remodeling at Sherwood Library, much appreciated. That had been on the books for years. The community is very grateful. 2 quick questions. So we're down to 2 issues, primarily, Budget Chair Wilson. We're down to a 1% problem, and we're down to a central library problem. I think you've answered the central library. You're doing your darndest, given societal ills and the issues that we have facing us, maybe in a greater manner than we've never had before. So I'm not going to repeat my concern over that. I'm saddened by the Sunday announcement. I'm very saddened by that, and let's hope we can turn that around. The 1%, I'm just going to say, Budget Chair Wilson, that I'm very open-minded to the 5.25. I know where my priorities are in this corporation and in my community. The overall budget increase is not acceptable, but I know where my priorities are, and I'll be very open-minded to the 5.25. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson, and thank you for the excellent presentation here. And my question relates to earlier discussions from a couple of years ago about using this Discovery Center as a potential for the Hamilton History Museum. I know we've had that conversation in the past, and I'm pleased to see that this space is actively being pursued for future use. And I saw that on one of the slides, I think slide 28. My question is 2 parts. Could you provide me a sense of the anticipated annual operating costs of the Indigenous branch and whether the space and budget allows that flexibility for potential partnerships such as the Hamilton History Museum? Through you, Chair.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. So we're undergoing a study right now with Lord Cultural Resources. Part of that study is to identify the costs, the operating cost of the 5-part vision for the Discovery Centre, which includes a library, an Indigenous gathering place as the heart, cultural exhibits, some kind of cafe and other amenities. So we don't have the answer to that question yet, and we're working towards that. I think our plan this year, because the building is actually vacant right now, we're looking at doing internal review to see how we can open the space as an Indigenous library and start building out the program within our existing complement. So that's the goal or the challenge we have taken on for us. So I think it's a matter of, at some point, what new FTEs would we be requiring? We've set aside a large amount of our future development charges to invest in the capital upgrade of the building. We may be able to get some higher level government funding. So I think, so the message is, that's why we're doing this major study, and it will be going back to the library board and to council, likely in early next year.
Great, excellent, and I look forward to the future use of this. It's an underutilized space and great opportunity for us. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And through you, it's great to see you all here. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had one question, and it's to do with the finances on pages 7 and 8, particularly the city recoveries, which shows $281,000 increase, which is 8.5%.
Correct.
So just coincidentally, that's double the increase you were held to. So I'd just like to understand more, if you can elaborate on what those city recoveries are, just because it really stands out as a significantly large number.
Yes, so that category are city cross charges that are dictated to us. At no point in time can we challenge those. Those are chargebacks associated with insurance and facilities. The bulk of it, I would probably say about 75% of it, is the facilities of the branches.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you for that. I think that was important to highlight, just given that it is double what you're being asked to put forward as a budget. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair Batra, and thank you, Chief Takla and the presenting team, and to all the board members and staff who are here on behalf of the library service. Always great to get your report annually. Remain a fan, even though I'm no longer on the board. I did want to just a couple of comments and then a quick question, if I could, Chair. Really want to emphasize what I see here in your annual presentation, the 40,000 member increase over the last 10 years, which I think, given the pandemic slump, is remarkable. The consistency of being top 3 in Ontario among various program attendance is honestly a standard of public excellence that we should all be proud of as Hamiltonians. And the ongoing work that the library has done now for a number of years, showing not only your strategic, but also well-managed staffing approach. I think it also speaks to strong worker engagement, right, in the way in which library workers look out for each other and also consistently engaging in upskilling their skills, upskilling themselves, and being able to adapt and come up with solutions as well. So I think that that's also a standard of public excellence that needs to be publicly recognized, so I appreciate that. The question I have is that your staffing is at $1.3 million in terms of employee-related costs, and your costs related to meeting the emerging crises is $1.7 million. So you're spending more dealing with the health crisis in our community than you are actually staffing the library. So I just want to confirm that.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. We're spending $1.7 million for the year 2026 just to make sure, and as Paul had said, our CEO had said, the bulk of those costs are geared towards Central and Barton. So within those categories, within the employee categories and throughout our different categories, yes, we've employed social workers, community connectors, support workers. We have employees now that are full-time security as well as contract security. We've implemented projects. So yes, just to make sure, we'll say 2 branches are safe and welcoming for all the residents of Hamilton. Yes, we have surpassed our people costs because of it.
Thank you. And then just a heads up to you, and we'll talk about it offline. There is a motion coming to the next regular General Issues Committee meeting calling for a citywide approach of partnership to deal with some of the similar issues as it relates to Barton Street specifically, but given Barton Branch, we hope that the library will be a very important strategic partner in figuring out an action plan for that one. Thank you.
Any other first-time speakers before we move to second? Assuming Councillor Taddison is not on the list, right? Okay. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was doing an asset review of my ward, and one of the conversations that came up was this opportunity to use the space where we had libraries to build multi-residential buildings. And, you know, it was kind of a new idea that was put on the table by staff. And I thought, well, you know, in light of the conversation we're having today, it may be an opportunity to offload some of your capital costs, because it would be, you know, as part of that whole, I guess, residential construction. Is that a strategic direction that you're looking at going forward in terms of how to kind of deal with some of these big capital numbers that are coming up in the future with respect to the library locations?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The answer is yes, and in fact, we've been in discussions, and so we have we're working on a new facilities master plan. But one of the emphasis we've had is on partnerships. So when Turner Park was built, it was built by the YMCA, and that saved us money in terms of the capital costs. We look at Parkdale was built by Indwell, and we leased that space from them on a long-term lease. And I think we continue to explore with, the board direction is for staff to explore any opportunities where there's a partnership that could create an opportunity for investment in a new library facility that would be less of a capital cost, and also potentially, you know, prevent future liability in terms of our asset management plan. So that's a huge priority for us. And I think one of the things we're seeing right now, if you talk like more broadly, we're seeing less, in some ways, less investment from the federal government. You know, the provincial government isn't pouring money into libraries. And so, you know, we have to look at what is a sustainable strategy. And I think sometimes those partnerships make so much sense. So absolutely, and we'll continue to explore opportunities.
As you bake that into your strategy going forward, love to see what the impact is in terms of, if you want to say, lowering your costs, because it sounds like if you're missing some of these dollars from these other federal and provincial partners, you know, what that means in terms of, you know, stabilization of the library going forward. I wanted to also ask about, so it looks like during this term of council, budget has increased 20% in compounded number. Could you speak to that number and what that 20% has gotten us, and where that, because that's a big number compared to your historical budget increases. And so I'm just interested in if this is transformational, digital, like what were we driving out of all this?
Thank you. That's a great question through the chair. So if you look at our budget for the last number of years, and in fact, coming out of the pandemic, we rebalanced our staff around the system and added over 300 hours of service. The big pressures that we're facing right now, as we've talked about, are related to the social problems. The other is, last year we had to get a large increase because of our IT capital infrastructure. What's happened is when the cyber attack or event happened, we were relying on the city to provide us network security. And since that, we received a $1.5 million capital infusion, and we've had to take on more responsibility for the IT infrastructure because it's critical for our ability to operate. And one of the things that I think is really important for council to understand is a lot of people in the community rely on us for digital access. And they also rely on us for helping in learning how to use digital things. So that's really central to what we need to provide the city. So it would be security, and it would also be the IT infrastructure that's forcing us to make investments that we didn't have to in the past.
Would it be safe to say that where you are right now, that the investment you needed around technology has happened and you've got what you need? Or is that an expense that we would expect to see incurred over an elongated period of time? And what would that period be if it is?
Great question. We've been cooperating. So the extra infusion is in the process of incurring right now. So part of that money's been spent. And there were some increases to the operating budget, but it will stabilize. And so we're trying to get back to where we were before the event. And I think we all understand that we live in a risky environment in terms of technology. So yes, so we made those investments and it'll stabilize.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Can I just make a comment? I don't have any questions for them. I appreciate that. I want to thank you and your board for making some of the decisions that you've been trying to make in honoring the mayor's request at 4.25. That's very respectful of you, and I sincerely appreciate the efforts. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge, Chair, the amazing difference that have occurred at the Valley Park Library. It was redone by the library board, and the city redid the recreation center, the community recreation center. We have never seen in my 30 years in Upper Stony Creek the volume of use in that library. It is amazing. We are seeing kids in there studying every day. We are seeing families coming in with their children to read books. We are seeing folks using all of the new technology that we have, from the 3D printer to the, I don't even know what you call it, but it's an amazing printer that is monstrous. It's absolutely amazing. The staff up there, Chair, are so friendly and so eager to help serve the residents who come in. I can speak to this because we have our ward days up there. You graciously give us access to a room up there so we can meet residents to go over issues. And so we see it firsthand. And I hear the compliments from the residents in the community. So you need to know that, because in the weird world that we're in right now, we tend to hear all the negative things and all the complaints and get all the nasty comments. We rarely hear the positive feedback. And so it's important that I share that with you, your board and your staff, and please extend my gratitude to them. It's an absolutely amazing development, and it has become a pivotal center in Ward 9. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
There are no further speakers. I want to extend my thanks to you. And libraries are a reservoir of strength. I appreciate your time and attention today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Cooper to receive this presentation. Show of hands, please. It carries. Thank you. On to the Hamilton Conservation Authority. We have the following individuals present on behalf of HCA. Lisa Burnside, the CAO, Scott Peck, Deputy CAO, Director of Watershed Management, and Scott Fleming, the Director of Finance and Central Support Services. Again, I'll try and keep my bias in check because I know these individuals and their dedication to their mandate. Welcome. Also joining us online is Susan Fielding, who is the Vice Chair of the HCA. Welcome.
Thank you.
For those who are following along, we're just getting the text set up. Good morning. Okay, we're going to have a little bit of latitude while we're getting the text set up. I would like to recognize at this time the Director of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, the Chair, rather, Councillor Brad Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. We're still wrestling with technology. I'd like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude and my pride for the board and the staff of the Hamilton Conservation Authority. We have an excellent board with Vice Chair Susan Fielding, Councillors Mike Spatafor, Matt Francis, Jeff Beattie, Maureen Wilson, Alex Wilson, and Craig Kassar, and citizen members Lisa DeCesare, Wayne Terryberry, and Elise Copps. This has been a tumultuous couple of years on the board for the Conservation Authority. We have been wrestling with and have spent a great deal of staff time on all of the changes that have been implemented by the province, and apparently they're not done. I want the council to know that we are vigorously involved in the discussions with the province about this proposed merger of 36 conservation authorities into 7. We have shared the board's position with the minister and the centre, as well as the position of this council, and the board is grateful for the support of this council. We are, to say diplomatically, trepidatious about this proposal. We don't see any cost savings. We see cost savings increase, or costs actually increasing. We see a loss of local autonomy. We have over 11,000 acres of land that we now own and preserve from development, and ensure that conservation and the environment has its way with those lands, and gives people an access to see both the fauna and the flora in those communities, in those conservation areas. We are really concerned about the loss of local autonomy. This board, and then myself and Susan Fielding have been very involved with our staff in securing additional conservation area lands. And we have been very successful in getting those lands. Sometimes we're not successful. Sometimes the landowners want a little bit more than we believe the land is worth, and so we don't move forward until it's reasonable for the Conservation Authority. But we have expanded our lands. We're doing amazing work in the east end of the city with the Salt Fleet Conservation Area, the Devil's Punch Bowl. We purchased the Devil's Punch Bowl property where the old market is, and we are going through planning on that. So all of this is to say we are presenting a budget today that is well within the mayor mandate of 4.25. We got it to 3.3. It is reasonable, it is pragmatic, and we continue to provide the services that the community wants. So I can't express enough how proud I am of this board and this staff. The staff and the board are completely meshed. They're congruent. They support the work that we're doing, and collectively we have all been pushing back on the province with all of the changes that have been coming down the pipe. I'd like to encourage any of the residents who are concerned about the loss of local autonomy with the Hamilton Conservation Authority. The province has their way. They'd merge us with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Halton Conservation Authority, and the Credit Valley Conservation Authority. We don't agree with that, and we are urging residents to write to the Premier's office and write to the Minister and push back on this proposal. I think it will be a mistake, and we're doing everything we can. Thank you. And with that, I'll leave it to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And again, Councillor Clark serves as the chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority. I think we have our tech issues figured out. Welcome, CAO Burnside.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Everything is working. Wonderful. So thank you, Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to present to you today our HCA 2026 operating budget. As you've heard, I'm Lisa Burnside. I'm the CAO. I've got two Scotts behind me, Scott Fleming, Director of Finance, and Scott Peck, who's the Deputy CAO. I'd like to acknowledge that we do have 7 members of council that sit on our board, and I think I see most of you here today. Councillor Cassar, Councillor Spatafora, go around the room, our chair, Brad Clark, Councillor Beattie. I don't see Alex Wilson, perhaps Matt Francis just left the room. I'd also like to give a bit of a recognition to Councillor Pauls and Councillor Jackson. You've sat on our board in the past, and of course our chair. Can't forget anyone. And as noted, we do have our vice chair from Puss Lynch, Susan Fielding, joining us virtually today. So we do appreciate the support of the city for providing a levy increase to support our work in the watershed. You're not just our major funder, you are our key partner. And during my 20 plus years here at the authority, we have always met the guideline that has been provided to us, or even come in slightly below as we have this year. And our budget aligns with our new strategic plan and our board-approved priorities. This is reflecting a continuation and maintenance of all of our programs and services. So I'm just going to provide a few highlights, touch on some things that our Chair Clark just noted, some of the great things we're doing in the watershed, and then I'll hand things over to our Director of Finance, who can walk you through some of the numbers. So a little bit about conservation authorities. We're not as intuitive what we do as, say, the libraries. We are unique in Ontario. We're local watershed management agencies that take an integrated approach to managing land and water. Across the province, there's 36 conservation authorities. We collectively covering over 400 municipalities and managing over 550 conservation areas. We're governed by the Conservation Authorities Act, which provides the framework for how we operate. And we're organized by watersheds. And that's the area of land where water flows towards a common stream, a river, or a lake. And within the city of Hamilton, there are 4 conservation authorities. You've got Hamilton, the Grand River, Halton, and Niagara Peninsula. So this slide is just highlighting some of the most very recent legislative developments affecting conservation authorities in Ontario. As Chair Clark had shared, in late 2025, the province announced a proposal for regionalizing conservation authorities and launched some public comment periods through the ERO. That closed December 22nd. We're now waiting for the provincial response and some updates. And additionally, Bill 68 received royal assent, and that establishes a new provincial agency to oversee conservation authorities. So we've got a new head office, so to speak. And we continue to monitor developments to understand what this means for not just the Hamilton Conservation Authority, but all authorities in our municipalities. So today, the City of Hamilton is served by 4 conservation authorities, as noted, each focused on our local watersheds. Under the proposed structure, the city instead would be part of 2 much larger regional conservation authorities, and those would be organized by watershed lake system. So there would be the Western Lake Ontario Regional Authority that would combine 4 existing conservation authorities. That would be Hamilton, Halton, Niagara, and Credit Valley into a single organization. And then there would be the Lake Erie Regional Authority that would be even larger, combining the Grand River with 7 other conservation authorities. And this really does represent a major shift in scale from locally focused authorities to much larger multi-municipal regional bodies. And that's going to have implications for governance complexity and local decision making. But until any Any of these proposed changes move forward, it's operations or business as usual for us. For the City of Hamilton's 4 conservation authorities, we're going to continue to provide our local watershed programs and services for our municipalities and our communities. A little bit about HCA. This map shows the full watershed and our land holdings. We've got 2 member municipalities, the City of Hamilton and a small portion of the Township of Puslinch. So in our watershed, our water flows into Hamilton Harbor and Lake Ontario, with the headwaters of Spencer Creek located in the Township of Puslinch. And managing these lands at a watershed scale allows us to deliver programs that protect ecological health, reduce flood risk, and support climate change adaptation in ways that provide long-term value for the community. As our chair mentioned, our land holdings, we own a significant amount of land. He said over 11,000 acres, but to be specific, it's 11,744. That includes 7 major conservation areas within Hamilton, 1 in Puslinch, and then about 10 smaller areas and radial trails. And these lands are of ecological importance. They feature diverse ecosystems. It includes forests, prairies, wetlands, watercourses, Lake Ontario shoreline, and the Niagara Escarpment. Our areas offer a diverse range of recreational opportunities, along with education programs for schools and camps. The value of our lands are significant. We have over 1 million visitors to our owned and managed areas. Our lands are really critical components of the city's natural heritage system that helps conserve the watershed and connect people to nature. And as noted, provides great passive recreation opportunities, but also supports ecological health, climate adaptation, and really helps with vibrant communities. We do have a 5-year strategic plan running from 2025 to 2029, and the 4 strategic areas on this slide come from that plan. It's our guiding document, and it sets the priorities for our watershed programs and the services, and all the initiatives reflected in our budget are directly tied to these priorities. I want to just speak briefly about our Salt Fleet wetland restoration project in the conservation area on the East Mountain. It's a key focal point for us as part of our commitment to better mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. We've acquired a total of 411 acres in this area with a plan to build 4 wetlands. And we're really proud to mark the completion of the first 2 wetlands for this project, with the second was just being wrapped up last fall. And this project has multiple impacts and benefits. It's going to reduce the impacts of flooding and erosion in lower urban Stony Creek, protect properties and residents downstream, while also providing natural areas and trails for the public to enjoy. And this project has been funded through self-generated revenue, key donors, which include the Heritage Green Community Trust, and I'd also recognize the City of Hamilton. And we're seeing the benefits from the ecological monitoring in this area. We're very happy to see the improvements that are taking place on site. Frog species such as green pickerel and gray tree frogs are thriving. And in 2023, we heard a full chorus of American toads for the first time. Our ecology staff said it was actually deafening. Mallard duck numbers have increased dramatically, over 41%. We're seeing new bird species being spotted, and this really showing the sites becoming for richer in habitat and for wildlife. We have removed large patches of invasive Phragmites, and native plants are being reintroduced, creating space for local biodiversity to flourish. And we're undertaking significant planting efforts. We've added over 600 native plants to support pollinators, wildlife, and overall ecosystem health. And these results really show how targeted restoration and stewardship efforts can have an immediate and visible impact on local biodiversity. If you haven't been out, I really encourage you. I'd be happy to take you for a hike there anytime. If you don't have our pass, check one out from the Hamilton Public Library. Yeah. We love the library. Yeah. Now, we're also proud to share the rollout of the Pasadena experience in 2025. And this is an Indigenous-led trail experience in the Dundas Valley. It's a experience featuring 13 interpretive signs along the main loop trail, allowing visitors to engage with the landscape and learn as they walk. Now, developed in partnership with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and Six Nations of the Grand River. With their partnership, it ensured the stories are shared respectfully and authentically. This is already being integrated into school and community education programs to support learning, awareness, and connection to the land. And it's really a tangible example of how we're fostering education, community engagement, and reconciliation right here in the Dundas Valley. And finally, my last slide in terms of watershed management. Well, our work here continues to focus on protecting and restoring the health of our land and water systems. Building on our work from last year, we're updating additional floodplain maps for Tiffany, Ancaster Spring, and Sulphur Creeks to guide planning, reduce flood risk, and support permitting decisions. Additionally, our monitoring systems are being enhanced this year to improve data on stream flow, precipitation, and snowpack. This should better help us forecast floods and manage drought or low flow conditions. We'll also be prioritizing riparian restoration projects with private landowners to improve water quality and habitat, and continue protecting and restoring natural areas through partnerships like the Biodiversity Action Plan and Natural Areas Inventory with the city. And together, these efforts really advance priorities in our strategic plan, strengthening watershed health, supporting communities, and building resilient landscapes for the future. At this point, I'm going to bring up Scott Fleming to go over a bit of a budget summary and some of our budget figures for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. So just to start, for 2026, HCA is planning a total of $20.7 million, covering both ongoing programs and important capital projects. This includes $18.2 million for operations and $2.5 million for capital activities. The operating budget continues all existing programs while reflecting the second year of our strategic plan priorities. It's supported in part by $1.8 million in self-generated revenues, ensuring we can maintain these services without over-reliance on municipal contributors. The capital budget invests in our lands and watershed, including upgrades to conservation areas, office renovations, floodplain mapping, and the final design of the third Salt Fleet wetland, and it is supported through $500,000 from HCA reserves. This budget ensures we can deliver our programs and maintain our infrastructure, protect the watershed, and serve the community. So in terms of some revenues and expenses, in building the 2026 budget, we identified some revenue and expense drivers that would impact the budget for the upcoming year. On the revenue side, we have projected enhanced revenue from conservation areas with the new expanded campground at Valens Lake anticipated to open this summer, along with some modest fee increases at our other conservation areas. Ongoing balancing act where we attempt to project revenues with our parks while being aware that weather can play a significant variable to achieving our revenue targets. If we have some big weekends that have poor weather, that's going to impact us negatively and vice versa. We are grateful for the ongoing support from our foundation and various grants. We've also kept the municipal levy increase close to last year's increase and within the mayor's request. On the expense side, this includes cost of living increases, implementing job evaluation step increases, and legislated increases to minimum wage affecting summer staff, as staffing is our most significant cost driver. So in terms of that levy increase, as mentioned earlier, we were able to land our levy increase to 3.3%, and it's largely a result of our continued strong performance of our conservation areas. Every year, the province provides allocation percentages for the levy apportionment, and for 2026, those were 99.24 for the City of Hamilton, with the remaining 0.76 falling to the Township of Pushlands. As our total municipal levy for 2026 is $5.2 million, this represents an increase of $167,000 over the prior year. So here's a slide depicting the distribution of the three key areas within our budget. So $2.6 million of the levy goes to watershed management services to support our planning and permitting, flood monitoring and warning, ecological monitoring, and restoration work on our own lands along with private landowners. $2 million goes to central support services, which reflects overhead administration, insurance, IT, legal, those type of items. And finally, $695,000 in support of Westfield Heritage Village for this vibrant cultural heritage site and its programming operations. So for the 2026 operating revenues, we are budgeting to generate $18.2 million, as I mentioned, in revenues. And as you can see in the blue on the pie chart, this is a significant portion, or 62% or $11.2 million. This is self-generated income from our operations. The bulk of the remaining revenues come from the municipal levy at $5.2 million, making 29%, and rounding out revenue are equipment intra-company charges at 8%. This is where we run our fleet and equipment garage, and we charge our divisions for the use of and maintenance of our equipment. $205,000 in provincial funding, providing 1%, and a small $111,000 use of our reserve, representing less than 1%. On the operating expense side, as you'd expect, it equals our revenues, so we can arrive at a break-even budget. We're a people-driven organization, and thus our largest expense is staffing, as mentioned, representing $12.5 million or 68% of our total expenses, with another large piece coming from other expenses, which include overhead items such as IT, legal, audit, insurance, fleet costs, as mentioned, and other miscellaneous items totaling $3.6 million or 20%. Rounding out the remainder of expenses are utilities at 5%, that equipment intercompany at 4%, and materials and supplies at 3%. Confederation Beach Park, just to kind of highlight this, is owned by the City of Hamilton. It's managed by HCA, and the only monetary benefit to HCA in terms of a budget is the revenue received from our management fee. For the purpose of preparing the 2026 HCA operating budget, seasonal reopening of Wild Waterworks Water Park and Lakeland Pool is planned. The 2026 capital budget is composed of two areas, the first being special projects and the second being major maintenance spread across the watershed. HCA has much to maintain, with close to 100 bridges, 15 kilometers of internal roadways, 2 kilometers of boardwalk, 170 buildings, 180 kilometers of trails, and countless other items such as fencing, utilities, and gates, which we maintain. As mentioned previously, the HCA capital budget for 2026 amounts to $2.5 million, with $2 million coming from the City of Hamilton block funding and the remaining $500,000 coming from the use of HCA reserves. The capital budget will see improvements made in our conservation areas, floodplain mapping updates, and the finalization of and design of the third wetland for salt fleet conservation. So, programs and services. As a result of CA Act changes, which Lisa mentioned earlier, in 2024, we now have this chart of programs and services, and this is broken down by category with key program areas, with total expenses and revenues listed across to illustrate where our revenues and expenses fall within the inventory. HCA has 33 programs and services, which we have separately budgeted and allocated to their appropriate category and program areas. As per provincial requirements, HCA and all conservation authorities have entered into MOUs with their participating municipalities for the programs and funding in each category. So in summary, the 2026 HCA budget provides sufficient combined revenues to meet expenses, programs to maintain a healthy watershed and help protect residents and property from flooding, and climate change initiatives and continued development steps for salt fleet wetlands, and vibrant conservation areas that connect people to nature. So with that, on behalf of Lisa Burnside, Scott Peck, and myself, and all of HCA, we'd like to thank you for your continued support, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, just a gentle reminder from your chair, please direct your questions through me. Please exercise your questions first. And if you have comments, if you wouldn't mind holding those until the end so we can have a fulsome discussion. Thank you. Councillor Wayne.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. AMO and the rest of the other municipalities share in Hamilton HCA's sort of concerns on the amalgamation. I will say that other municipalities are just as outraged as we are. But I have a question around slide 17, which is the 2026 operating revenues. In it, you write the provincial funding is $204,996. So I wonder if you can just give us a sense of where that provincial funding comes from and what does it normally cover?
Through the chair, That provincial funding, generally, we get what they refer to as Section 39 funding, the Conservation Authorities Act. We get approximately, I think it's $89,000 for that, and that money's directed for our flood forecasting and warning program, dam operation and maintenance. So that takes up the bulk of that money. We also receive funds through the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and Parks for the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan and some of the COA, the Canada-Ontario agreement that we do. We do water quality monitoring within the Shidok Watercourse, Bors, Ancaster, and Spencer, looking to address water quality entering Cootes Paradise and Hamilton Harbour and addressing the BUIs. So those are really the two main sources of that provincial funding.
Okay, so thank you for that. Through you, Chair, I recognize that the chair of the HCA also said that the amalgamation of all these conservation authorities will end up being a cost factor. So I wonder if you could break down what does that really mean? Because if we're only getting so little funding from the province to begin with, and now we're amalgamating with 4 other conservation authorities, the thought process is that we would get more dollars, but obviously the intention is that we won't. So help me understand that a little bit more.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the honest truth is we just don't have enough information and details at this point with what the province has released to date. They have said that the funding model doesn't change. So from that very brief sentence, it doesn't appear that there's going to be any additional provincial funding, and the funding model is levies from municipalities, self-generated revenue, a little sliver from the province, and whatever other grants you can obtain through the federal or through your foundations or otherwise. So I think we really need more details from them if they're going to proceed, and if they are, how and what would that look like. We just don't have enough to know about what the impact and how budgets would be formulated.
Thank you for that answer. 2 more questions through you, Chair. How much collaboration or coordination do you work with the tourism, the Ontario Tourism? Because our Conservation Authority, our HCA lands are beautiful and we attract visitors from all over. So is there an opportunity to leverage any tourism dollars?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we do work closely with the Hamilton Tourism, and I think right now there's somewhat of a partnership. They're leading a waterfall master plan, so we've been participating gladly in that process. We do take part and participate with their various RTOs, and we do put in information about all of our programs, our conservation areas and experiences. We've even went to them for funding. The RTO actually did provide us with some funding for the Pasadena Trail experience as well. So we are, through the chair, we are trying to work with them as closely as possible.
Okay, thank you. My last question is future forward, I guess. I did hear that the chair of the HCA did talk about the Devil's Punch Bowl acquisition of land. So perhaps you can share with us, what is your future forward sort of thought process around land banking or any type of asset acquisition in that regard?
Through the chair, I think most of you that know the Hamilton Conservation Authority, we've had a history of land acquisition very aggressively through the 70s and 80s, particularly back in the day when there was 50 and 75 cents on the dollar coming in from the province to help with that. Without that visionary and those efforts, we wouldn't have places like the Dundas Valley and other places today. We are attempting to carry that through as best we can under a different funding model through self-generated revenue to buy lands, donations, eco-gifts, land swaps, anything that we can do. So we do have a land acquisition strategy. Our board has approved priorities. You know, in the past, we started as the Spencer Creek Conservation Authority back in the day, largely centered in the west. You're now seeing a lot more green in the east. You've seen our expansion with Salt Fleet, the Aramosa Karst Conservation Area, and we continue to actively look for lands that have been identified for priorities, how we can better connect natural heritage areas, and potentially into the future what that could mean through management and master plans if there's some public access. So it's on our radar. We're doing the best we can. We did actually pick up a parcel last year for Valens Lake, and we've got a few more things we'd be very interested in acquiring this year if possible.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Interested in, I know 3.3% is a budget increase this year. Can you just give me a sense of over the term of council for 23, 24, 25, what those increases were?
Let me reach back in my memory banks through the chair. Last year, I believe, was 3%. And prior to that, we were probably around 2.7. And we have to take a look back at any directives provided from the city for councils and agencies and boards, whatever that was, we would try to match that.
Trying to match it. Okay, thank you. And do you also have actuals?
Actual budget figures, we didn't have that in.
No, sorry, not budget figures, just your actual financial experience. So what I'm used to seeing is for a year seeing actuals in a budget, and I'm interested in seeing that through the chair. Interested in seeing that if in fact you have that available.
Okay, through the chair, I'll bring that over to our Director of Finance.
Thanks, Lisa. Through the chair, we do have actual financials. The financial statements themselves are found on the website for 2024 and onwards, and they do show a budget with actuals beside it, and as well as the prior year. But just to give you some background for yourself, we have the last number of years have had a surplus position, and it looks like we will probably better than break even this year, although not by nearly as much as in the past. But we can distribute some actuals to council if requested.
Thank you. Through the chair, if possible, would like to see that for the last 3 years, if you could provide it, and just the contrasting actuals against the budget for each of the fiscal years.
Absolutely.
Also through the chair, do you have benchmarking that you've done as well for the Conservation Authority versus other conservation authorities and what that might look like?
Yeah, through the chair, we are all unique individual organizations, and it's not really an apples to apples comparison given, you know, you've got varying number of municipalities, geographic sizes, and scale. So and maybe on certain things we could, like perhaps annual pass sales. We know we're a leader in the province on that. Conservation Halton also has a very strong annual pass program, but others, you know, either just don't have the capacity at this point or haven't looked into that as much as we have. It's really hard. We can look at things like service delivery, and we do report that through our boards for our permits and planning. There are certain things we can, but it's not an apples to apples looking organization to organization.
Thank you. Through the chair, if there is key drivers that you look to, and I know it's not the same size, not necessarily the same experience, but there may be some underlying drivers that you look at that is a good indicator of revenue and expenses, and you know, through your management, what that would look like. Be interested in seeing that in terms of just to give a sense of how we stack up across the province. Also, another way of looking at it too is I see you reference your strategy document, which I think is tremendous. Do you have a fully costed strategy?
Through the chair, you've made a couple comments there, and I would like to just say when you were talking about our revenues and expenses with other conservation authorities, there would be data available on that, kind of showing for each authority percentage of self-generated versus municipal levy, and we know we perform benchmark exceptionally well in that regard. We'd be one of the authorities with the highest amount of self-generated revenue in the province, so would Halton and some others, but for many other authorities, they're very heavily dependent on their municipal levy. They don't have the self-generated sources that we have. And sorry, your second question was?
Through the chair, it was the idea of having, I know you have a strategy because it's referenced, but not everybody fully costs their strategy, which really is the forward-looking pieces to it all, right? And, you know, maybe also indicating where we're looking in future years in terms of tax increases?
Right. So through the chair, what we've done with this strategic plan with this newer board is annually we're bringing the priorities to them for the following year based on the strategic plan and how those would be wrapped into the budget process. And quite frankly, given all the uncertainty we're in right now, it's kind of hard to look out on a longer term basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, I won't be long, but I just want to say how I miss being on that board. I remember you taking us 5-hour, 6-hour tour of all the places that you look after and all the assets that you have. And also, I just want to say that you look after 180 kilometer of trail. I want to tell you, I've been on those trails, and every time I'm on the trails, I think about all the work that you do, so thank you. My only question is, the $11 million that you generate, do you do it through fundraising or are they donations? That's my only question, and thank you.
Through the chair, so our self-generated revenue comes from a few different sources, largely driven by our conservation areas, our day use, marina, and camping. And then there could be other fees associated with our conservation areas. And then outside of what we're generating from our conservation areas, yes, we do very much look for all grants that we can apply for from any level of government or outside organization. And I, through the chair, would like to ensure everyone is aware we do have our Hamilton Conservation Foundation, which is our fundraising arm, and they generate money and directly put that back into HCA, including they fully fund the cost of our outdoor environmental education program.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just some quick questions so that we can help clarify some issues and perhaps emphasize other issues if you don't mind. This Ontario Conservation Agency Chair, I believe the province said they were going to pay for or fund it for a few years, and then after that, it's the regional conservation authorities that would pick up the tab. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, that's our general understanding. We haven't provided a lot of details yet, but that's what I understand from what's been released.
And the new conservation agency is up and running. They have the executive already there. The 62% self-generated revenue, how much of that comes from Wild Waterworks? How does that work?
So through the chair, we have a management agreement for Confederation Beach Park with the City of Hamilton. There's been a long-standing agreement, which will be up for renewal later this year, in fact. So we receive 15% on expenses. So there's a number of components to Confederation Beach Park. Wild Waterworks is one component of that. So if we look at that piece in isolation, Scott, you can confirm if I've got the number right, but probably the management fee on that would be approximately $400,000 benefit to the HCA.
But we work for the benefit.
Correct.
Thank you. Can you tell, Chair, can Lisa tell us how many visitors we're experiencing in our conservation? I know it peaked during COVID. Where do we stand now with the number of visitors that come to our conservation areas?
Through the chair, yes. I'd like to speak during COVID and the pandemic, when getting outside was one of the few things you could do. We did see a huge influx of visitors to our areas. Now, I can't give you an exact head count because there's no counter counting each person that comes in from every potential entrance. So some of these things we would have numbers through our pay and display and from some of our AutoGate information. We do have trail counters in some places, you know, where we're doing our master and management plans. Some of it's going to be a bit of an estimation. So we do estimate we still have roughly just over 1 million visitors to all of our owned and managed areas annually.
Thank you. And how many members do we have, people who actually pay to get a membership card?
Yeah, through the chair. So we have a very robust annual pass program at the Hamilton Conservation Authority where you can buy a 1 or 2 year pass to give you access to all of our areas 365 days a year. We don't close any of our conservation areas at any point. And during the pandemic, we did see a surge, and I think we could have hit the $12,000 mark. We've now kind of stabilized at just over 10,000, and we're looking to see how we can continue to maintain and even grow that.
So 10,000 members was 12,000. It's gotten down a little bit after COVID, but it's flatlined, I guess is the term.
Correct.
Thank you. My colleague to my right and Councillor Cooper asked about actuals. I was under the opinion and belief that in our financial statements, which we publish on the Conservation Authority webpage, it includes all of the actuals. So you can actually see, not to be redundant, you can see the budget, you can see the actual expenditure and the variance. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd say yes. I'm seeing a nod from our Director of Finance, sir.
Through the chair, there is no variance. It's just
Microphone.
prior year, so you could compare.
We couldn't hear you.
Through the chair, it's the budget with actuals for the year of the financial statements as well as a prior year comparable. So there isn't like a variance, but you could determine it by looking what the budget was versus that.
And the publication of our financial statements, Chair, the last question, is it current?
Through the chair, the last statements that are available are 2024 on our website, and 2025 we're working on and hope to have those by May.
Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for your attendance today and all the work that you do. I can tell you from my experience in speaking with other conservation authorities that the self-generated revenue for conservation authorities is very rare in the province of Ontario. And so we excel at that, and we are worried what will happen if it becomes a regional conservation authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On behalf of a grateful committee, appreciate your attendance and answering all the questions. Thank you for your work.
Thank
To
you.
receive this presentation, it's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kazar. Thank you. Vote in favor, sorry, show your hands, yeah. Carried. Thank you. Up next, we have the Hamilton Board of Health. I see some familiar faces coming in. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Joining us up at the podium, Dr. Elizabeth Richardson, our Medical Officer of Health, and she'll be presenting this morning.
Hello, good morning, still I believe it is. Yes, it's good to be back here at council. Do you recognize me? That's good to know, Councillor. I'm glad. So I'm very happy to be here this morning. I am just going to turn to the chair, to Councillor Kretsch, and just ask if he'd like to make a brief introduction.
Thanks very much, Dr. Richardson, and thanks again to my colleagues on the new Board of Health for electing me chair again for this year. I want to say that it's been a pretty interesting and transformative process for the Board of Health. While we don't have specific control over our budget, that remains with Council, we do everything else in terms of assisting our staff to ensure that the public is aware of issues impacting their health and delivering programs and services. Some that have surprised me. I know when we were here as councillors around the Board of Health, it was a bit of a different role. Having experts in the room with us every day who are practicing in their community, who bring professional expertise regulated by their colleges, has totally changed the kinds of conversations we have. And I've seen in the last couple of years, as we started transitioning to this model, that we've seen some unique motions, unique ideas that are, I think, both refreshing for our staff, I hope, and also probably challenging for them as we shift. There are many, many changes coming in the next year, and I think that what we're going to see is a different relationship between the Board of Health and Council as those changes emerge. And I'm really grateful for the leadership of our staff and look forward to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that introduction. And I just want to point out my colleagues are here from our leadership team sitting in the front row. Thank you very much, SLT, for making some room for us. Really appreciate that. I know it's a little bit tricky too as we go. So, as council knows well, we're all operating in an environment of, and I'm just going to make a little adjustment here because it's a little bit different. There we go. In an environment with pressure from rising service demands, population growth, and an increasingly complex set of population health needs. The community absolutely expects more transparency and accountability, which means that we need to spend more time on effective communication, on digital modernization, and on community engagement. On a policy level, senior levels of government have been asking us as well to do more with the funding that they do give us. As a result, many of our public health programs are operating at or above capacity, and our colleagues have been working hard to upskill, to work adaptably and flexibility. Since Jen Vickers-Manson left us as Chief Nursing Officer, she left with us one of the phrases about flexible, adaptable, and flexible, and that is something that we continue to live out. We developed this 2026 maintenance budget with our North Stars being to sustain core services as required under the Health Protection and Promotion Act and the Ontario Public Health Standards, focusing our resources on local multi-year priorities aimed at prevention, which in turn reduces downstream costs, responding to economic pressures by identifying efficiencies, by being flexible and adaptable, and seeking out other funding opportunities. And finally, advancing priorities for safe, healthy, and resilient communities with a focus on high-needs populations. So even though it's only been a few months since we were here under Council's full jurisdiction, I thought we'd go back and look at some of those fundamental parts of what public health is about. So we are, of course, part of the broader healthcare system, and we are here to do our part alongside primary care, the hospitals, mental health and addictions counseling, all of the services that are out there in the system. But each part of the system has its own unique scope and role that it plays. And ours in public health is really grounded in what we call a population health approach. So our work focuses upstream, as I was mentioning, to promote and prevent diseases, working to improve the health of populations as a whole, and to reduce differences in health among and between groups. In other words, we're focused on interventions that improve the health of the entire population or groups within it. And this is very different than the rest of the healthcare system that tends to focus on treatments for people at the individual level, often those who already have one or more chronic health conditions. So our core functions, disease prevention. So these are the investigations, the contact tracing, the promoting of preventative measures that we do to reduce the risk of both infectious diseases and chronic diseases. Health protection, which is reducing exposure to diseases and environmental hazards through regulatory inspections and enforcement, things like food inspections, water inspections, and tobacco inspections. Healthy public policy development and health promotion. So range of activities here, educating the public on healthy behaviors like a healthy diet, working with our community partners, and advocating for kids, for healthy policies like kids having active and safe ways to get to school. Emergency management, unfortunately, a huge part of our work over several years recently, as you know. But we prepare for both natural and for man-made disasters. So things like floods, fires, explosions, but also the infectious disease outbreaks, radioactive substance leaks, that sort of thing. And with the goal of minimizing any illness and reducing overall deaths and social disruption. Assessment and surveillance sounds like a lot of number crunching, and it is, but it's a really important part of what we do to understand the health status of our community. It's foundational to our practice, but also we provide that information to our partners within the health system and to the public and other partners to make sure that they can look at where services are needed, what needs need to be targeted, and shape better policies as well. Although we typically are focused upstream, we do provide many clinical services in our community. Some of those are typical of health units across Ontario. So things like immunizations in schools, treatment for sexually transmitted infections, dental screening and prevention for kids. Mostly those are focused on high needs populations where they're having problems accessing that care or treatment. But other things that we do are unique to Hamilton. They are things that prior boards of health, prior councils really, have chosen to do because they think that that leadership is very important for our community. And you look at alcohol, drug, and gambling services, which is, of course, addiction and mental health counseling, as well as our children's mental health services. And those are two examples of services that this council chose to provide in the past. Before we get into the financial data, I want to give you some examples of how public health investments translated into real-world health protection and promotion for residents in 2025. This first example illustrates how the value of public health investments is often seen in what does not happen. And we had the president of Public Health Ontario come and visit us earlier last year. And we were talking to him about our experience with measles. He said, how have you guys been doing? Have you had many cases? And we said, no, none at that point. And he said, pardon? And you look to the west of us and what's gone on in Grand Erie Public Health, what's gone on in Southwestern Public Health. They've had hundreds, almost 1,000 cases between them. And we had, by the end of it, only 4. And this is, he said, you have to tell this story. He said, because it so illustrates what happens when you do the work. And so it's what we do is both react to cases as well as, very importantly, work with our community, with our school boards, with our population to talk about vaccination, to address concerns and questions about what might be going on, and increase their comfort with vaccination as we move forward. So while 2025 saw these huge increases in measles cases in Ontario, and of course the loss of measles elimination status for Canada as a whole, we had no outbreaks due to, of course, the public's participation in this. This is, underscoring just how important all of that is, their participation in vaccine programs built on the backs of primary care and the work that they do every day to help ensure vaccination, especially measles, is one that's needed early on in a child's life. And of course, the work that my colleagues did around rapid and timely case and contact management. So we did follow up 471 contacts of measles cases here, making sure that they could stay well. There is some prophylaxis you can take if you're exposed and susceptible. And so we worked with our partners in the hospitals, as well as standing up clinics directly ourselves to help people get those vaccines quickly, because they only work if you get them quite quickly. We also issued notifications to the public about exposure sites so they could, know if they'd been exposed, take appropriate action if they had been. And, it does, as I was saying, rest on the back of that vaccination that goes on throughout the years, primarily delivered by primary care, but also with work done by us in working through the schools and looking to remind parents about vaccines that they may have missed, and reviewing their records and giving them further information. There is an enforcement component to that, as you may be aware, but we worked through reviewing 90,000 student vaccination records, and in the 24-25 school year, we increased from 61.7% of kids with a valid vaccination record with us to 98.9%. For all the cohorts. We weren't able to do everyone in 1 year, but in that year we did a substantial portion of our kids in schools and got the rates up of coverage that we had on hand to that. So we wanted to know, are we actually causing kids to be vaccinated, or are we just collecting records? It was a question we thought was important. And so took a deep dive on those 7-year-olds who should be fully vaccinated by then, and found that we did indeed see an 8.9% increase from 81.4% to 90.3%. So those were kids that hadn't been vaccinated that now were vaccinated as a result of the work. And that's really important with a disease like measles, which is very, very infectious, to get those numbers up. So that also helps us, because one of our jobs is, if there is a measles case in a school, is then to look at whether or not kids that are susceptible should be excluded from the school. And kids that are susceptible are some kids whose families have chosen not to vaccinate, but they're also kids who can't get vaccinated, or they have cancer or some other immune disease or something like that. And they're at risk of severe disease as a result of being exposed. If we know about the records, we can make sure that as many as possible kids stay in school, only those that need to be out are out, and reduce the disruption for kids in schools as well. We know really well how the early years have a big impact on an individual's lifelong health and well-being, not to mention avoiding the need for costly treatments and interventions down the road. Healthy and resilient babies and children are more likely to grow into healthy teens and adults. Investments in services that support families, such as Public Health's Healthy Babies, Healthy Children and nurse-family partnership programs, foster equitable and culturally safe social and physical environments essential to building healthy, supportive families in our community. We completed 6,781 screens with families in 2024. This lets us detect early risks and connects families to programs and services both before the baby is born and after the baby is born. Through a series of home visits by a public health nurse, clients are supported to work on their own personal goals, such as healthy attachment with their newborn, parenting skills, and their own self-care. In 2024, our nurses conducted 2,060 home visits, assisting vulnerable families and offering support for caregivers and infants to strengthen the protective factors needed for healthy growth and development. And of course, those supports go on through the life course. So, for example, our dental hygienists screen kids in school for any urgent dental needs. When a concern is identified, they reach out to parents, and if they're not able to pay for treatment, they help enroll that child in Healthy Smiles Ontario, which is a program that allows them to receive free dental care. Preventive care like checkups and cleanings is available afterwards as well. In 2025, across all of our public health dental programs, staff provided 8,163 dental appointments, including those for adults and the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program. So most of you, I think, will know about the inspections that are carried out by my colleagues. These help protect our residents and make food, water, and public spaces safer. In 2025, we completed 8,397 food and water inspections, reducing outbreaks and avoiding costly investigations, avoiding business closures, and potentially hospitalizations from foodborne illness. 2,058 tobacco inspections were carried out, protecting the health of our residents from first and secondhand smoke. And we completed 3,794 health hazard and vector-borne disease, as well as 1,418 infection prevention and control inspections, reducing the risk of exposure to infectious diseases as well as health hazards, and proactively managing those, making sure environments are safe for vulnerable groups. Just want to mention the picture there is, from Supercrawl and many of the great festivals and special events that happen in and around Hamilton. And they're a great example of just the complexity. You know, we think of inspections as just going in and taking a look at how things are going and making sure that, that things are okay according to a checklist. But for each of these, they require a risk assessment as well as inspections in order to prevent foodborne illness. So our inspectors collaborate with SEAT, with the Special Events Advisory Team. They assess how food is served to the public. They determine the need for education, inspection, or both, and they promote safe food handling practices through the organizer and vendor education programs that they put on, pre-event meetings, and of course back to that risk assessment. And risk really varies with these types of events. You can imagine the different types of food, the complexity of the food preparation that may be happening there. Very unique settings, and then it's looking at the duration of the event. How big is it? How many people will be there? The number of vendors, the past history of foodborne illness on these sites. Are there municipal services like clean drinking water and toilets available? Are there vendors that are already routinely inspected, which we trust them to continue to carry out things well? So these tailored preparatory and on-site inspections support our community to gather and to celebrate safely, and again, protect business from costly closures and residents, of course, from foodborne illness. So I think you are well acquainted with the idea that there's always more to do than there are resources to do it. And so prioritizing to guide resource allocation is essential. We use these multi-year priorities, and in fact, the last time you would have heard about them as council, they are not all that different this year coming into 2026. These are, of course, complex, long-standing challenges that require collective action, not just by public health, but by many within the city and by the community as a whole. So we go through, review our priorities annually, look at updated data, emerging needs, changes in public expectations, and new evidence to make sure we're focused on the right things. Our board members told us how equity needs to be integrated across all of our priorities, how we need to demonstrate impact with measurable outcomes and stronger accountability. They asked for clear, accessible communication and branding to build public trust, and a desire to work with the city on embedding public health considerations into citywide planning and decision-making. So all of this went in to inform the renewal of our 26 to 29 priorities, which are child and youth healthy growth and development, climate-related health risks, and substance use prevention. The feedback that we got from the board also led to the reframing of some of the work as foundational principles that underpin all of our daily work on all of our teams. So it's how we plan, how we deliver services, how we work with consistency, integrity, and accountability, no matter the program area. And so these were reframed as two main foundational principles. The first is equity-driven public health and upholding Indigenous inherent rights. Health equity is recognized as foundational in the Ontario Public Health Standards, as is meaningful relationships, engagement, and reconciliation with Indigenous communities. The second principle is organizational capacity, which is about strengthening the systems, workforce, and infrastructure that support all public health services. So you've heard me talk a little bit about our flexible and adaptable workforce. And this has been really key as we've been responding to issues like measles, like expanded mandates that we get from the province around expanded RSV vaccine programs, those sorts of things. And so my colleagues have been working hard to make sure that they are fully skilled and able to flex amongst work areas to meet demand as it changes. We're also looking at how digital modernization, strengthening data and records management can increase efficiency, accessibility, transparency, ultimately productivity, preparedness, and customer experience. So now I'm going to get into the numbers. And so you'll know that the board met yesterday and did make some changes to the budget. The detail is, it was a little too quick for us to get the detail in throughout, but I do have the one important change here flagged at the bottom of this slide. And so the overall Board of Health budget is still at $65.5 million, which represents a $1.4 million or 2.1% increase in gross expenditures over 2025. You know that the revenue to pay for these services comes in the form of provincial and federal subsidies and grants. $2.3 million is projected to come from general fees and other revenue as well. And with the review that the board did yesterday, the levy request has now been updated, and instead of the $18.72 million that was there is now $18.51 million, and an increase of, instead of 5.7%, it's now down to 4.5%. I did just want to draw attention as well that what we had shown previously back in September looked back at what this council had last seen for 2026. And so that was a projection at that time of a 2.3% increase in gross and a 7.1% increase in the net levy. So just want to say again, the work that staff have done, that leadership has done in order to review those costs and bring those down further. So they've looked at vacant positions. We've looked at returning surplus equipment. We've looked at that flexibility and adaptability as being a very key way that we can maintain services, but still look at meeting changing needs as they come up. Operating budget drivers, so as I said, this hasn't yet been adjusted, but looking at this piece, you can see here the major drivers are compensation and benefits is by far the most, the largest expense that is increasing. Operating expenses to some extent. We have had reductions in contractual services through this year, and as well some reductions in impact due to general fees as well as subsidy. These are some charts that help, we provide to you every year that help to understand where those expenditures largely go to And so here on the left-hand side, you see our gross expenditures of $65.5 million. By far, it is the people providing the service that are the greatest cost. That is what we do, whether it's home visits, inspections, the data crunching, that is all done by staff. And so 80% of our costs go to employee-related cost, 16% to operating expenses, and $2.5 million to contractual with other organizations or individuals who help to provide services. On the revenue side, you can see, again, primarily our subsidy comes from the province with about 66%. Property taxes pay about 29% of overall costs within public health services. Fees do generate about 3% of the revenue that is used, and federal grants in this year accounted for about 1.4 million or 2%. Thought we would break down this a little bit further, and if you'll indulge me for 1 second, I'm just going to take you back to this busy slide again for one moment. So we tried hard this year to really look at breaking down our budget in a different way, in ways that we thought would help make it more understandable. So our base mandatory funded programs that the province asked us to do under the Health Protection Promotion Act are, and funded through the Ministry of Health, are here at this first blue line. And so you'll see here that the net levy costs that fund those are at 16.2 million, or which is about 765,000 higher than last year. Usually you don't see this breakdown for all of our other programs and services. So you'll remember I said that our municipality has over time decided to add additional services. And so these are the additional services that the municipality has chosen to provide. Healthy Babies, Healthy Children is the exception. It's a bit of an outlier, so we had to decide which chart to spell it out in. We spelled it out in this one. It is a mandated program, but largely provincially funded. And so for each of these, prior boards, prior councils have elected to supplement the funding for these to maintain services within the community. There are also just strictly municipally funded programs that the municipality provides. Our dental treatment program is a substantial one at $978,000. So this is the adult-focused dental program. The child-focused and seniors-focused are funded by other levels of government, but this one is funded municipally. The pest control complaint inspections are actually moving over to municipal law enforcement, which we're really glad for, to see that combined and the synergies that can be got from that, and that happens on February 1st. And then physician recruitment and retention are dollars that are provided to the Greater Hamilton Health Network for that purpose, and then finally residential care facilities inspections. There is one capital budget item that you are seeing in your overall capital requests. This is included, I believe, still, Grace, within the block funding for healthy and safe communities. And this is for the purchase of a replacement air pointer unit for air quality monitoring. This is one of 2 air pointer units that is owned by the city, and unfortunately it's reached its end of life and is no longer operational. And that is the end.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. We have some questions. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Dr. Richardson, thank you for the presentation. I have 4 basic questions. And obviously for my 6 colleagues that serve on the new hybrid Board of Health, it may seem redundant, but since I haven't seen or engaged with you for about a year now, I hope you don't mind, and I hope they're in order. The Seniors Dental Program, great to see it, still within your budget. If I recall, that's the mobile program that gets around across our entire city. Can you just give me some status update? What's the uptake? And hopefully it's been as successful as we had launched several years ago under former Director Jen Vickers-Manson. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair. So yes, absolutely. It is still up and running and continues along. I'm going to turn it over to now Director and Chief Nursing Officer Julie Prieto to give you a few more details.
Thank you and good morning, and through you, Chair, to the councillor. So yes, we do continue to operate the Ontario Seniors Dental Program, and it is run both through the mobile bus unit that we have that goes to different locations in the city, and in our brick and mortar clinics as well, with hours on Upper James and in the East End as well, in Centennial there. As far as numbers go, I will see if I can grab them for you, Councillor. I will say that the team has worked very hard because we did have a wait list, and so that wait list is significantly down, and I think we have something like 16 remaining individuals. So lots and lots of work has been done over the year, this year in particular, over 2025, to really work on those numbers and making sure that we get seniors connected to care. And I think one of the successes of the program is the ability for individuals to access it through both mobile services and the brick and mortar clinics as well.
Thanks, Director Prieto. That's a very encouraging word. Sounds like everybody that needs to be accommodated has been, and let's continue with the excellent program. I was always a big supporter of that. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, the hookah lounge contentious debate between yourself, maybe Director McDonald, just an update, if I recall. There were several establishments in our city were carrying on illegal activity against the bylaw. Just wondering if you could give us some update as to the status of that. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. That progresses along. I'll turn to Director McDonald to address that.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor. As you are aware, that municipal bylaw had a installation education awareness period during its first year of operation. Staff are now routinely inspecting what remain. There are approximately 9 that we are aware of, premises in the city of Hamilton that have been offering water pipe smoking to their patronage. We have seen part 1, and we're working our way through, I think, a second wave of part 3 charges, and are working closely with our colleagues in municipal law enforcement concerning the implications around their licensing status.
Okay, I'm encouraged to hear that as well, Director. Thank you very much. Third question. So let me be clear now, Dr. Richardson, with the new hybrid board. You only are presenting to us today 29% of your global budget, which is all I, as a member of council, not being on the board, have control over and have some decision-making over. The other 66% you showed on your graphic is entirely with the hybrid Board of Health, and that's ultimately with the 13 of them to make the decision, and I have no say whatsoever. Clarify for me if I'm right or wrong or in between. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair. So when it comes to the new semi-autonomous board and council, I mean, ultimately, and you'll have heard me say this last year as this was rolling out, the most important part of this is the collaboration between the board and council in terms of how it works going forward. So there are various items that are under the jurisdiction of council, such as the selection of the MOH, the selection of the auditor for the board, and then there are other things that belong wholly with the board. And so when it comes to this budget piece, it is the board that sets the overall budget for what is under Hamilton Public Health, and then the levy comes for consideration of council.
So I think you gave me a wonderful theoretical professional answer. So for this simpleton, I really only have control over the 29% on the levy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Last question. I alerted you and all my colleagues in the last 24-hour budget, Chair Wilson. If I recall a year ago during the very controversial recommendation by the quasi-Board of Health about the tailgate parties that created a lot of acrimony in the community. After that, I think between Councillor Clark and I, we asked, commissioned, if you will, with council support, who in the future does what? What does the Board of Health have control over policy-wise, bylaw-wise, program-wise, and where should they not be intercepting and intervening that council still has control over entirely? So do you want to give me an answer? Was that still between you and City Solicitor Shields? I just want to know an update because it seems to be a year and the delineation for me is still blurry. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please. That's my last question.
Through the chair. So just as a reminder that at the point in time where the municipal alcohol policy was being reviewed, that was work that public health had been asked to take on behalf of City Council, and we continued to be under council itself as the board. And so when we were reporting back on that work, it was coming through committee to be addressed by the council as a whole at that point. And so as we went forward with the new arrangement with the Samia Thomas Board and with council, we had to step back and look at the work that we were doing that was really under the council's jurisdiction and look at work that would continue to be under the board's jurisdiction. And so by and large, as I said earlier, that is, all of the stuff under the Health Protection Promotion Act. I shouldn't say by and large, because you said earlier I wasn't quite clear. So it is the work under the Health Protection and Promotion Act. It is the work under the Ontario Public Health Standards. That is all the mandate of the board. Items that council may ask for input on, that remains the jurisdiction of council. And so we're just in the process of splitting out what was there before and what was there afterwards. And then we'll be bringing back to say to each, okay, these pieces are coming through to council and these pieces will come through to the board. So overall, City Solicitor Shields has been working to develop a report that outlines those policy, who's responsible for what policy areas. And I believe she's planning on bringing that back to the board, to council in Q2. And we are hoping to do a parallel report to the board at about the same time. But I'll just turn to Solicitor Shields to see if she has anything to add.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. City Solicitor, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. That is correct. We are working together. We have a steering committee that I sit on with Dr. Richardson, and we have a report that we're preparing to go parallel with her report to the board around jurisdictional issues so that there's clarity for council and the board.
Thank you. So I'll just wrap up a comment. So for me, Dr. Richardson, it may be crystal clear for you, the delineation. It's still fuzzy for me, and I'm sorry. So I'm looking forward to the collaborative report so that I clearly know where the new Board of Health should be stepping into and looking after, and where council still has a preeminence. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Doctor, would the budget increases that you've had over this term of council be fairly reflective of what the overall increases have been? Like, I'm just wondering, like previous years, what was your increases coming in at?
Through the chair, so we did, I'll confess, we did hear your question earlier, and so thanks to Miriam, who pulled together some numbers for us and took a peek at it. So over this term of council, we have usually had increases in our budget, which would be in the $1.4 to $1.6 million range. The exception to that is twofold. One, in 2024, when our budget would have increased by that amount, but we used reserves and other funding to offset that, and so came in that year at about $670,000, I think it was. And then this year we're coming in ultimately at $802,000. So we're actually lower this year than we typically have been over the last couple of years, last term of council.
And drawing on reserves to do it this year as well?
No, so this year it's a combination of the review work that my team has done, looking at where they can find further efficiencies. And it's a result of subsidy and other revenues that's come in from elsewhere.
Okay. In terms of benchmarking, when you benchmark, if you want to say, our Board of Health against other similar jurisdictions, do you do that? And if you do, is it available through the chair?
Through the chair. So benchmarking in public health has a complicated history, and it's a bit challenging. We have really good data on disease rates and those sorts of things, immunization rates across the board. But for a variety of reasons, it's been difficult to get a body to bring together all of the data when it comes to other measures that you might expect. So we do often go out and ask people, have you got some information? Are you okay if we include them in a report? And unfortunately, there have been boards that have not wanted to share that information. So what we present is what we're able to gather together. I know that Public Health Ontario has this as a focus going forward, is looking at performance management and CQI, continuous quality improvement, to say what can we look at together and have a more fulsome sharing. So it's a bit of a mix. There's some when it comes to disease rates and vaccination rates and that sort of thing. There's not on other factors, unfortunately, except for what we're able to gather from colleagues and that they're willing to share publicly when we're using it in reports.
Thank you. And so realizing we don't have that benchmarking, how do we know where our performance is? Like if we're, middle of the herd or, exceptional or lagging, like how could you give us some comfort and tell us where we are in that spectrum through the chair?
Through the chair, it's a challenge. I mean, there are those of us, many of us in the field would very much like somebody have been asking for somebody to take this piece on. The Municipal Benchmarking Initiative looked at it, but not all health units are part of municipalities. Most of them are not, yes. And they have similar challenges when it comes to getting agreement and things across various jurisdictions in any case. So what we look at are often those disease rates or through evaluations that are published. Several health units will publish their evaluations. And so we looked at those. We look broader than Ontario. We look at information that comes from other parts of Canada. But there again, public health and how it's organized in Canada differs a lot across. And so we look for whatever comparators that we can find. We look at our own performance over time, and we look at feedback that we get from our people who use our services to look at how are we doing, are we meeting your needs, and make adjustments. So we pull in what we can, but we don't have that benchmarking data the way we might like.
Thank you. My last question is really around actuals. Interested in whether you have actuals, and if you do, if you have them for the term of council from 23, 24, 25, contrasted against the budget that for those given years that you had proposed.
So through the chair, actuals are something we would all like to have about now. As you know, we're part of, from a systems perspective, we're part of the city, and so we are just going through with our colleagues in finance, uploading, clarifying, cleaning all the data related to the last several years. So we have informal work that has been done on those. I can tell you historically, we usually come in, we don't overspend by any means. We usually have a small savings. On the informal work that we've done to date for 24, which is the year we have gotten the furthest on, we again have a very small savings based on what information we have so far. So that's what we have at this point in terms of this term of council, and that's where we generally sit.
Chair, I know my time's up. I have one more question. Want me to go back on? Or there's nobody else on the list.
You're the only one, so please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So when we think of something like reserves, okay, so we rely on reserves. It sounds like it's a management tool. Many of the presentations today have talked to. But when we don't know what our numbers are, how do we know how much we have in reserves? Like how do we, because it seems like it's critical in terms of how many departments and agencies work around the city. Maybe can you give me your thoughts on how you manage that?
Through the chair. So when it comes to reserves specifically, public health has virtually no reserves.
Okay.
So we have one for a conference that we run it's called the Upwind Downwind Conference. It's a leadership sort of conference around air quality. And so that is really an entity unto itself in terms of it's just, taking money from one year to the next and doing the things that you need to do to run the conference. The other reserve that we have had was funded some time ago and was a small reserve, a few $100,000 that was designed to be available in the case of an emergency. So if we needed to do some emergency response and needed some extra funds, it would be there. So that is the reserve that in 2024 was exhausted and spent. And so we basically have no reserves left except for that small upwind, downwind one for the conference. So while we, absolutely agree, it's great to have actuals. We're going through this process and, rebuilding as well as we can. For us, when it comes to reserves, it's pretty much a moot point in any case, and then we'll get the others as soon as the city is able to give it to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. The prerogative of the chair. I always appreciate the questions about benchmarks, but your opinion on the role of population health in informing benchmarks and probably perhaps distinguishing some of the challenges and opportunities presenting itself in terms of doing a pan Board of Health comparison. So in Hamilton, we know we have a 23-year life expectancy differential. We have a huge differential in health outcomes, education outcomes, and income in the lower city Code Red neighborhoods compared to elsewhere. Would you like to speak perhaps very briefly to the role of population health in public health in informing benchmarks? Please and thank you.
So it is, as you note, it's one of the challenges in terms of doing that work. So whenever we're looking at comparators, whether it's on a health issue or it's on things like performance and whatnot, you have to take those pieces into account. You have to understand the needs of the population in terms of how well you're able to address them. And so, and how much it costs in order to do that. There are some indices and whatnot that have been developed over time that are meant to assist with that, which is very helpful. But it's interesting because even when we look at it on the disease side of the world, what people like, or groups like Public Health Ontario or other academic groups do is then they tend to cluster together municipalities or health units or whatever the unit of jurisdiction they're using to look at, who's similar, so we can compare people who are similar. And what I would note is over my 30-year career, those groupings have changed. And so they're not even stable because things shift amongst those different municipalities. So at one time, Hamilton was lumped in with the North, because we were more similar to the North. And I'm thinking to myself, well, we're quite different from the North. I'm a Northerner. I grew up in Cochrane and Timmins. Yeah, this is good weather. But I couldn't believe that we would be grouped with them. And then we were grouped with Windsor and with those groups. And then at other times we've been grouped with Waterloo and Cambridge and Halton and areas around ourselves. And so in other words, it's not a stable piece. It's not a thing you can take for granted. You have to, analysis by analysis, look at those factors and what really makes sense. And I think that's too part of what's made that benchmarking difficult to do.
Thank you. There are no further questions or comments. Thank you again for your presentation. And just a footnote of a reminder that Dr. Richardson was named the Hamilton's 2021 RBC Citizen of the Year. Thank you very much.
That's digging back. Thank you.
I appreciate your tenure here and your commitment to this community's public health. Folks, we are an hour behind schedule. I'm going to suggest we break for 5 minutes. We have a lot of talent waiting on the bench, and so I'd like to get everybody back here, and we can get right into the Hamilton Police Service budget, but we do have to receive this recommendation, moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Hands up or down? It's carried. Thank you. 5-minute break, moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Hands up. Thank you. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Don't make me chase you. Good afternoon. Chair Robertson, will you be introducing the folks from the Hamilton Police Service, or would you like me to acknowledge those who I have down?
You can acknowledge them, and then I'll do an introduction if that's okay.
Okay, joining you today from the Hamilton Police Service, of course, we have Chief of Police Frank Bergen. We have Paul Hamilton, Deputy Chief, Ryan Diodati, Deputy Chief, Duncan Robertson, Director of Finance, and Jackie Penman, mother of a famous soccer player, Manager of Corporate Communications. The floor is yours.
Through the chair, thank you for having us here today and council. It's wonderful to see everyone again. And as you know, I sent out a letter in August to extend an invitation to meet with each and every councillor and that wasn't on the board. And that happened. I couldn't get schedules sorted out with Councillor Beattie. And so I didn't have an opportunity to meet with him, but the rest of you I did. But not Alex Wilson, he didn't respond, but the rest of you I think I've had a conversation with, and I'm grateful for your time in that case. As you know, I'm Don Robertson, and I am chair of the Police Service Board for 2026 as of last Thursday. And on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for having myself and Chief Bergen attend today's GIC meeting to present the 2026 Police Service Board budget. As you're aware, the committee safety and public policing legislation, how the board governs the service, and how the service then operationalizes policies set in place by the board to provide adequate and effective police services in Hamilton. Our budget committee held 4 public meetings in 2025. The budget committee was made up of myself, Member Kretsch, Member Padullo, Sean Padullo, and Member Pauls. On November 27th, the Budget Committee, November 27th, the 2025 Budget Committee presented its 2026 budget recommendations to the board as a whole for consideration. The committee had approved the recommended budget increase of 7.37 over last year's budget. During our discussions, Member Kretsch made a motion to reduce the budget by about 1.2 million with no directives but suggestions on how some of those savings could be attained. That was defeated. Councillor Spadafora actually asked for a larger increase at that meeting, and that was approved, and the budget was dropped by about $1.25 million, which resulted in a final budget ask of 6.18. That's close. I only got one contact in, so I'm sorry, it's 6.81. You guys knew that. It was just a little check to make sure you're paying attention. You know, I run into a lot of people. You decide that you want to do some work, and you take on the Police Service Board, and that work is important in our community. And I hear people sometimes say, you know, seems like crime is down. A lot of the major crime is starting to drop, and they talk about spending money. But I can give you an analogy, since I'm in my 5th decade of selling real estate, that when I advertise a lot and I'm really busy, I find that when I quit advertising, I'm not as busy. So there's a reason that we are where we are, and reductions generally don't provide the same results. It doesn't in my business, and in general practice, I don't think it happens in any business. So with that said, I'll turn things over to Chief Bergen to present the details of the 2026 budget. I will be available if you have any questions of me as well. Chief Bergen.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I am pleased to present this year's Hamilton Police Service budget, a blueprint which outlines our commitment to ensuring a safe, inclusive, and resilient community. It builds on evidence-based strategies, focused investments, and strong community partnerships to address both emerging challenges and long-standing priorities in public safety. Our focus is clear: innovation, accountability, and prevention, with target investments in key priority areas. Development of the 2026 budget and the operating capital budget began internally in April of 2025. This included an environmental scan to identify any potential pressures, emerging best practices in policing, and opportunities for efficiencies. We also conducted a line-by-line review of submissions, contrasted historical spending patterns, examined pressures from our workload demand, and evoked considerations for strategies to provide more efficient service delivery. Our service complies with the city's budgetary requirements, specific to the use of multi-year budget forecasting and charting a 10-year capital plan. Our line-by-line budget is also publicly available on our website. In terms of process, and I thank the chair for already leading that foundation, the board did meet. The board budget committee meeting did meet 4 times to review the budget beginning in September. The budget was approved by the board on November 27th, and as we've already heard, at that board meeting, there was a request to get an additional reduction of $1.25 million. Hamilton Police also received the mayoral directive in early October, so this directive was incorporated into the budget deliberations. The directive is clear in its intent to prioritize affordability while continuing to invest in infrastructure, community safety, and well-being. Today, you'll hear how we provide community safety and well-being. When we talk about this year's budget, there are 4 main pillars we have focused on. Firstly, we are responding to community demand. Calls for service continue to rise, and our community's needs are becoming more complex. We commit to deploying the people and the resources required to respond accordingly and effectively. Secondly, we are sustaining our core services, making sure we meet the standards and responsibilities outlined in the Community Safety and Policing Act and continue delivering levels of service and professionalism our community demands. Thirdly, we continue to prioritize, reflect, and pivot in our commitment to finding efficiencies, looking for smarter ways to work, building capacity within the service, and making every dollar count. And finally, we are leveraging our reserves strategically. That means existing funds where we can to help reduce pressures on the tax base while still investing in what is needed to keep Hamilton safe. These measures have been cornerstones in this year's budget process. As Chief, I am tasked to provide adequate and effective policing, which includes the following core policing functions: crime prevention, law enforcement, assisting victims, public order, and emergent response. This 2026 budget proposal delivers adequate and effective policing consistent with community needs, values, and expectations. 73% of the budget is dedicated towards law enforcement and crime prevention. 14% to governance and administration, 9% to infrastructure and asset management, and 4% to emergency response and public order, thereby fulfilling our mandate as dictated by the Community Safety and Policing Act. Our budget approach has been developed and appropriately resourced to prepare our service to reflect the realities of policing the City of Hamilton today, tomorrow, and into the future. This is what our service and our community looks like today. At this time, our service continues to experience a steady rise in demand, with 31% increase over the past 5 years. This translates to 1 call every 63 seconds. This growing demand has significantly impacted our capacity to be where we need to be. Officers moving from call to call with minimal discretional time for proactive policing. We are stuck in the reactive realm. Ideally, we should strive for meaningful proportion of officer time to be available for proactive work. 20% is the policing model standard. At present, our deployment model is experiencing only 3% availability for proactive initiatives in an environment that is asking for more police visibility, as stated in surveys and with counselor and personal interactions and community town halls. To understand what this means for safety across our city, it is important to look at the crime trends that are shaping these demands. These trends help explain where pressures are coming from, how our resources are being used, and why continued strategic investments are necessary moving forward. For example, while overall youth crime is trending downwards, youth violent crime has increased by nearly 37%. Robberies, auto thefts, weapons, and bear spray. Most recently, this was underscored by the tragic Brazen case involving a 17-year-old was arrested for connection of the death of an innocent bystander. An accused who ended Belinda's life because he thought it was okay to pick up a firearm and settle a score. We are also confronted with significant rise in hate-motivated incidents. Hate crime has increased by 179% over the last 5 years, reflecting growing tensions and vulnerabilities within our community. These incidents have a deep and lasting impact, not only on individuals targeted, but on the broader sense of safety and cohesion across this city. This trend underscores the need for continued community partnerships, reporting opportunities, agile investigation approaches, and robust prevention strategies. Motor vehicle fatalities have remained stable over the past few years, with a high of 24 fatalities in 2022. This highlights the critical importance of a continued focus on and collaboration towards road safety for the betterment of all members of this community. We have seen real progress this year in reducing shootings, 20 in 2024 and 33 in 2025. We've also seen a great reduction in homicides, with a high of 20 in 2021 and only 7 in 2025. At the same time, we continue to take many illegal guns off our streets. In fact, officers are coming across firearms during routine traffic stops every day. This tells us two things. The work we're doing is making a difference, and the risks our officers are facing continue to evolve. Beyond crime trends, our officers are responding to an increasing number of complex calls related to social pressures. Issues related to homelessness, harm reduction, and mental health account for 40% of all publicly generated calls for service. These calls require time, care, and a specialized response, and they continue to place substantial expectations on our frontline personnel. Community safety isn't about the numbers, it's also about how people feel in their neighborhoods. The results of our 2025 Community Safety Survey are important. This survey, conducted by Wilfrid Laurier University, gives us a clear look at how Hamilton residents perceive safety across the city. Even though crime is down in several key areas, people are still worried about things like social disorder, open drug use, and property crime. These day-to-day experiences shape how safe people feel. The perception of safety isn't just about driving crime numbers down. It's also about making sure people feel safe where they live, work, and spend time. One of the strongest messages we heard is the importance of seeing officers, feeling that connection, and their sense of community safety improves. Visibility matters. Engagement matters. It changes how people feel. We've been intentional about where we are investing by establishing units like the Rapid Intervention Support Team, our Special Constable Wagon Deployment and Hospital Offload, the Shooting Response Team, the Missing Persons Unit, and really important, the Order Offender Management Unit. We strive to be where we need to be, address the complex emerging issues of a large city, and continue to collaborate and engage in meaningful partnerships. Dedicated units with subject matter experts have resulted in stronger support for victims, enhanced offender management, and better investigative outcomes, and more effective responses overall. These investments, specialized units, the extra support, and overwatch for frontline officers is a focus putting the right people in the right roles at the right time, are not just organizational changes. They are making a real impact on community safety, and we see that in the evidence-based data. The Crime Severity Index, which measures the seriousness of crime in our city, indicates we are trending in the right direction. Overall crime severity is stable, with only a small variance over the last 5 years, which can be attributed to what we see every day, the social disorder on our streets. Conversely, violent crime severity is actually down by more than 7%. 7%. That is not seen in other jurisdictions in this province. That tells us that the strategic decisions we have been making are having a positive effect here in Hamilton. But even these marginal improvements, there are still areas which require our attention. Intimate partner violence. This city declared gender-based violence an epidemic in 2023. As a service, we feel the weight of that every single day. Cases are complex, they are high risk, and the consequences are life-altering, not just for victims, but for families and communities. Deferred during the budget cycle, deferred in 2025, we are again this year asking for the creation of the dedication of an intimate partner violence unit. 20 officers and 1 civilian built around a trauma-informed, victim-centered approach. This specialized team will be centered and made focused on better support for the victim, a stronger offender management focus, and improving court outcomes. This targeted investment will allow us to respond effectively to the issues our community has identified as a priority, as well as free up those frontline patrol officers so they can spend more time in their beat neighborhoods. We will also continue to invest in the evidence-based strategies where our resources will have the most impact, core patrol. The data from the Division 1 investment in foot patrol officers demonstrated a measurable decrease in both calls for service and reported crime in the deployment grid. These results are hard to ignore. When we say the investment work, we're not just guessing, we are basing that on quantifiable outcomes. Subsequently, we are proposing an expansion of the core patrol model in Division 2 and in Division 3. This model will give officers the time and space to be proactive. This will also meet what we hear at every town hall and those interactions I have with each and every one of you. Chief, why don't I see police? I don't see police because 3% of our time is proactive. We are held again to a reactive model. We have to be creative. We have to shift that. We have to have officers on foot, on bicycle, to be visible, to engage with people where they are. This is consistent with what we heard at the Community Safety Survey. People feel safer when they see officers in their neighborhood. Expanding Core Patrol gives our officers a chance to solve problems and shift from a reliance on a reactive response to a balance incorporating crime management principles and investing in proactive initiatives. This next slide shows the combined gross expenses and revenue in our proposed 2026 Hamilton Police Service budget. The total budget sits at $289 million. The $38.1 million increase includes $26.9 million in operating costs and $11.2 million in capital expenses. It is important to remember when we talk about the final amount that needs to be funded through property taxes, we don't start with this total number. We first subtract every other revenue source, grants, fees, development charges, reserve transfers, and the recoveries from the city, which provides us for many of its own obligations. Once all that is taken into account, the net amount we are requesting from the city is $239 million, which represents a 6.81% increase. External revenues, meaning all grants and service fees combined, make up only about 5% of our total budget. Police services in Ontario have very limited avenues to generate revenue outside of property taxes because the legislation simply does not allow it. These are pressures we are required to manage, but unlike many other sectors, we do not have the tools to offset these costs. We have a role in Vision Zero, education, enforcement, and engineering, and again, we receive nothing from those revenues that are generated from these 71% contributions to the POA. Our proposed 2026 budget focuses on 5 main cost drivers: sustaining core services, responding to community demand, recruitment and retention, navigating tariffs, and investing in technology and infrastructure. But even before we opened our book in April of 2025, we start with a 4.2% pressure subject to our collective agreement obligations. As a people-first organization, 93% of our budget supports our members, the officers and civilian professionals who deliver police services, customer service, and calm within many communities every day. We are investing in areas that reflect current community priorities, establishing the Intimate Partner Violence Unit to provide 24/7 dedicated support to victims and survivors of intimate partner violence. We have over 6,500 calls and investigations per year. I have Aaron Greiver here from Mission Services Innismuch House, who has reminded me over the last 3 years, 38,000 calls for service for victims of domestic violence and the impact that has on our women's shelters. Thank you for the amazing work you do and the good counsel you give our command every day at our Women's Advisory Panel. Thank you. Expanding Core Patrol to strengthen our community response and proactive agility, and continuation of the board-approved 10-year human capital plan to manage growing calls for service and staff retention challenges. Investing in recruitment and retention addresses the ongoing challenges of attracting and keeping skilled staff. In addition, the impact of WSIB benefit pressures, member wellness supports, retraining and reintegration strategies align with our recruitment and retention initiatives, coupled with enhanced training programs to meet new legislative requirements. It's not lost on me that I had those one-on-one conversations with the majority of you. You do understand the impacts of the 2016 legislation on post-traumatic stress. That presumptive legislation has an impact on this service, which really speaks to about 10% of our membership is not at work. We must make sure that we invest in member wellness and give them the opportunities for reintegration and retraining and return to work. We leverage existing funds to address investments in technology and infrastructure to improve efficiencies, accountability, and officer safety. We also adhere to the city's review of our asset management plan, and we thank them for identifying our past good life of our central station and working with Ray Kessler, who was here earlier, in order to make sure that we have the opportunity to be ready to police this city in the future. And like many organizations, we are feeling the impact of rising tariffs on equipment, supplies, and fleet. We continue to hear the public concern about the rising police budgets, and it's important to provide context. Over the past 5 years, Hamilton Police Service net budget increases, and this is for you, Councillor Cooper, because I've heard that question each time somebody is standing up here. The Hamilton Police Service net budget increases have averaged 5%, which is consistent with other core services such as transportation and fire, and well below increases seen in transit, paramedics, and housing at 17%. In fact, for each of the past 5 years, the Hamilton Police Service net budget increase has been lower than the overall City of Hamilton's net budget increase, demonstrating our commitment and understanding to the fiscal responsibilities, but more importantly, maintaining public safety in this city. When compared to other major municipal police services, Hamilton Police budget increases rank among the lowest. We are second lowest in the Big 12 police service comparator groups, higher only than London. But London last year was at 8.8%. So again, it's all relative. It is important to note that Toronto and Ottawa have benefited from significant external funding from all levels of government to help sustain those lower increases, including in Ottawa's case, a proportionate share of the Provincial Offences Act revenues, and red light cameras. Despite ongoing pressures, we have managed responsibly through the prudent fiscal oversight, tight control of discretionary spending, strategic use of reserves to advance key priorities, and careful staging of capital projects to align with realistic cash flows and reinvestment needs. When we start our deliberation in April, I have all my commanders will tell me what they want. And we have those conversations, and with the stability and the guidance of 4 budget subcommittees and an amazing police services board, we make sure that we can articulate what we need to provide adequate and effective policing. Our preliminary budget was presented to the budget subcommittee with an increase of 9.48%. During the board's budget deliberations, the figure was reduced to 7.37%. As indicated, and I thank the chair for his introduction, the draft budget was presented to the board. It was further reduced by $1,025,000, resulting in a final increase of 6.81%. That figure being presented today. In closing, we are recommending a 6.81 budget increase, a proportion and a proposal that reflects the investments required to maintain public safety, deliver adequate and effective service, support our members, and continue to respond to the growing complex needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder, please address your questions through me. Please have them in the form of a question, and you could save your comments until the end. My thanks for your due recognition of the Women Abuse Working Group and Director Greiver. Councillor Pauls. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I have seen this budget at least 4 times and now the 5th time. And so I would let my colleagues ask most of the question, but I just have one question for the chief. And if you allow me to ask that question, thank you. Chief Bergen, you have been on the police service for over 40 years, and I want to thank you for your service. But can you enlighten us how policing has changed from 10 years or even 5 years ago, and how our budget reflects our new reality of policing?
Thank you very much for that question, Councillor, and through the chair. I'm very fortunate. I've had an amazing career, and for all of you out there listening, we are hiring, and we're looking for amazing people to be able to stand up and do something that is so rewarding. So my 43 years of policing has changed a great deal. And some of those things that I've had to learn as a chief of police is understanding the value of analytics, the value of evidence-based policing. I'm from a generation that, in fact, every morning was given a parade duty. You were sent out on your beat. You owned your beat. You were responsible for any activities within that beat or that deployment, that patrol area. And then at the end of the day, you really got the feedback the next day if you were reminded that a break-and-enter occurred or something had occurred, and you were held accountable for that. And at that time, we used a model that was actually putting cops on dots, meaning the analytics would tell us, and then they would say there's a crime pattern going on in this direction, and they would want us there. So what we're at now is that the dots should be already following where the cops are. We should be able to make sure that we have the capacity to understand. As a chief of police, and after having 36 years in Toronto, I was given this great pleasure of being a deputy in 2018 and the chief in 2021. The one thing that I did, the first order of business, was establishing with the board our strategic plan. And it was quite simple. It was maybe very too simple, but it actually resonated with how we could articulate what our role is, providing adequate and effective policing. Is to make sure that you are where you need to be, deal with the complex issues of a large city, but more important, the value of collaborations and partnerships. So being where you need to be, if in fact we're looking at statistics and we're looking at an actual analytics of what's going on, it'd be remiss if we didn't look at, in 2021, when I became the chief, we had 20 homicides in that calendar year. Last year we had 7. So right now, we look at that and say, okay, we were where we needed to be. But that journey is simple, just a number, but it's making sure that you have the ability, and working with my 2 deputies, an amazing team, is making sure that you have the agility to respond to the crime patterns. You look at the projects that can actually take apart organized crime. You can take Project Churchill is a great example. In fact, and after having 4 homicides in the downtown core, we were able to strategically eradicate the behavior of a gang working in the Queen King area. Those type of decisions are very important then to build a shooting response team, to be able to come out of 2024 where we had a high of 60 shootings in this city, to end up with 33 shootings last year. So it's really about focusing that energy and being able to be agile to be where we need to be. Demonstrated, I already said, in how I can articulate the efficacy of the Division 1 Core Patrol. We heard loud and clear over the last few months, and this council is not something that has missed your attention as well, about the needs of the downtown core. We heard from BIA delegations. We heard from other people about those impacts of wanting to see police officers. They see police officers in a black and white car, and they see them going in and out of calls for service, but they actually need the foot patrol cop. I was very fortunate. I spent many, many years as a foot patrol cop. Those interactions make a difference. That connection makes a difference. You get to know your patrol. You get to know what goes on. So that next result was to go to a budget presentation and have the larger conversation after speaking to all the councillors. And I referred to this earlier, but it's not lost on us. It's not lost on us. If you're not seeing police and your community's not seeing police, I need to be honest and tell you I need this in order to get that done. Otherwise, I will continue to have black and whites going back and forth to call, to call, to call. 31% increase in our calls for service. 41% increase to our, residual response to social disorder. What we've done in the Rapid Intervention Support Team is being studied not only in this province but nationwide. It is the collaborations and the partnerships. Everybody in this room, in 2019, you were tasked with articulating community safety and well-being. I'm a student of community safety and well-being, having understood crime prevention through social development is what's going to change the channel. It's making sure you can invest in risk intervention and prevention strategies and not just solely rely on police as the responding agent in the incident, in the emergency. That's been absolutely incredible. Our board gave us the ability to articulate the shift in special constables in 2024 into 2025, and as such, we have special constables relieving officers after their admission or bringing a person under apprehension for mental health. That apprehension time was preventing 2 police officers to get back on patrol, so we brought special constables to be able to do that, so we were able to deploy that. Complex needs of a large city underscore what this budget talks about. It talks about the impacts of policing, but more importantly, when we heard the question, and Councillor Nan, thank you, you asked our chief librarian that the employment cost was $1.5 million, yet you had another line in for $1.7 million. Thank you. But that impact was, and the sincerity was that is the impact of the calls for service and the challenges that have at Central Library, at Barton Library, and other locations. If you haven't paid attention up on the mountain, the challenges we're having with youth crime. Violent youth crime is up 37%. Violent youth crime, and every day, last night, 5 picked up pepper spray and 7 victims at Lime Ridge Mall, 7 victims at Lime Ridge Mall, and they just think it's fun, and they're running around. So we have to work together collaboratively. So thank you for the question. It has changed greatly, but more importantly, I want you to have the confidence in this horseshoe, that this command team, that this organization is paying attention, and we've made sure that we are where we need to be. We deal with complex issues and understand what they are, and most importantly, we have invested in meaningful collaborations and partnerships.
Thank you for that. And can I summarize what he said in 30 seconds? Thank you for the latitude. So you're saying police are responding to far more mental health crises, intimate partner violence, homelessness, overdose, cybercrime, and all vulnerable person calls. Each call takes longer, require more training and involves greater accountability. The budget increase reflects the reality of these expanded demands, not just traditional crime, but others. So thank you for your response.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Chief, I had previously sent over 3 questions for you, and I thank you for addressing one of them in slide 20, but I think perhaps I'll start there. Just a deeper dive into some of the WSIB and the return to work, as well as the post-traumatic stress, mostly because that number of 10%, as much as it sounds like a small number, it's actually quite large when it comes to the size of the police service. So I wonder if you can just dig a little bit deeper and share a little more information about that.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. 10% is the impact on the sworn and a very small number on civilians. We have 98 sworn officers who are currently within the umbrella of WSIB and various descriptions of PTSD, etc. The rest getting up to 118 are the civilians who make up the difference of that. The legislation and the challenges with that have put on a great deal of burden, but more importantly, opportunities for us to be able to look at bringing people back in. I will turn to the Director of HR, Rebecca Valentine, to be more eloquent about that. But it's simply put, we have to make sure, and I'll use it in simple terms, and the Chair spoke about real estate. I'm just going to talk about a car assembly line. That if you're trying to staff a model that has to reflect the collective agreement, a collective agreement talks about how many minimal number of police officers need to be there every day. And if 10% of your front-facing sworn members are not available, if I was on a car assembly line, I would already then have a challenge. Maybe that person who puts on the left signal light, maybe a person who puts on a steering wheel, and the person who puts on the brakes isn't there at work that day. So we have to make sure that we have the ability to respond to the calls for service, and therefore in many cases it can reflect on our overtime budget, and therefore we work on alternative service delivery models. Director.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for your question in advance, Councillor. In recognition of the importance of supporting our members to remain at work and the operational and workload impacts of extended absences, the service has implemented many resources and supports. We've actually taken a very proactive approach to staying at work and returning members to work. One of the strategies we've implemented is listening to some of our association partners, our members, and our command team, and we've updated our accommodation policy. What a policy that may have hindered employees returning to work at one point in time now embraces employees to return to work. And through that, we've actually created collaboration works with other divisions within our organization, such as partnering with PDD, the reintegration team, again with our association and our commanders, to look outside the box to create opportunities to members to return back to the workplace. May not be in their traditional role, but our goal is always to get them back into what their traditional role is, which is a frontline officer. Not only are we doing that, we're working with our own internal resources as well, both with our analytics team and our PDD, to create a front-of-line unique tool which highlights where our officers could have had an impact on workplace stressors, which will allow us to have a more access and a more readily connection with our officers. This is going to allow our staff sergeants and our sergeants to focus on wellness of our members and actively engage with them in the supports that they need. In addition to that, we're also working with our St. Joseph Healthcare and looking at creating a very unique partnership that focuses on the best supports and mental health resources in the Southwestern region for our members. We have a unique approach that no other service has taken, and we're very excited to start that partnership and we'll explore those opportunities with the St. Joe's as well. On top of that, we also have extensive return to work programs and policies that support every member through the process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Chair, I do have 2 more questions. I'll ask my 2 questions at once, so then that way I can fit within my 5-minute time. My second question is around the new Intimate Partner Violence Unit. This is asking for 21 full-time equivalents. I wanted to ask if they're going to be hired all at once, or this is going to be phased in, because this might help with cash flow, but also given that in your summary, the next point was actually about retention and recruitment being also a challenge. So asking that question. My third question is around POA revenue share. Can you talk about how this will work in the future? Because I do know that we don't have ASE anymore. There is increasing core security, increasing prisoner transfer costs. You did just say this is 71 something million, I think. It was something in your speech where you're not seeing that, but then I'm struggling to understand the POA revenue share. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Huang, and through the chair. The Intimate Partner Violence Unit and what we hope to do is going to be answered by Deputy of Operations Ryan Diodati. But before I do that, I just want to make sure that Council is aware. In our budget subcommittee meeting, they always ask this exact same question. As we project the onboarding of members into our organization, as we request to expand our deployment for specialized functions, I already made reference to offender management, missing persons unit, the shooting response team, our special constables, etc. We actually onboard those in the latter quarter of the calendar year. Therefore, the impact is at its lowest. It's not something, and you are right with retention, with in fact, just attrition of our service. We're hard pressed in just 4 intakes at the police college in order just to meet our vacancies on that. And also, we have expanded roles to be able to replace those that have been on long-term absence from our organization. So the first answer to that, and then we'll turn it over to the deputy to be more specific about intimate violence units, is that it will be realized in the latter quarter of 2026.
Thank you, Chief, and through you, Chair. Just in greater detail for the dedicated Intimate Partner Violence Unit, back in 2025, we piloted a dedicated Intimate Partner Violence Unit in Central, Division 1, and at that time, we quickly realized the benefits of the unit. We've been waiting some time now, over 20 years, while we've watched most other services in the Big 12, namely Halton, Waterloo, Niagara, London, like-size services have Intimate Partner Violence Units since 2010, 2015 era. So what we would be doing to staff this unit would be internal recruitment. So these are not going to be new officers from off the street. We would be taking current serving officers to staff it, and we anticipate obviously recruitment of new officers to backfill those positions. As the Chief mentioned, they wouldn't be onboarded until September. So we're looking at the last quarter of 2026 to have that realized. It should also be noted that we're repurposing 5 positions already within HPS to staff that unit. The recommendation was actually for a 31-person unit with 21 additional hires, or I shouldn't say hires, but positions rather, plus 5 repurposed units. It'll bring us to the number that is going to serve the calls for service appropriately. Again, 6,500 calls for service for intimate partner violence a year. Works out to about 17 calls per day, and on average it takes 2 officers 5 hours each, so 10 hours of staffing to investigate these investigations. So not only will it also allow our frontline officers to have a more proactive role, so they'll be able to turn these investigations over to these specialized investigators for a better investigation, a better outcome for the victim, better offender management, hopefully less recidivism, and again, allow our frontline officers to have more time for proactive policing.
And thank you very much for that, Deputy. And I will then introduce the response to the POA revenue. And we will call on Director Robertson to help me on this. But my first couple clarifications is that we right now are currently responsible for 71% of the revenue that sits within your reserves. You are sitting on quite a bit of millions of dollars in uncollected revenues. In fact, I believe in the last calendar year, the provincial offenses have written off $61 million of bad debt and default payments to this. It's not being run necessarily efficiently. The POA and the conversation about whether or not there has been a decrease in our actual ability to issue tickets, I think it's important to have a conversation about that. In 2025, and Superintendent Dave Hennick does such a great job managing our traffic safety unit, we were staffing that in a complement of 19, with only 11 of those coming to work, the others being off for WSIB, so we weren't getting that ability. We started the calendar year with 8 weeks for Salini Singh, and we went in to the transfer station, and that horrific investigation, and that impacted, and we brought traffic units to be able to offset that. Last year, we saw the untimely death in the spring of Bahar Simrat, and then ultimately we saw the tragedy of Belinda. So those impacts on us and having those deployments actually did impact our ability to issue numbers. So they've been steadily going down, and we have not lost on a few things. Important to note, and I'm giving this to Chair Wilson, I remember distinctly when you looked at me in my office in 2024 and you reminded me of my fishing hole that we had at the intersection just over the 403 overpass on King Street. We're having a conversation about the challenges that intersection at Dundurn and King is being, and Dundurn and Main, as being the top 3 of where our major traffic accidents and fatalities were occurring. And you challenged me about, in fact, fishing holes don't change behavior. You're right. In fact, if we only base a model on output, what we don't have is the ability to truly recognize what is the outcome. The outcome of being able to recognize that fatalities in 2021 were at 20, and in 2022 they were at 10. Last year, as you remember, we had a 2-week period where we lost 3 pedestrians to fatalities in our community as well. So it's not to actually talk about the impact, but it's also to talk about 71% of all the revenue is in there. In 2018-2019, Sapinka Courthouse made a decision to retrofit the POA courts, and a lot of the monies came out of the reserves in order to be able to do that. That also put a pressure on us that was never able to look at cost allocation. We then were responsible for providing 4 special constables into a new site that had never been budgeted for. And then in 2023, the ministry had brought in the requirement for us to screen all people going access egress coming into that building. That required us to provide another special constable to do that. So 5 people out of my ledger of deployment of special constables were never accounted for. So we're putting in there and we're asking, and we will work with our amazing partners here at the city and Mike Zagarek and their team, and we respectfully ask whether it is on the ledger at cost allocation or something, but we would like to be able to work with this city in order to provide the service that you expect of us. I'll also turn it over for the Director of Finance to speak more eloquently of the POA.
Thank you, Chief, and through you, Chair. Just to unpack a little bit more on the proposal in terms of revenue share that's being proposed by the board. So the $1.2 million that's being requested is really reflective of administrative costs associated with, as Chief mentioned, the court security provided for at the POA courthouses, $500,000 approximately, and $700,000 is related to administration of the traffic safety unit. So just for the benefit of council, how the POA revenues work is collected by the province. They recoup their costs, administrative costs, in accordance with collection of those revenues. The city receives the net amount. The city POA administration then gets a cost recovery from those funds, and the net amount is either contributed to the levy or to the red light camera reserve. The latest figures, so this is for 2022 data, which is the most available data at this time. Total POA revenues collected, $13.3 million, net of the provincial allocation. $9.5 million were costs allocated from Provincial Offences Act administration, leaving $3.8 million net. $1 million was used to reduce property taxes, and $2.9 million went to the red light camera reserve. At that time, $8 million was uncommitted within the red light camera reserve, and so the proposal would amend what was net going to the red light camera reserve as a transfer to the police budget to offset administrative costs that were currently not being included within that allocation of funds. I would add that doing so would make it more transparent to the public on how these funds are being collected. Recently, they've been called a cash grab in terms of the ASE revenues. When you stack all of the things up in terms of the administration of Provincial Offences Act, the administration within police, and the enforcement costs, the traffic safety unit alone is $6.9 million annually. All of these fees collected through Provincial Offences Act do not cover the costs of administration and enforcement. They simply offset what is being paid by the taxpayer in terms of traffic enforcement. As Chief mentioned, it's about public safety and not revenue collection. In terms of the court security, can provide a little bit of context on that. Have had contact from the ministry, and General Manager Zakaric mentioned through his presentation last week that through the download of court security to municipalities, those costs have continued to increase over time. There hasn't been a adjustment to the amount allocated to the provincial grant since 2018. There has been contact from the ministry looking at that within this past year, and the Ontario Association Chiefs of Police have sent letters in advocacy looking for increased funds within that envelope, but that continues to be an issue that gets explored, and we'll get to see whether that will be a reality in 2026 or not. Thank you.
I'm going to hold steady on kind of holding your comments, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you. Councillor Critch.
Thanks, and these will be similar to some of the questions I asked during the budget process, but for the benefit of my colleagues, I think it's worth repeating to some extent here, but in a limited fashion, not to worry. Last year, if I have it right, we had a record high number of shootings at around 60, and then 51 in 2020. And when I'm listening to you talk about this, you're both saying that the police are not responsible for during a year when there's increased shootings, but then when the shootings go down, there is some correlation. Though I'm not aware of evidence we have to support either claim. So what I really want to understand is, I don't think you are saying that what the police do equals how many shootings we have in a year in our city, but I'd appreciate if you could clarify that, because that's the message I got from today.
And again, through the chair, please. Chief?
Thank you very much, Member Crutch, and through the chair. Yeah, I'm not being so folksy as to say that there's a direct correlation to that, but I am saying as Chief of Police, I have a task, and that task is to provide adequate policing. It'd be a dereliction of my duty if I did not put in place a suitable response. I appreciated the call from, or the question from Councillor Pauls, because that's when I spoke about, that's the thing, I got a problem over there, I better put a cops over there. But in full context of what we've seen in this city, and during my tenure as Chief of Police, we got a lot of problems. We have a lot of problems. We've sat in this room and we've all understand a lot of those are right in front of us. But we have emerging challenges. Our problems with our youth crime, if this community is not prepared to understand the impact of the increase of violent crime within our youth. So what I am saying is it's incumbent upon me to provide adequate and effective policing. If my shootings are at 60 and I can get shootings down to 33, I will take a little bit of credit for the fact is that the shooting response team is there within the first 24 hours of that event. It's not sitting on a desk in an investigative office waiting for Monday and the lights to turn on and somebody to say you should look at a problem we got. They're there immediately responding, and then they're chasing the evidence immediately. As a result of that, we're able to dismantle the gangs. We're able to work with our partners. Policing has no border. It's not the first time I have mentioned this in this community. Yesterday on CH, we saw the violent robbery again at Michael Hill in Burlington, at Mapleview Mall. We've had it at Eastgate, we've had it at Lime Ridge, and we're having it at jewelry stores everywhere. The distraction thefts, and to look at what this is happening in our city. So in the short answer, no, I am not saying because of us, we got them down. Because right now, as I'm doing this presentation, I don't know, my radio has not told me, I don't know if I have a shooting unfolding right now. But if we do, I'm guaranteed that this room will clear out and we'll respond. That's what we do.
Thanks for clearing up that. discussion about correlations between what you do and the impacts that we have in the numbers you present. In 2, you said the social disorder, as you called it, is an issue that you're concerned about or hearing about. But my understanding is that, and I could be wrong, so this is why it's a question, that not all that social disorder, as you put it, is something the police are responding to or are going to respond to, regardless of whether you're asked to respond to. So someone can call you and say whatever they want. They can call and say, my cat's in a tree. It doesn't mean you're going to come get the cat. So what I'm trying to understand here is, are you doing something to change how you respond to social disorder, or do you see that outside of policing and non-criminal?
Thank you very much, Member Crouch. And I apologize, so I should say Councillor Crouch, I apologize. I'm referring to as a member of our Police Services Board, respected member of our Police Services Board. Through the chair, it's important to understand is that third tenet of what has been my foundation of the role of chief in this city has been the importance of collaboration and partnerships. When we started to have that conversation with our community, and the rapid intervention support team would probably be the best tabletop example of that. It was very, very difficult. Correct, Superintendent Hennick? It was tough to get a lot of people to the table. It was tough in 2020, 2021, when we come out of a national response to some horrific actions of police services in the nation. And those legitimacy of policing and the role of policing in this community. I became a chief after the effects of J.C. Beamer Park and those challenges, and the kids who took to the streets and painted defund police, painted Black Lives Matter. All things are important. That's important conversations in the community. But in an environment where people don't trust police, we're not getting anywhere. We're going to be spinning our wheels. We'll be locked in it's not my job, I'm not going to do it. So we invested, in fact, the true understanding of community safety and well-being. And that is understanding if you don't have risk intervention tools, prevention tools, et cetera, you will never alleviate the responsibility. So we've got amazing partners, a rapid intervention support team, and I will thank the province for the community safety grant represents $9.8 million. Dave, am I close to that or am I off?
Up just a little bit, Chief. So the Community Safety and Policing Grant is $2,258,000 for that. The service was also successful in obtaining a local grant for $500,000 for the partnership with St. Joe's. And then we also have 2 additional grants. One that we were able to fund directly. So Councillor, when you talk about what we're doing differently, is seeking funding opportunities for some of our partners where the $120,000 went straight to St. Joe's for a mental health worker. And then just lastly, a grant to support reducing impaired driving everywhere throughout the city for the next 4 years to the tune of about $150,000.
So out of that envelope, we were able to parse off monies, and what we did was we gave monies to our social service partners for a 3-year period of time to get them to the table. So I'm going to use an example. If we look at the Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team, when we're dealing with mental health, in the Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team, if you bring that team in, you get 100% reliance of police down to below 73% because the apprehension may occur, but it's done by subject matter experts. Experts that are an emergency trauma nurse working with a police officer, not 2 police officers. That same model is something we've been challenged with when we looked at the Rapid Intervention Support Team. And if we use an example that on a Monday morning we open up a binder and there's 50 calls for service out there, people that are needing. By having 8 community partners at that table, we have driven down the response of the police to 14%. Because again, transitional housing, a ride to courts, or something like getting a health card is being done by a service provider, be done by the right group. The other thing with social disorder is we're dealing with the public open use of narcotics. And we've seen it everywhere we go. Why aren't the police doing things about that? We're not doing things about that because right now the federal prosecution of simple possession of drugs does not occur. It's section or 4.1 of scheduled drugs. They will not prosecute So us arresting somebody for a crack pipe or us arresting for somebody for open drug use. So what we have done, and to the leadership of our community safety team, we've partnered with St. Joe's, and so Bill C-5, which is a provincial legislation, we've been able to articulate a better response and therefore offer treatment, offer them an opportunity or an off-ramp. So it's about the collaborations and the partnerships, and that in fact changes the efficacy of the outcome, but more importantly, the role of the police. We are not everybody's response.
Right, so it's not part of core policing, it's done through partnerships with other organizations. You talked about investments kind of in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, primarily. That's helpful, thank you. So I'll ask 2 questions and try to keep these questions quick. I noticed there was a huge spike in hate crimes, and so my question to you is, are you drastically changing how you respond to hate crimes? I'm not talking about a summary of every single thing you've done to support hate crimes and the hate crimes unit and the special teams. Like, I know about all that. What I'm asking is, in the future, do you have different plans to drastically change how you address hate crimes to deal with a drastic spike in hate crimes?
Thank you very much, Member Crutch, and through the chair. So it's not in the future. In fact, it's been in the past. What we decided to do is we decided in this journey of collaboration and partnerships as we started to understand the importance of community advisory panels. A community advisory panel was struck with the Hamilton Police Service, and out of that, we've been able to have the success of being able to understand race and identity-based data. The RIBD strategy is so key to us right now, being able to articulate those interactions, and you'll see those in our reports in mid-year when we talk about the use of force numbers of when we are actually interacting with our communities. Without the RIBD strategy and without a community interested in being able to work alongside articulating what that interaction looks like, again, it'd be us telling our story. We allow them to tell the story. With the 179% increase over the last 5 years of hate crime, there's a lot to be said about that. The one thing that we do different in our community is we call it out. The one we do in this community is we ask people to report it. We want to understand that. The community has trouble with, and so do we, and we work with the Ministry Attorney General to understand the difference between a hate incident and a hate crime. Currently, the federal government is forcing the legislation review in order to have a broader scope of understanding the definition of a hate crime. What we have done is we've taken from our community and we established the Hate Crime Community Review Team. The Hate Crime Community Review Team is an independent body of outside community members who are given access line by line of all our interactions and our responses to hate crime. It'd be one thing for us to tell this council that we're doing a great job. It's more importantly to have our peers tell us if we're doing a good job. Do we approach it correctly, or is it trauma-informed? Are we actually making sure that we have the understanding to understand and to impact and respond to the victim supports as well as the offender manage on it? So we're doing a lot of things differently, and we're relying heavily on community experts and academics in order to make sure that it's a better outcome for everybody.
Thanks. Last question for me is, you didn't say in your presentation, and I'm not sure if this was ever really made public through the police board because of the timing, no other reason I imagine, but what did you cut to get the budget down the additional $1.25 million? So there was the budget you had around 9, then one around 7, and then in your slide it said $1.25 million went down from Councillor Spatafor and Paul's motion. So what was taken out of the budget to get down to 6.81 from 7.37?
Okay. Director, you'll give me some assistance on that, but I'm also being cautious at this point that I also would like to seek the approval of my number at 6.81 before I publicly speak about that journey. But that's fair. I'll start to answer that question through the chair.
And through you, Chair, to Councillor Crutch. So after the board's approval to reduce that an additional $1.25 million, we met as a senior management team at the Hamilton Police Service and discussed options to identify ways to get that number down, and through a combination of capital deferrals, staging of hiring for new members, and some discretionary spending adjustments. A combination of thereof, we got to the $1.25 million reduction.
Thanks. And through the chair, just to make sure I understood what you said there, staging of hiring, which I think what you mean by that is hiring some people later than you had planned to, or staging that hiring in different stages so that the cost is less?
And through you, Chair, really cash flowing or getting into the assumptions around when we could realistically hire positions throughout the year based on recruitment classes going into the Ontario Police College, the positions that needed to be filled through not just our new positions being added in 2026, but also expected upcoming retirements. We looked at a kind of a mapping or complete mapping of our staff complement throughout the year and made adjustments to what dollars needed to be made to realize those in 2026.
And the first thing you said was capital deferrals, which I think makes sense. You're deferring capital costs. And the last thing you said I would like to understand a bit better, you said some discretionary services. So you're not talking, I assume, about pilots or programs related to intimate partner violence or Core Patrol. You're talking about something that's maybe peripheral that we don't really know about. I'm just wondering if you could color the lines in a little bit there for me, just what discretionary services are.
Yep, through you, Chair. Really looking at budgets for our undefined budgets or contingency budgets for general purchases and aligning those more closely with what we've been realistically purchasing within the last couple of years. So, talking about things like office supplies where it's, you're going to have variation from year to year and just making alignments within those line items.
Thanks, I appreciate your answers. Those are my questions.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chief, thank you for your service and your team's service. Appreciate it so much. I'm going to start with some questions you've probably already heard me ask today. In terms of actuals, I mean, Director Robertson has done a terrific job with his financials. I'm not looking for the last, 3 years for everything, but just at a very high level, maybe a one-pager, just comparing actuals to budget from 23, 24, 25. If you could provide that to us, that'd be tremendous.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. Director, you're going to help me on this so I don't make mistakes. I believe that we can be quite proud as a command team that we're usually our variance is less than 1% over the last 5 years with respect to our actuals to what our budget is. Can you help me on that, please?
Yeah, and through you, Chair, maybe I'll outline exactly what in the last 3 years surplus deficit and what we've done with it. Going back to 3 years, the 2023 fiscal year, surplus of roughly $4 million, and that was distributed as contributions to the next 3 budget cycles to help reduce the overall tax burden. We expected are expecting a deficit in 2024 financials, or currently unaudited, of $2 million, resulting from collective bargaining, which we've covered from reserve, and an expected surplus of $1.5 million, or just over 1% of the budget for 2025, which the board's budget committee directed towards offsetting our current budget position.
Okay.
Floor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Chief, you mentioned about benchmarking other services. Would that be something you could provide us with just in terms of your key metrics, okay, just to get us a sense of where we lie in that whole, if you want to say, across the province?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. Can you be specific? Are you talking about benchmarking of our response to homicide shootings, things of that nature, or benchmarking with respect to our numbers about retention, recruitment? What area would you like me to speak to?
So I'll say your key performance numbers that you would look at, and really also in terms of the budgets that the other services would have. So really to look at what our services costing us, and our experience, okay, our results, and then to get a sense where we sit against other services. Are we the top quartile? Are we like middle of the herd? Are we trailing? Just where do we find ourselves? And I'll leave it to your discretion in terms of how best to represent that. But really what I'm looking for is cost, results.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor, and for the clarification, and through the chair. I had a slide up there, and if I don't know if I can get that slide up there. It certainly spoke about the Hamilton experience, but also the next slide spoke about our comparators. We have been, and during our time as a command team, we have actually always been on the lower ask for our percentages. And as such, what we are finding, though, is that we're not immune to the challenges that everybody is facing. I said earlier, and it wasn't just in jest, West, crime knows no border. So our actual ability to work within that sandbox of amazing community partners at provincial and federal levels, municipal as well, has been key to that. Director Robertson, can you speak also to then the actual dollars and cents and about that for best practices within the City of Hamilton?
Yep, and through you, Chair. So we didn't share it this year. We've shared it in a past budget in terms of cost per resident or on for policing services, and this typically published in the BMA municipal study on an annual basis. Because we have unaudited statements, we weren't in the latest issue, so we didn't share those stats this year. But in our past budget cycles, we are in the bottom three in terms of the Big 12 comparators. In terms of being more costly only than I believe it was Toronto and Ottawa. And as Chief mentioned in his presentation, Toronto, Ottawa received significant subsidy from provincial and federal governments as part of their budget portfolios. Within this current budget year, 2026, we are the second lowest requested increase among the Big 12 comparators. And of note, within our KPIs, and the Chief mentioned a downward trend in Hamilton on the Violent Crime Severity Index, down 7.5% over a 5-year period. The Ontario average is actually up 17% or 16.95% over the time frame. So a complete contrast of what other communities are seeing in terms of violent crime index. We are significantly below what you're seeing from neighboring municipalities in terms of the net budget asks of their municipal councils, and that comes back to the fact of what the board has done, what the senior leadership team has done at Hamilton Police Service in trying to be fiscally responsible, leveraging reserves, trying to maximize the use of technology for efficiencies across the organization, and you're seeing significant investments over the past couple of budgets in the use of technology.
Thank you. Chair, I have some more questions, so I'll just go on a second time. Thank you.
Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I wanted to ask some questions around slide 21, which is the 2026 budget drivers, and specifically responding to community demand and the focus on community safety. And behalf of Ward 12 residents, community safety is definitely on their mind, so I know they would appreciate seeing this in the budget. Specifically, the Intimate Partner Violence Unit questions are around how that looks on the ground were answered to Councillor Wang's question, so I won't repeat that. But to the core patrol, could you, Chief, recap what's happening there, the change from previous year to the current year, what that looks like on the ground for the community, and then any target for the increase in proactive patrol from 3% to 20%? Is there a target, and what do you expect to see in 2026? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cassar, and through the chair, I appreciate that comment. Yeah, as I said, the industry standard is 20%. So right now, we've sat in our workload study, and Dr. Samantha has been incredible, our manager, Daniel, from Analytics here as well. We've sat in the room during our workload study. We have a few things on the horizon that will impact our deployment in 2026 and 2027. One of them will be the onboarding of our station in Waterdown, Station 40, and that is going to drastically change our response times to that community that has been underserviced. Those officers have been dispatched from Wentworth and Rymel Road, and they'll now have officers dispatched within their communities to better serve that response time. What we were able to do and understand in our model that our current level of proactive policing sits at 3%. When we look at the efficacy of the Division 1 Core Patrol deployment, we've made a decision, a command decision supported by our board, to expand that same response in what we best know as Station 20, Station 30, so in the East End deployment, as well as our mountain deployment. And that model is premised on the fact of being able to start day one of being able to be untethered to the radio, and not doing, if they're tethered to the radio and they're considered strength, meaning our collective agreement on minimums, then what ultimately will happen, it'll just blend into being a reactive model. On purpose, what we'll be doing over the build-up of that unit is we'll be attaching it to our crime management process. All councillors would be most familiar with their work, day-to-day work on crime management. That deployment will be attached to that, along with our heat officers. And so therefore, we envision that they'll have the agility to actually be responsive in a timely manner, and again, in many cases, be proactive to the emerging areas. If we're able to offset it with this simple model of 8 additional officers per 10, we've already not 8 more in 10, we've already got them in place and had them active since November of 2025. Superintendent Abbott can speak about how that is still managing to live up to and exceed our expectations. But it's to bring that into those stations 20 and 30 in order to then realize that model of proactive. So right now, our target, and I would think it'll take a while to get there, is 20%. If there's anything else that needs to be added to that from the table.
Thank you, Chief, and through you, Chair. I just want to add, Chief, that with the mandate of the Core Patrol being to enhance public safety in the downtown core through proactive patrols and community engagement, the vast majority of their work is proactive. So they're far exceeding that 20%. I don't have a specific number, but with the deployment in the downtown core, they've been confined to a specific geographical area. When they are deployed in Divisions 2 and 3, they won't be confined to a particular area other than the division itself. So the increase in officers, we went from 2 to 6 to 8. And when we reported on the Core Patrol in September of 2025, when we went to the board to make it a permanent full-time unit, what we determined through the analysis was that that increase in officers correlated with a decrease in calls for service and crime occurrences. And one of the things that it did was it enabled the Core Patrol officers to take calls away from frontline officers responding to calls within that geographical area. So that unit of 6 officers, which is now 8, we're taking 20% of the calls in the geographical downtown core from the frontline officers. So it also creates efficiencies for the frontline to contribute to them doing proactive work.
Okay. Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Thank you very much for that answer, and looking forward to hopefully very positive feedback from the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a kind request from the chair. If you could perhaps identify yourself when you're answering a question and your position, just so that the public can get to know the nature of the organization, Superintendent Abbott and Superintendent Hennick. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Great to see you again, Chief Bergen. Really always appreciative of your leadership. I promise no speech, Budget Chair Wilson, but if you allow me a couple of thank yous, and I'll get to my 4 questions quickly. I really, great to see the 2 deputies, Diodati and Hamilton. My office is a big fan of theirs. Superintendent Paul Evans and Dave Hennick, which of course you always take good leadership away from the mountain, Station 30, and I always will resent you for that, Chief Bergen. But now I have Sean Blay and Sabrina Pfizer. Please leave them alone for a while so my community can get used to them. Thank you, Chief. Chief, question. And I have this from several constituents about your IPV request in your budget. And they are the ones who have responded to me over your budget are supporters of the police service and want more visibility on the East Mountain. They say to me, Councillor Jackson, if the IPV proposed division is that important to Chief Bergen, within his global $289 million budget, city levy $239 million, why the heck can't he just find that 1.2 million he needs, reallocate something else if it's that much of a priority to him? What's your response, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. We do that every day. Every day we are making decisions about our deployment. We're at a point that what we need to do is we strongly need to invest in a specialized trauma-informed response. As I said earlier, and we've really benefited from the rapid intervention support team, the shooting response team, the missing person team, et cetera. I do not have the luxury right now. I do not have the luxury right now to be able to redeploy 20 people in my organization. I'm being clear. My vacancy rate and the ability for me to able to meet my minimums, right now we made a decision in your division up in Station 30. Our collective agreement articulates that I only need 18 people per day, per 12-hour shift. That's 36 in a full day. My collector agreement says I only need 18. I can't keep up with the calls. I can't keep up in your particular community with the driving behavior as well as the youth crime that is going on. As a result, on my dime, on our dime, we're supplementing that by 2 extra officers every day on every parade into your area. So right now, I do not have a shelf. I do not have a room. I do not have that ability. Do I have members who are coming back on reintegration, retraining, et cetera? I'm working so closely with our amazing director of HR and all our commanders in order to be able to do that. But specific criteria of this work and the importance of it, again, Mission Services is here, and I have no problem at all, Aaron, if you want to take a mic at some point. I've heard loud and clear over the last 3 years following this city declaring that intimate partner violence is an epidemic. We agree. And I want to make sure that I can respond accordingly and look after those many people. If I know of 6,500 averaging per years of calls, again, what don't I know? What don't we know? If we're able to make sure we can respond. So I believe that this request is sincere, and I'm being transparent and accountable by putting it out there that I need the extra people to do it.
Appreciate the answer, Chief. Second question. In light of Premier Ford's misguided ban on removing the ASCs from our province and from our municipality specifically, my community needs you more than ever with your TSU, your traffic safety unit. I believe you have a complement of around 20 or 22. I'd like to know the status of that, how often it's being deployed, and again, my community is going to need that more than ever in light of an effective tool that the Premier removed. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Member.
That was years ago, but carry on.
You hired me, so I thank you for that. Councillor Jackson, and through the chair. Absolutely, we paid close attention to the decision of the provincial government, and we do believe the automated speed enforcement and the ability for a community to articulate where they're needed, it specifically within school zones, et cetera, was something that was very important. As a result of that, and as I already mentioned, in 2025, we were saddled with the fact that out of a unit that has a deployment of 19, we were only functioning at 11. And therefore, I can tell you that we made some decisions. Also, with the leadership of Superintendent Hennick on charge of the great deployment, we made sure that going into the last quarter to coincide with the closure of the ASC programs, we actually saw a 14% increase in our actual PON, provincial offenses notice, service-wide that was issued. Right now, in the beginning of January of 2026, this command team has made those decisions to redeploy during transfer meetings. So right now you have full 19 members in the traffic unit. And right now in this first period of time, am I correct, we're at 18% year over year from our actual enforcement numbers. Is that right, Superintendent? Yeah, so we're already seeing a change, and then you'll see us. We've also invested in some new technology, and it's perhaps premature to speak of it, but we're going to be able to clearly articulate when we hear at a crime management table or at a town hall, or at a councillor complaint about things that we could do better. We have now some technology that we're using in Station 30, within your communities, within your ward, to actually better tell our story. We are going to be where we need to be.
Excellent, Chief. Do I have time for my last question, Budget Chair Wilson, please? Thank you. Last question, proactive community-based police, and it's been debated by others, so I won't raise that. So you're part of the Chief of Police Association of Ontario. What's the status of any lobby with the federal government to overhaul the criminal justice system and the Youth Criminal Justice Act that, in my humble opinion, stinks? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, that's my last question.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. Yes, I am a proud member of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, the International Association Chiefs of Police, and the Canadian Association Chiefs of Police. Superintendent Dave Hennick, for everybody to also understand, sits at the table as a director of Zone 4 on behalf of the City of Hamilton. We've been very clear in our expectations. We have met with the federal public safety minister in my office. I not only brought up some challenges that we're having with respect to the Public Prosecution Services of Canada's approach to simple possession charges and how that is not acceptable, how right now we are so disproportionately, if anybody is not aware, we're over 42% higher than the national average for opioid deaths and overdoses. Hamilton has a problem. So I have been very clear on my expectation of that being changed, but more importantly in the funding. We have a part-time federal crown, and therefore we've been finding that in fact it's easier for them to vacate charges of drug possession, drug trafficking, as opposed to prosecute them. And as the calendar year and the funds of those contracts dry up, we find that the traffickers are being released in November and December of each year. So I've been very, very vocal about that. I've also been very, very vocal about the fact that in Hamilton, we have 37% increase in the youth violence numbers. And those numbers, unfortunately, are going to be higher next year. I'm already predicting that, because what we're seeing is a complete disregard for authority and understanding, and we've got a lot of challenge with that. We need to work. Again, the superintendent, you're getting a lot of publicity today, Dave, but you've been an amazing leader. We're not just talking to the directors of education, we're talking to the directors and decision maker of so many amazing people in this community that have a hand in making sure that youth have an ability to age gracefully, and also for a place for this city to raise a child. So we are very vocal on that. As you know, Bill C-33 at a provincial level also speaks about what we will be doing in schools and what is the role of a school officer within schools. And we're using that same panel and the incredible sage wisdom and approach we have with our directors of education to make sure that we'll reimagine that, to make sure that we have all the best abilities to work collectively to make sure our kids have a better outcome.
Terrific answer, Chief. Thanks for your indulgence, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Just wanted to pick up on slide, I think it's 10, that shows the trends over the 5 years. And we talked about this when I had the opportunity to come meet with you and your staff team prior to the budget related to hate crime. So seeing the increase over the last 5 years, you responded to some questions from my colleague earlier. And I guess I wanted to put this in the context of, I see a direct correlation between seizing guns and reduction of shooting. I see that as being plausible, right? From your perspective, are there similar efforts that is core to policing that would help reduce the rise in hate crime, and specifically hate-based violence and acts of hate-based extremism?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. You are absolutely right. We have to have a conversation about this, and we are very well served by many community members who are speaking out against the hate that we see in this community. I strongly believe that the foundational work that we're seeing within the Hate Crime Community Review Team will allow us to be able to produce a better outcome for our community. I can't foresee the future. I unfortunately don't have control of the national stage. Every night, if we're going on to the national TV broadcast, we're seeing the interactions and the violence that's being realized. In some communities, there is a clear delineation between 50% think this and 50% think that, and they meet in the middle of the street. And the cops are somewhere in the middle of that. So what we need to do is we need to call it out in this community. We've been very vocal. Again, I've been vocal both at the local level, but more importantly within the courts at a provincial, the Ministry of the Attorney General, as well as at a national stage with respect to really defining, in fact, the terrorist groups, but also defining what is the true articulation and impact of a hate crime, not simply just dealing with what some courts have dismissed as a hate incident. We want to make sure that we have the ability to investigate correctly. More importantly is that hate crime community review team going over line by line interactions of our occurrences, of our approach, whether it's trauma informed or being able to actually hear the voice of the victim. I think it's going to ultimately make a difference in that. So I can't foresee that we're going to be able to say the next 5 years will be a shift or some variance in those numbers, but I think each one of us needs to call it out when it needs or when it's in front of us.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, is there anything specific that you can point to in the 2026 budget that's related to addressing hate, and specifically hate crime?
I have not asked for any net new budget increase into that. I've just recently, at my last board meeting, had this conversation with all the board members. What I have done within my own command team and what I've done as the chief of police is I changed the actual reporting mechanism of our community involvement, but more importantly, our hate team. What I have done in the last 2 years is I've taken an extremist investigator from intelligence and brought them into my area. So right now, I currently have an inspector that oversees hate. More importantly, that I have a staff sergeant that sees it, 2 detective constables, an analytics person, as well as a constable who makes sure daily that we are given the best face and approach and timely response to hate. I have demonstrated within my own team, but I've not asked for any more net new dollars in 2026 to carry out that. I believe it's my fundamental duty to this city.
Thank you. And anything you can say in terms of, you mentioned, and we've talked about this a lot in the community generally, the increase of youth violent crime. Any trends speaking to youth participation in hate crimes?
Thank you very much, Councillor. And through the chair, I apologize. I perhaps missed the last part of your question.
It happened right at the ding, so.
Okay, I apologize.
Any, through you, Chair, any correlation between the increased youth violent activity to hate crimes? Are we seeing more young people engaged in hate crime activity?
I don't mind if the manager of analytics tells me, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think I can discern that it's a particular segment of the population. I can absolutely tell you that not only have we what our youth are doing in violent crime, but right now we have, this could be my PSA for the day. I can't believe how many kids think it's really cool to be sitting on a computer and doing what we call swatting. Right now there's a trend, and we've just recently arrested a young person. I won't name, were they 14 or 15, Mark? 14-year-old in Ottawa, and I think it accounted for 27 calls we had over the last quarter of the calendar year, and these are where we are responding in many cases with full force because of the actual allegations that are going on, and it's being sent to us through IP addresses, certainly not even within our jurisdiction. 3 of them last night. I think two in Stony Creek and one up on the mountain. So that's a trend. Hate crime. Where's my? There we are, Daniel. Hate crime and youth.
Thank you. Hear me now? I'm the manager of the new manager of our analytics division. The question with respect to age, in terms of how we collect our data, in terms of how it comes in our dashboard, that's not something that has been explored necessarily yet to see if there is any age correlations, but that is something to consider for the future.
I'll come back a second time.
Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. I'm Chief. I appreciate your and Mr. Robertson's kicking off the presentation. As always, very fulsome and helpful. I'm trying to connect some dots, Chair, and bear with me for a sec. I want to applaud you, Chief, specifically for raising the post-traumatic stress disorder issue. You and I have had several conversations about that over the years, and I understand some of the challenges. There's some pretty stressful things from traffic and certainly other areas as well. So it's good to see you're on top of that. I know that's serious and you take that seriously. I want to just build, I heard the phrase en passant about defunding the police. And I came across some recent polling data that would suggest that it's a catchy phrase, but not very good social policy. About almost 90% of Canadians, when polled on it, don't think it's a good idea. Interestingly, almost as many people are equally committed to ensuring that the group, agency, whatever that can best respond to an issue ought to be invited and to do so.
Question, Councillor, please.
Yep, I'm coming to that. It's an important preamble. You mentioned rapid response team, and I'm familiar with some of your other outreach around social disorder issues. I'm specifically interested, given that you indicated you get 17 calls per day on gender violence, and with a background in counseling, I know how difficult some of these situations are. What sort of training will these officers go through that will enable their intervention? What sort of intervention is it? Is it a de-escalation? I'm assuming that's a big part of it. Is it a counseling function? And you referenced connecting dots to some professionals in the community that are helping. Could you elaborate a bit on that? Because that's an important connecting the dots, I think.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. With respect to de-escalation, and I'm key in making sure that we're prepared to hear from Deputy Diodati to talk about what investments will be within the intimate partner violence unit. The de-escalation is something that perhaps isn't right in that realm of responding to the domestic violence. What we will be doing is we'll be basically establishing this on 3 principles, and that is victim support, offender management, and solid court outcomes. We've recently just announced as well, and we did this at our board, that we've actually embedded a crown. We embedded a crown into our police decision-making, and it's called pre-charge consultation. That, in the next little while, will be expanded to all of Station 10, and then we will report back to our board, because, again, it's about getting it right at the beginning. And if we have successes in the court outcome, as opposed to having it pled out or not doing it, then we are not looking after the victim. Trauma-informed and the approaches that are so key in the sexual assault review, hate crime community review team, again, understanding that we have the actual academic approach and understand the investment in that. Deputy Diodati, what do you envision for the Intimate Partner Violence Unit, and how will you establish it for it to be successful?
Thanks, Chief, and through you, Chair. Again, I'm just looking for clarification. Was your question specific to IPV, or was it WSIB and our members? Councillor.
No, it's about intervention. You're getting 17 gender violent calls a day. I believe that was the figure I heard, and I'm interested specifically in training.
Okay.
It's a very complex and delicate area of social struggle. I want to make sure we're I don't want to send undertrained people to situations that they're not able to handle. I want some assurance that the training is going to be there and what kind of training it's going to be.
Understood. Thank you. And that's exactly what we're looking for. And the Chief's already mentioned about a trauma-informed approach to these investigations. And as I mentioned earlier, we're not going to be pulling new officers into this unit. These will be officers that are experienced investigators. They may have done stints in homicide, sexual assault, child abuse, our criminal investigations branch. And just in terms of training, the way these investigations are carried out now, it's our frontline officers. Many of these officers have not taken a search warrant course. They have not taken an interviewing course. They have not taken a trauma-informed victim support type approach training. These members that will be going into the Intimate Partner Violence Unit will all be detective constables. They will be afforded the opportunity to go on the search warrant course, interviewing course. Things have changed dramatically in the way we investigate intimate partner violence, and the Chief's already alluded to our great partnership with Aaron and Mission Services. The other piece is the Safe at Home program that we've worked very closely with Aaron in terms of survivors of gender-based violence, and allowing those survivors to stay in their homes and to be supported in their homes, whether that be through a CPTED audit to ensure that their safety is certainly enhanced, that they have the supports in the community, again, to live in the community with their children and not live in fear.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate your reference again to the partners that you'll be working with. That's really important. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. I have a few questions, and I'll try to be succinct, and I hope the chief is succinct also in his responses. I'm looking at page 23 of 25. It shows 5-year trend compared to net budget increase compared to net budget increases of 2026. That page is a little alarming for me, as there are significant increases in other jurisdictions. Can you speak to why you think that is happening?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. They approach their budget deliberations and have the supports of their boards and their city councils, and they get what they want. We are very clear and understand and respect the taxpayer, and we work with our board, and our board supports us with what we need.
So they get what they want. So there's no correlation between changes in crime in those communities. I'm trying, when I look at this, if I was a writer and I look at this, I'm trying to understand what's it telling us. It's telling us that you're at the low end, but what's it telling us about the trends across the province?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. A couple of things, and I'll just, if we are going to talk about it, and I also respect the fact that when we're talking about crime trends, we've got to always be very careful that we only celebrate them when they're in our favor. But a 7% reduction to violent crime severity index is significant. Director, am I wrong? Because I was wrong with my community safety grant. I will make note, because I know you're all taking notes. I really am hard on myself, so I had said it was around $9 million. Actually, I was right, Dave, because it was 3-year grant cycle. And so the 2.7, you were right, but that's a 1-year grant cycle. So in this particular case, instead of saying it's 17% rise in violent crime severity index, I'll ask the director, what was the number for our comparators with regards to crime severity index?
Yep, and through you, Chair. So the Ontario average saw over a 5-year period a 17% rise in contrast to our 7.5% reduction over the 5 years, where the City of Hamilton has seen the rises in the non-violent crime index, which has been on par with other Ontario jurisdictions.
Councillor, I'll give you one example, and through the chair, respectfully through the chair. When recently our members to the south made a decision about us being responsible for all the drugs that were going across the border, millions of dollars became available for border security. I sat at many meetings with my team, at many meetings at all levels of government, responding to it. Helicopters to you, boats to you. We have the third busiest airport, and we have also, we could argue, one of the most busiest ports in our city. So I articulated what our challenges with respect to border security, but I didn't ask for a helicopter. I didn't ask for anything else that I can't afford, because it's one thing to get a gift, but it's another thing to sustain it. We live within our means in the City of Hamilton. I'm responsible for providing adequate and effective policing, so I give my budget numbers at 6.81%, and I'll compare it to anybody else, because I will deliver a safer community.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask a couple of questions about hate crime, the rise of hate crime in the community? There was a time when it was very challenging to get a hate crime actually prosecuted because of the way it's written in the criminal code. Do you have an indication of how successful we're being in the courts on the hate crime charges that have been laid?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. Even today, I'm now really realizing as well that I believe the federal and provincial government is starting to understand the impacts of hate, and therefore they are going to change some of the approaches in order to have it classified as a crime. Currently, right now, we need the Ministry of the Attorney General, specifically the Attorney General, in order to designate it as a hate crime. Hamilton Police Service in 2023, I think, were successful in the conviction of 3 individuals for hate crimes. 2024, I believe it was 5. And I think last year we have 7 charges that were laid under hate crimes. So we have demonstrated in our city our approach to hate crime investigations, and I believe that we're getting better results. I can't speak for the outcome of what the court system does and how things are ultimately resolved, respectfully.
So to be clear, though, your officers have the discretion when they're laying a charge. The charge is only prosecuted under a decision of the Attorney General's office. So we're seeing a significant increase in hate crime, but we're not seeing a lot of charges. Is that as a result of the way the criminal code is being interpreted?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. We actually, I believe that our response to charging is good. I believe our trend speaks for itself. I believe that the actual efficacy of the hate crime community review team has also been very clear on educating our members. They have a voice about our approaches and whether it's an acceptable approach or how we have designated it. I'll clarify that we don't have discretion on hate crimes. That's the purview of the Attorney General. But with respect to that, our investment in hate crimes has been absolutely commensurate with the growth of hate crimes. One example in 2024, out of the numbers of hate crimes I've reported, 67 incidents were hate incident categories of where a young gentleman was taking a Sharpie and writing offensive things on our poles throughout our city. So again, we have to make sure that if we're talking about numbers, that it's important to understand the numbers. And I have Deputy Diodati who can give you some other statistics.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I'm over my time. I have one question left. Do you want me to? Thank you. I appreciate the latitude. This question is about training, because in all of the documentation that I've received, I can't get a grasp on how the training is happening with the officers. And specifically, because I've read many newspaper articles about judges who complain about the constitutionality of certain actions of the Hamilton Police. I've read and seen complaints about how the officers act with regards to hate and these associations that proliferate hate. So those have to be tackled by training. How do you do that? And where is it in the budget? I simply can't find it.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair. It's been actually baked in our budget since the Community Policing and Safety Act came into effect on April the 1st, 2024. Prior to that, we already were investing into the shifts and the expectations. You are right to highlight that, in fact, the Hamilton Police Service has had adverse court decisions, and to your point, charter violations about people's rights. As such, I will turn to Superintendent Will Mason. It is an important energy of this command team to make sure that we invest in properly educating our members to deploy correctly.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, Councillor, with regards to your question specific to training and with charter compliance. So we do have a charter compliance team that's comprised of 8 senior investigators within our service, as well as a Crown attorney who is embedded within the police service. They review all charter cases and have done so for just under a year now. They look for opportunities for training, both specific to officers who has testified, as well as service-wide to all our officers, so they're aware of some of the nuances with the criminal code. And compliance with charter issues. I can tell you as well that any instance where a judge or a member of the judiciary criticizes our officers, indicates that they perhaps have not complied with their duties in good faith, comes to my section. I oversee the professional standards branch as well, and those things are investigated and reviewed to ensure that we're doing all the things properly. We've had charter compliance training, training for court testimony, note-taking, articulation as part of our annual training program for the past 3 years, and that continues and will continue on. All of our new recruits currently spend a day at the courts. They actually spend time with a member of the judiciary. They're very generous with their time, as well as the Crown Attorney's team and a member from the Criminal Defense Association of Hamilton, walking them through courtroom testimony, things to do, things to keep in mind, and they participate in a mock cross-examination scenario, which prepares them to go out and take their position with the courts. So these are all programs that have been in place for the last few years within the police service.
Councillor, if I may add, I was chief of police for approximately a week and a half, and we received front page news of a charter violation, specifically racial profiling. And it was at that time when our community team was very clearly committed to doing things differently. That was me responding to an investigation that occurred in 2019, but by the time it had gone through the court systems and ultimately got to the front page of a paper with respect to what we could have done better, we would always be in a reactive mode. With respect to charter violations and education, training, and preparing our members, our service and the command team knows this, and I'm sure council does as well. The front facing of our service is primarily members who are under 5 years of service. So from day one, we have to invest in the ability for them to understand their role in society, but more importantly, the respect that they give every interaction. Policing occurs at 2 o'clock in the morning when nobody's watching. So we've invested heavily in that, and I thank the superintendent and their team up in the training branch. The fact of a proactive response is that you look at the matter initially. You have those extra eyes, the supervision on top of all of that, as opposed to waiting for just the roll of the dice of the court outcome. Thank you for your question. It's an important conversation.
Thank you for the response. It's important that we have that information in the public eye, because you're doing all that behind the scenes. And so we get these allegations about racial profiling. We get these allegations about charter challenges, the behavior of the police officers. All we see in the public is the allegation. We don't see how it's being addressed. And the response that it's a personnel matter, I understand that. I'm not asking exactly how you deal with this specific officer. The question is generically across the organization, how you are dealing with these allegations to ensure that they are being mitigated, that you're actually addressing it with the officers without giving specific information. So I think I had to raise those questions. I think they were important. Thank you.
Thank you. And they are. Thank you.
Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Chief, I've got a very specific question, but first I just want to acknowledge, I see some members of the East End Station behind me in the gallery, and I just want to pay respect or to say that my office is very, very appreciative of the very, very thorough channels of communication between my office, the community, and the East End Station is very, very much appreciated. Chief, there were threads and themes of visibility and presence throughout your presentation, throughout a lot of your responses from members of committee today. The question, it's very pointed, that comes to me. People will look at this budget and say, if we're paying more, therefore what is the corresponding increase in presence and visibility? So that's what I get asked, Chief. So I pose that question to you so I can bring that back to the community. Should this proposal pass as presented, what will be in the timeline and a corresponding increase of visibility, specifically in the community that I represent, but I'm sure that other councillors around the table may have similar thoughts. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair, and I'll pick up on the same theme of your partner at the table here, as Councillor Cassar said the exact same thing. We've been very clear that right now we are stuck in a 3% proactive realm. Our calls for service continue to increase. The complexity of our calls continue to increase. We've been very, very fortunate to be transparent and accountable with the addition of the body-worn cameras, but we also were clear with our board and with the community with that that comes added responsibilities and data and evidence. So what we have done, and again, it had already been spoken to, but I think it's worth bringing up again. Our team, and led by our analytics team, and now under the guidance of our manager, but our Dr. Samantha has been incredible as working on a workload study and very clearly has challenged us to be able to articulate what does proactive policing look like. So I can assure you that if we're not successful, then the model was built incorrectly. But at this particular point, the model is specific to the addition of the 8 members who will be deployed out of Station 20, specific to your ward. That expectation is they will not be tethered to the radio. They will not be tethered to that because they'll be absorbed in reaction. They'll be responding to crimes in progress or investigations that need to be followed up on. They will be assigned to who you already work with and made reference to, your amazing crime management team. Full stop. And that is right now deputy, is that correct? We are right now assuring that is the way the model is built, and therefore I strongly believe that with the addition of 8 members attached to crime management on top of your crime management team, but also with your undercover deployment of our HEAT unit, that you know well about what they're able to do, I believe that agility and that cadre will really change the behavior. But I also believe that the collateral impact will also be that our frontline, front-facing members will also have that luxury of being able to have some more proactive team. It'll draw the team of being able to take a visibility. I've been standing with you, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate and looking forward to my 2026 Youth Advisory meeting with you, because it's important to stand at a town hall meeting, and quite often what we hear, why don't we see police? Allow this model to demonstrate that we can put 8 officers within your area. I won't pretend, Councillor, that they'll all be in your ward. I am not going to say that, but I will have the ability and the agility and that crime management approach to make sure they're where they're needed to be.
Okay, thank you for the response. A very thorough answer, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Taddison, on the screen behind you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. That's right. I'm coming here today on the screen from the rural sections of Glanbrook through the miracle of technology. So sorry if this was mentioned in your presentation. As wonderful as my tech is, I did lose connectivity for a few moments. So in speaking about tech, any comments to share about the use of body cameras and if that investment has resulted in any savings, time, money, workload, manpower, court responsibilities in terms of this year's budget?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and it's always great to see you. I had written on my pad here it was going to be about commercial vehicles, so I guess I shouldn't write down things first. But what I will say is the body-worn camera and that process, and I've witnessed it alongside my previous deployment, but it had sat and languished within the Hamilton Police for 14 years. I want to thank our board for their leadership. I heard in February of 2024 from a board member that their community wanted body-worn cameras. So what I'd ask that board member to do is help me in order to get the budget to do it. It is not inexpensive. It is not inexpensive. But I can tell you what we have seen in the short time of our body-worn cameras. Paul, to make sure I'm correct, just shy of 500 deployed within our area, over just shy of 500 body-worn cameras. The actual turnaround of interactions and disclosure. So let me just stop for a moment. What we did warn our board and what we did warn our community was, in fact, as we prepare on the journey of the next generation 911, which we've been clear, and again, Mike Zagarik's been amazing in being able to support the public safety access point. In the next generation 911, what will be realized is, in fact, we can get text messages, we can get video, and we can get so much more than just what with the Bell landline. And so now including also that. So with that becomes becomes just a tsunami of digital evidence and video evidence. So our body-worn cameras are interactions that our member has with the public. That ability to transcribe those interactions. Right now, we had a bill within our contract which was approaching almost $500,000 extra cost on that. Thank you to our team. Thank you to the leadership of Deputy Paul Hamilton. We got that number down to about $137,000 on a contract base. So what we are finding is now the officers' turnaround time is much more efficient. So they can have the interactions. They have the technology now to catalog that. They have the technology now to put that within our case management disclosure. It's all about a relationship of how you transfer our notes. All of us police officers in here and my team knows the investment I have on copious notes and being able to catalog that. This now affords us the technology of transferring that into a court case. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chief. And have the cameras shown any benefits in terms of, allegations or claims against officers out there in the field?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair, Superintendent Will Mason can perhaps speak about complaints, but I absolutely believe it has certainly changed the narrative with respect to points of view.
Thank you. Last question, similar question to Councillor Beattie, Councillor Cassar, but with a rural focus. And I know you can appreciate the distance up here and the wide expanses of land and road make for its own challenges with enforcement. So will any of those resources previously mentioned, will they be flowing to the rural sections in Hamilton?
Thank you very much, Councillor, for the question, and through the chair. Superintendent Blais is in the audience and he's nodding. As I've said, and I just want to be clear, I can tell you that I listened loud and clear to your town hall meetings, to our interactions, and to the feedback we get through crime management, and that's why I speak to you. Have seen a response from our commercial services traffic unit, and you've seen that because of your heavy load truck violations in your area. I absolutely believe that the 8 officers that will be assigned to proactive policing with the crime management team, you will see that impact in your ward.
Thank you very much, Chief. No more questions.
Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few quick comments and then I'll get to my question. First off, it's been an honor so far to serve as a board member, and I think that lucky hat or pencil case every morning when I wake up in regards to how that vote went. I also would like to send a shout out to Superintendent Blais, since Councillor Beattie's trying to talk about how good the people in his area are. I have one of the best, if not the best, in my area, Councillor Beattie, in case you're wondering. So thank you to Superintendent Blais and all the people at the station up on the mountain. I might be the first member of the police board that would be labeled a defunder and a cheerleader all in one, as I was the one that cut the police budget by 1 point something, or at least I asked for the cut. So, but I was also told that we didn't need another cheerleader on the police board. So guess I'm sitting in the middle somewhere, which is interesting for me. Chief, my question is, we talk a lot about youth crime. We had an incident last couple days or a couple days ago at one of the schools in my ward. Luckily, I think things worked out. Is there anything this body can do outside of the board and what you and your management team do? What could this body as a council do to advocate? Who should we be advocating to? It's great that you're having those meetings, but I think it's important if we're going to, as a council, ask questions and get the data that your team and you are providing in regards to those sharp increases in youth crime. What can this council do to help assist along the way through you, Chair?
Thank you very much, board member Spatafora, and through the chair. A couple of things that have really been beneficial to us. We had a very successful conversation at the Mountain Mosque. I would ask, and again, Councillor Beattie, that's why I brought it up. It was important that you have and you chair a youth advisory team. I would strongly hope that as you have your town hall meetings, if you're speaking at large, whether, and I won't speak because I can't be in everybody's home, but I think in some cases there is a clear disconnect between knowing what their kids are actually doing. I think what we find is the patterns of behavior. We unfortunately in this community, and I'll have Superintendent Hennick speak about some other opportunities for this council, but we have an emerging trend with youth that are 9 to 11 years of age who are actively committing very serious crimes in our community. So these conversations at an elementary level and then getting into a high school, I think are really, really important. And so as you have a town hall, if a portion of that town hall can be dedicated to sincere, honest conversations about what children are doing in our community, I think that would be helpful. And Superintendent Hennick, if you can help me on that.
Okay, thank you, Chief, and through you, Chair. One small example, Councillor. I guess I'd like to recognize Councillor Pauls and Councillor Jackson for the motion that you had brought forward to address bear spray. We recently just had our CIAU complete their analysis for bear spray offenses in 2025. And I can report that we've seen a 115% increase since 2021 in the usage of bear spray. And more shockingly, we've seen a 483% increase where bear spray has been used in the commission of the offense of robberies. And so through the divisional command team here, Superintendent Blais, Abbott, and Stiller, you've seen many, many arrests that they've made over the course of the last couple of weeks and months, and they've put together projects. I know on the mountain and in the East End, both of them have put youth projects to target that, but that's a small example, Councillor. So this council had supported the feasibility study of that bylaw, so we are still waiting on that. And we're not naive to think that the bylaw itself is going to solve it, but continuing to elevate the discussion through the Solgen's office, Monica Cirillo and the team, to potentially look at prohibiting the sale of bear spray to people under the age of 19 provincially. But we can start and do what we can here as a council and as a police service to address it and kind of go upstream. And then I think the other thing, tomorrow actually, we have our second meeting. The chief has coordinated with youth leaders all the way throughout the city. And I'll just name a few. So we have the leaders from our education boards. We have Donna Zan from the CAS, Aaron Buckle, David Hansen, Cheryl Robertson Petrozzini, Lily Lumsden, Brian Schoen, and Kent Chapman from Probation and Parole. And really talking and having a discussion about ways in which we can be proactive and look upstream to address some of the root causes for youth engaging in crime. And so tomorrow actually at 1 o'clock will be our second meeting, but the support that you have given us so far and the resources that we've been requesting and small things like the bylaw are very, very important steps. So thank you.
Superintendent Paul Evans just recently coined the phrase that the youth are the foot soldiers of organized crime. And right now with the youth criminal justice system and the challenges are, I arrested an 11-year-old in a stolen auto, and the first thing they said to me was, "You can't do anything, I'm 11." He was right. The other challenge is that we have 13, 14, 15-year-olds in this city brandishing guns. So every community member, mom, dads, brothers, sisters, all of you who are doing your best to be part of a family unit, you know when people's behavior change. You know when people are wearing shoes they can't afford, or they're wearing coats, or they're wearing jewelry, and you know their activities. And these crimes that we see within the smash and grabs in jewelry stores, the actual structures of stolen autos and carjackings, these people receive a Snapchat or some type of thing that I don't even understand. They don't even know anybody. 5 of those people show up at a location. They're told what they're to do. They're told how they're to do it. They're given a stolen car. They're told to go to that rental Airbnb, and you're going to get a check. You're going to get some cash. You're going to be cool. And then they go about their business. So people start, as we do in hate crime, let's call it out.
Thank you for that. And I would just say if there's any education or communication the service is doing in regards to youth crime. I'm sure you are, and maybe this is already happening, but whatever the city communication channels can do to push that message out further and partner on some of that messaging, I think is important. I mean, we can try to go and change the Youth Offenders Act, and we know that's not going to happen overnight. But anything we can do to help push that education piece and that communication piece is important. And lastly, Chair, for me, I am just thankful and happy for the members of the service, and don't take this the wrong way, especially the people in this room, but especially the ones that are on the road every day. You guys in this room do a great job managing, but the front-facing officers that jump in that car every day, making the daily calls, thankful for sure from Ward 14, from this councillor, and from my family. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I know this, I call it the ABC Day, Agency Boards and Commissions. It's an important day. It's our chance to engage with agencies and boards and services that we don't normally get to on a day-to-day basis. In this case, with the Hamilton Police Service, and I have provided a great deal of latitude because I know it's important to you. A, don't expect this amount of latitude on any day going forward. And B, if you're going on for a second-time speaker, my Irish is getting tired, so just keep that in mind. And the chief has been on his feet for a long time. So
43 years.
Boom, boom. So I will recognize second-time speakers. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I echo a lot of my colleagues in thanking the service that's here today. Also, I'd like to say hi to Superintendent Mark Stiller because he represents Division 2, so thanks, keep up the good work. But Chair, I wanted to say something happy. And in our room today, we have a YWCA nominated Woman of Distinction. So I hope we can recognize Superintendent Robin Abbott for all of the work that she's done and the fact that just to publicly proclaim that she is a YWCA Woman of Distinction. That's it. I got nothing else.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. A very, very, a nomination that is greatly deserved. A leader for all of us and certainly for those of us who identify as women. Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chief. I appreciate all the time we've sat together and we talked about what was going on in my ward, what I heard during the election. You and your team have been absolutely fabulous. As I've said to you before, I'm not going to tell you how to police because you are the expert, you and your team. I appreciate you being responsive to things that have happened there. And I really see this as the plan coming out of that, as you've talked to all of us, right? Just the need for the community to feel safer and some of those violent activities to stop. And so when I start thinking about this, how we got here, and, we have a federal government who is letting American guns on our streets. We have bail problems in terms of you arrest people the next day. Provincially, we got multi-jurisdictional crime, people rolling here from Toronto committing crime, and it makes it hard for you to pursue that. We have a school board who kicked you out of the schools, and today we have a lot of youth violent crime. So with all that being said, we're at about 29% over 4 years in terms of what the budget increase has been, and that's you responding to the fact that these other levels of government haven't been stepping up in terms of what they can do around policy. You've mentioned that other jurisdictions are getting money from the federal and provincial governments, but it doesn't look like we are. And so I would have expected with what's going on here and the fact that you're stepping up and making a difference where our provincial and federal governments are not, that we would see some checks coming in to help offset this cost, because ultimately it's going to come back to our taxpayers, but they also have to be safe, right? So there's a balance here. And so I'd just like to get your thoughts in terms of why we aren't seeing the federal and provincial government stepping up with some money when in fact they've created a lot of the issues that you're now cleaning up.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair, and I appreciate that. We are not silent on both within the municipal realm and all our amazing partners who are willing to sit with us. We're not easy partners. We're messy partners in many cases. But at the provincial level, we certainly have the ear of the provincial government, and we do everything we can. Our ministry specifically is the Ministry of Solicitor General, but I've also made sure that the Ministry of Health is fully aware of their impact. I would like some supplements from the Ministry of Health. You and I think, had a very important conversation with Minister Piccini with respect to the Ministry of Labour and understanding the impacts of the decisions of the WSIB envelope. So with respect to that, the federal government, the federal public safety ministers who sat at my table, as you sat at that table, and we clearly articulated what Hamilton needed. He was taken aback by some of those challenges that we have specific to youth crime. In fact, without misquoting him, he actually said after all his travels across this great nation from coast to coast to coast, we were the first time that actually spoke of youth crime and about the emerging challenges of that. Director of Finance, Robertson, is there any other way you can better articulate that response?
Thank you, Chief, and through you, Chair. I'd just like to add, so included within our total budget envelope, we have $11.5 million in terms of grant revenues from the province for various initiatives. Through the board's leadership in this budget process, where we've also sent letters of advocacy for increased funding through the Community Safety and Policing Grant. Through conversations with our partners in the Ontario Association Chiefs of Police, they've also sent letters of advocacy for various grant supported programs, including the Community Safety Policing Grant and the court security and prisoner transfer program, and you know, in inclusion with that, making grants you know, easier to access, and more of an allocation-based approach as opposed to timely application-based approaches.
Thank you, Chief. And I'll say this, I mean, we're working on the structural issue with the Minister of Labour, you and myself, and I'm committed to supporting you any way I can. And I really believe that's anything more I can do, let me know. But thank you for all that you and your team are doing, because, I mean, you know, it's these conversations that are eventually going to get us something. And right now, it's unfortunate that the people of Hamilton are having to pick up the cost of these the absence from our federal and provincial partners. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none. Chief, if you don't mind, I have a single question. I've heard you use the phrase risk intervention, prevention. A colleague of mine asked a question, I believe, about the motor vehicle. You've been public in your comments about the importance of redesign of our streets. In my opinion, I'd like you to comment on it. It's no coincidence that we put in interim emergency measures in August of 2022 on Main Street, which is designed to hurt and maim and kill people as it was. And those statistics went down. If you would comment on design, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you. Absolutely, and that is why it's really key. And we look at the tenets of the Vision Zero, and the three that are the most specific is we have to work with the city with respect to education, enforcement, and engineering. And we are at the table, and our team is at the table with actual road design. I fear that we have to have proper consultation and understanding and being prepared for what may be a proposed two-way conversion to Main Street. In fact, if we do realize the Metrolinx's commitment to this community for the LRT, I believe access egress will also be important, and I've had these conversations with our incredible emergency partners, fire and paramedics as well, because those disruptions will cost lives. Right now, we have to be able to have a better education and stand shoulder to shoulder with our city partners and council to make sure that, in fact, pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles vehicles can survive together and work together. So we are at the table. I strongly believe that it is a commitment of us to make sure that we have the education and the enforcement, but I strongly believe we need to continue to have the long-term commitment to the engineering in our road design. It will save lives.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath, and I see the chair is up, so Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I'm going to be brief. Appreciate all of the questions and all of the responses from the councillors around the table, and of course the responses from the team. Very much appreciated. There's just one piece that I wanted to get a little bit more clarity on, and that's the issue of there's a couple of jurisdictions where the numbers are quite different in terms of the budget pressures over time, and there was a comment that has been followed up on by one of my colleagues already, which is the, I think it was Toronto and Ottawa particularly, I can't find the slide right this minute, where there's a considerable difference in terms of the cost pressures that they face. And I guess just to be clear, does that have anything to do with the fact that one's the capital of Ontario and one is the capital of Canada? And could you please
Thank you very much for your question, Your Worship, and through the chair. You're absolutely right, and one is the seat of Queen's Park and the provincial legislation. The biggest impact we've seen is the offset dollars for large-scale demonstrations. They tend to be the focal point. Coming out of the Freedom Convoy rallies, etc., there was actually specific funding in order to deal with that, certainly at the nation's capital, but we also saw that impact. Hamilton also, although we didn't have necessarily the focal reaction to that, we did have impacts on our deployment over those times as well. To our public order, we share our public order responses with Toronto and with Ottawa. One thing that I've spoke to, and I've been very clear in that conversation, I'm fully aware of the actual funding model that Ottawa had established a number of years. It was during the tenure of Chief Peter Slowly, and what they were able to do and articulate is they in fact get a direct revenue source from their red light cameras. And currently right now in their fiscal year, and I actually checked this morning to make sure I was accurate, in 2025 they received $3.8 million from Ottawa in order to be able to better enhance a response to traffic safety. So Ottawa is one that actually structured that as revenues come out of their POA court, as well as the red light camera. The red light camera is $3.8 million, goes into the coffers of the service, and on top of that they get a proportionate share of the POA in that. So not only are they getting it for large-scale events, not only are they getting it because they are at the center of governments in order to do that, and there's relationships. The relationships, the RCMP, the Ontario Provincial Police, the QPP, and the Ottawa is unique in the sense about their partnerships and shared responsibilities. There's actually geographical interpretations of whose authority it is once you step on Parliament. So that's unique, as well as there's unique relationships in Toronto that also have that. As well as I've said earlier, they've received certainly additional funding and offset to their budget based on international events. So as I said earlier, being able to articulate increased air surveillance, helicopters, responses of that nature, they get a great deal of money that we don't get in our city.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Just one quick follow-up. So just the red light cameras and the Provincial Offences Act direct provision of those dollars to the budget in Ottawa, similar in Toronto? Same in Toronto?
At this particular point, I'm not aware that Toronto receives any actual largesse from their camera program. I don't believe. They have actually a different process. In fact, their CCTV camera and their investments in their neighborhoods is actually offset by the Ontario government. They get some funding in order to do that as well. But no, I don't believe, Duncan, I believe that it's Ottawa that gets it specifically from the POA as well as the red light camera. The actual court systems in Toronto, which I can speak to, I was in charge of courts, they actually have revenue not only from the provincial level, but they also have federal courts, and so they actually get a great deal of offset in their court dollars.
Thanks. I saw that there was perhaps additional information.
Thanks, and through you, Chair. And just to add, Toronto, not that I'm aware of, in terms of red light camera transfers, there are Provincial Offences Act revenue agreements with between the City of London and City of Windsor with their respective police services for the administration of court security.
Thanks, I really do appreciate that. Unfortunately, I can't see the, I don't have the bar graph up in front of me right now, but I just wanted to get a sense of you know, where this was making a difference and what some of the other drivers might be in terms of those differences. Thanks very much, appreciate that.
I think we have exhausted all questions. Thank you very much, Chief Bergen. Chair Robertson, did you have some closing comments to make, or?
It seems like tonight. Yeah, I do. I'd like to thank Kirsten for preparing my opening remarks, and I went through them. I'm terrible with opening remarks and guidelines. I'm frightening without them, but I'm not as effective with them. And I disappointed myself. I was sitting there listening to all the information the chief brought to you and the preparation that goes into this presentation. And I didn't in the opening, but I want to do it now. Thank the senior command, Deputy Hamilton, Deputy Diodati, the entire senior command, for the rank and file, the people that strap on a gun every day to make us safer. I didn't do that at the start, and I apologize for not doing that, but I want to do it now, and I want to personally thank Chief Bergen. When you're chair, as some will know, the interaction that you get with the police service is incredible. And the amount of dedication, the fact that they get it, and they work hard to save money and be productive it's an incredible experience for me. And I just like to close by saying I noticed Member Spadafora saying he was for and against. Member Spadafora, there's no reason for you to beat yourself up. I'll take care of that at our board meetings. So you don't have to worry about that. And bless you guys. I don't know how you do this all the time. This is quite a challenge. Good for you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Pauls and seconded by Councillor Cretch to receive this presentation. If you could indicate with your hand. So received. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And thank you all for your time and attention and service to the City of Hamilton and the people who live here, work here, play here. Okay. Folks, we're going to have a 20-minute respite, okay? And I would appreciate that. So we're going to come back here at 3 p.m. Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Cretch, before we excuse ourselves for 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. My comments weren't being made directly to the chief, but I still wanted to make comments. And as a board member, I'm careful about what the kind of comments I make in public are. So these are about the budget. And this is my only opportunity to make them, so I'm going to make them now if that's okay. This has been for me the most surprising year for the Hamilton Police Service Board budget during this term of council. A very brief recap if it's okay. I called publicly for more transparency, open budget meetings, new terms of reference, and changes to our bylaws and meeting procedures. Thankfully, after a lengthy public provincial investigation, it was found my suggestions were prudent, my participation appropriate, and the changes I put forward were finally made as new leadership came onto the board, and those standing in the way either left voluntarily or didn't have their terms renewed by the province. This has made the police budget clearer and easier to understand. And now every year what I'm seeing is increased public engagement and an understanding of both how policing and police budgeting work. That's a good thing. Last year, when I brought forward a request to make changes to the police board budget, some councillors in this chamber railed that they were sick and tired of all these discussions about taking money away from police. Some called my motion to reduce the police budget an act to defund the police, and they were sick and tired of it. Some suggested giving more to the police and suggested wrongly that support for the police budget simply meant support for the police themselves. To my surprise, this year, we've had a complete about-face. To that end, I'm first thankful to Councillor Pauls, the first to defund the police budget at the Police Board's Budget Committee, and then Councillor Spadafora to defund a further $1.25 million from the budget at the Police Board itself. As the member of council most criticized by my colleagues for trying to bring these issues to the forefront in order to make prudent reductions to the police budget in previous years, I'm grateful that others around the table have joined me in this effort, and I look forward to seeing where this discussion goes. This year alone, the total costs of policing have risen from $251 million to $290 million, more than a 15% increase. In his term of council alone, the total cost of policing will reach nearly $1 billion at the gross level. This is the case even though there is no direct correlation between increases or decreases in gun crimes and the work done by police, and as we know to be a fact, increasing police budgets is not proven to make communities safer. The police budget, according to the recent presentation from city staff, continues to make up the largest portion of the annual tax levy increase. Percentages are helpful, but when talking about the dollars, police lead the pack and have for many, many years. This is not financially sustainable, and I urge my colleagues to continue to hope more of my colleagues will join my calls for fiscal prudence and financial oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been duly moved to retire until 3 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is still January the 27th of 2026. We are still at the General Issues Committee budget meeting. We just had a short 15-minute or less break. We're continuing on today with agency boards and commissions. And we have a couple of conservation authorities, Conservation Halton, Grand River Conservation Authority, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. We also have Hamilton Beach Rescue and the Hamilton Farmers Market. I'm going to ask members if there's and representatives from, for example, the conservation authorities are here in attendance if there are any questions. I would like to ask members if there are questions of any of the attending conservation authorities from 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7. Seeing none, I would like to propose that we receive these items in bulk. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Clark. That is 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7. So moved. Show of hands, please, for the receipt. Appreciate that. It carries. We're on to 7.8, the Hamilton Beach Rescue. Chief Ian McKillop is here, I believe, virtually, if there are any questions of committee. Seeing none. Mover and a seconder to receive, Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All in favor? Carried. On to 7.9, Hamilton Farmers Market. I believe that the market manager, Bill Sloka, is in attendance along with Adam Watson, the senior program manager of market projects and initiatives. Do we have any questions of this item? Seeing none, it is moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan to receive this item. A show of hands. So moved. The Royal Botanical Gardens. I believe that Nancy Rowland, the CEO, is attending virtually. Any questions of the CEO? Seeing none, it's moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang to receive this item. Hands up or down? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, thank you, members. We are on to motions. We have a motion in the form of 9.1, I believe. Councillor Francis, would you like to introduce your motion? Oh, beg your pardon.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. And this is moved by me and second by Councillor Jackson. Use of red light camera and former automated speed enforcement revenues to support Vision Zero initiatives, whereas the City of Hamilton is committed to principles of Vision Zero, aiming to eliminate serious injuries and fatalities through coordinated efforts in engineering, education, and enforcement. Whereas the Hamilton Police Service supports this work through its traffic safety unit and ongoing collaboration with city staff under the Strategic Road Safety Program. Whereas the province of Ontario has discontinued the automated speed enforcement ASE program, removing an important tool used by municipalities to improve road safety. Whereas the city continues to generate revenues from the red light camera program, apologies, and Provincial Offences Act revenues, and may have remaining or unallocated funds from the discontinued ASE program, whereas if not directed towards specific initiatives, these funds may remain unallocated within reserves rather than being applied strategically to improve road safety outcomes, and whereas redirecting a portion of these revenues towards enhanced road safety initiatives could further the city's Vision Zero objectives, including enforcement, education, and community safety programs. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that staff be directed to report to the General Issues Committee in Q1 2026 with the updated red light camera revenue reserve forecast and any remaining unallocated automated speed enforcement related balances to assess available funding for the city's Vision Zero action plan, and B, that subject to available funds, staff collaborate with the Hamilton Police Service to develop a zero net this is where I've changed the motion slightly. 0 new net levy impact business case for enhanced enforcement, education, and road safety initiatives, including related costs and anticipated recoveries. And C, that the potential for a business case for enhanced enforcement, education, and road safety initiatives be presented to council for consideration in Q2 2026. So I want to thank Councillor Nan for catching that oversight there, that about having no new levy impact by moving forward on this motion. And I'm bringing forward this today because it directly ties into the Hamilton Police budget, increasing traffic safety pressures and our ability to fund this priority. We've had a delegate in the past speak to this, and I appreciate Delegate Roy's perspective on this matter. Public safety was the second most requested area of investment during the city's budget engagement process, and this motion responds to that without increasing the tax levy. With the ASC program now banned by the province of Ontario, we still have red light camera and POA revenues, as well as any remaining ASC balances, which could be better used to advance our Vision Zero strategy. So this motion does not approve spending today. It simply asks staff to report back with the Hamilton Police Service on a business case so council can determine whether existing revenues can be used more intentionally to improve our road safety and support public safety through Vision Zero. And this gives us a cleaner picture of these revenues as well. Thank you.
On this motion, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions to staff. We had 4 red light cameras. We were getting 4 more red light cameras. I believe we canceled that additional amount. Is that correct?
I think we're talking about automated
Sorry,
speed, but I'll
yes.
recognize GM Kennedy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. That is correct, Councillor Clark. The 4 additional ones were not installed, and the existing automated speed enforcements were dismantled in the fall at the time required by the province.
So do we own those 4 automated speed cameras?
I think Director Mike Field is online, and he can speak to more of the particulars around this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Through the chair, Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation. I just want to double check that everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Good,
Acting
perfect.
Director.
We do not own any of the red light camera equipment or the automated speed enforcement camera. It is leased through a contract administered through the City of Toronto.
So we're now not incurring any additional costs, and there were no assets that we could sell.
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Overall, very supportive of Vision Zero work. I've spoken about it very often, and it's very important. Just want to make sure through some questions that there's no conflict with work that's already being done, or just to understand maybe the overlap, because the mayor did have a motion on this back in November. So I guess first, I'll break that down into a couple different pieces. First, I guess to Director Field, could you just give an overview of how funding is used today for Vision Zero? Because I kind of read through this motion, it kind of seems to imply that there isn't a plan and money sitting there not being used. So can you help illuminate that for me, please?
Through the chair to the councillor, back when red light camera was established in the city in around 2000, the reserve was created back then, and council directed that it can only be used for roadway safety initiatives, and that those initiatives had to be approved by council for its use. A portion of the reserve is used to fund the operating costs of red light cameras. And then additionally, it funds a proportion of staffing within the roadway safety team. In terms of the remainder, the current council-approved Vision Zero Action Plan 2019 to 2025 outlines how the reserve is supposed to be used for investments for roadway safety, and it categorizes those things into engineering, education, evaluation, and engagement. and there's budgets assigned, an amount assigned to each one of those categories that is drawn directly upon the reserve. Those funds are used for a variety of different things that we do related to the program, including studies, engineering design, and ultimately implementation of traffic safety measures citywide. So to answer your question, sorry, there is a plan. It is the Vision Zero action plan that spells out the way that that money is intended to be used and how it's invested in the city.
Okay, so there is a plan already, is what I heard, to spend the money. Okay, so put that aside for a moment. Then if I could ask GM Kennedy, just to contrast this motion compared to the mayor's motion, and is there overlap? Are there different pieces to it? It's not clear to me on what's new here, and is there any conflict or overlap? If you could, please, through you, Chair.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. And through the chair, the motion from November 19th that came to council from the mayor had reviews and focus on Vision Zero, taking steps for immediate action. Much of what the content of this motion today complements that. There are some additional considerations, I think, in this motion before you at the moment. The first one is the review of the reserve and the assessment of that on Vision Zero, and we are welcoming that to give us an opportunity to explain how the potential change in the use of the reserve would impact how we can invest in road safety measures, and look at that in light of the changes that we've got with no more opportunity for funding from the automated speed enforcement. The other factors that are included in the motion this afternoon are the look at using the enforcement, so a review of the enforcement opportunities. And I don't believe that the November 19th motion emphasized that focus.
Okay, thank you, Jim Kennedy. And through you, Chair, we just heard a presentation from the police, and they spoke to Vision Zero and the traffic safety unit. So I'm just curious how they already have a plan to do that. How would this work if there's now a direction from council for staff to work with the police on enhanced enforcement? I mean, has that been done before? How would that work? Because they already have a plan. So and then there's the topic of POA revenue, which was touched on a little bit today, and who gets what. So to me, it sounds like there's a lot happening here, and I'm not clear really on how this would actually come to be if it was approved by council.
I'm going to start, and then I'll invite Director Field to join into this. We do work with police on on Vision Zero measures. We work with them on collision data and use their data to inform some of the parts of the studies and where we invest the changes and the roadway safety measures. But I think Director Field can expand on that.
Thank you, through the chair. We are very connected with Hamilton Police Services. I don't think that's a surprise. We meet with them, the traffic safety unit, quarterly to share information and connect. They're also members of the Hamilton Strategic Roadway Safety Committee, along with other internal and external stakeholders. One thing of note is that, as I mentioned, the Vision Zero action plan that's approved by council was 2019 to 2025, so it is expired, and we are bringing forward the next version of the Vision Zero action plan to council this year, and that is going to evolve the action plan into the future for the next 5-year term. As part of that exercise, we met with and collaborated with stakeholders to build that plan. Hamilton Police Services were one of those parties, so they contributed to the recommendations and the actions that you will see in that plan. Enforcement was not one of those conversations that occurred during that engagement period. But the Vision Zero action plan, the new version of it, also is looking to leverage the reserve on its own. So I think that there's a lot of, along that with the mayor's motion, our work on the Vision Zero action plan in this motion, there's a lot of moving pieces that are very similar to each other that are happening that are either complementary or slightly in competition with each other, so to speak.
Okay, through you, Chair, Director Field, were you involved in creating this motion? Were you consulted?
Through the chair, no, the Transportation Division didn't contribute to this motion.
Okay. I guess my take on it is important work here. Enforcement's important, engineering is important, education is important. I think it may just do some justice to the whole process if there's a conversation about the intent of this motion with staff on the plan that's already underway, rather than giving kind of a very narrow direction. So I guess my suggestion would be to withdraw, have a conversation with staff, and then figure out how it fits into the work that's being done already. It just sounds like there's overlap and some conflict in order to get to the best outcome for everybody and spend the money wisely. That would be my suggestion to the mover.
Councillor Crutch, and then I'll eventually put myself on, and then Councillor Nan, beg your pardon.
Yeah, the part of this I think that I'm struggling with the most is B, because I don't understand what the impact of B is really from a financial perspective. So number one says, if I understand it, that a report comes back. Okay, that's straightforward to me. A report comes back. Okay. C also makes some sense that we're talking about potential case for enhanced enforcement. Though, like as someone who sits in the police board, I'll say that that's got to be, if that's about enforcement specifically from the police, that's got to be an ask from the police directly in their budget. We can't really mandate that as a council. So we have to be careful about that, because I think if we're asking for there to be literally be funding for police to do enforcement, we literally can't do that. We have to let the police put that in their budget. It has to be a budget ask item, has to come here. Like we can't take away from the police at a line item, we can't add to the police at a line item. So that's where I'm confused about that a little bit. But B is the most confusing because I think it's suggesting that funding may be allocated to police after there's been a discussion with them. Am I misunderstanding? I'm happy for anyone to answer. I just don't really understand what's happening in B and C. And so I want to support this or want to be helpful in supporting getting a staff report back. It's no problem in the transparency of that. But I think B and C might put us in a weird spot with the police. So can maybe I get at least a read from finance staff as to how they're interpreting and understanding this, maybe? Because they're the ones who'll have to action it, ultimately.
Can we go to the mover first?
Sure,
and
you
then
can go to whoever you want,
finance?
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, and I'm happy to answer that, Chair. I just, with ASE gone, the problem of road safety still exists, and this is not to spend money, this is to look at the reserves that are available and help council make an informed decision on how that can be reallocated. And I was happy to hear what finance staff had to say about that as well.
Yeah. Through the chair, Mike Zagier, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Finance staff did review the motion before it was sent to clerks. As I understand, the intent of A is it allows staff to refresh the red light camera reserve balance. You heard today during the budget, Hamilton Police Services budget deliberation reference to a 2022 red light camera reserve. That's an aged reserve balance. So it allows staff the ability to update that reserve balance so that council knows what the remaining balance is and what portion of that is uncommitted. It will also provide staff the ability to reflect the fact that automated speed enforcement revenues will no longer be collected and a revenue stream to that reserve as it was previously. It will also allow staff to update the red light camera forecasts and recognizing with main two-way conversion, staff are forecasting a decline in red light camera. So it'll allow staff the opportunity to report back to council with respect to the sustainability of the red light camera reserve or any interactions or interventions that are necessary to support Vision Zero given the status of the red light camera reserve.
Sorry, General Manager Zagier, through the chair. It's a report back. Great, okay. But it's B and C that I want to understand better, because A, I understand perfectly. It's a report back with a bunch of information in it. Check mark, I get it. B and C, I don't understand the financial implications of those from your perspective.
So with respect to B, as I understood the intent is if there is uncommitted funding for red light camera reserve that could be invested in incremental enforcement, and I'll use an example where council made a decision in collaboration with Hamilton Police Services to do additional enforcement on Red Hill Expressway in 2017 and 18. So that was a specific agreement between the city and police services whereby there was some direct service provided by Hamilton Police Services funded by the city, and it was funded through the red light camera reserve. So using that as an example, that subject to any uncommitted funds for red light camera, that could be an option for investment at the red light camera reserve. And so again,
General Manager Garrick, I want to make sure I'm understanding you. Through the chair.
please.
So what you're saying, though, I think, is that just like we had with encampment enforcement, where we kind of basically hired the police to do encampment enforcement, we could hire the police to do some other stuff. That's not embedded in the motion. It's asking for us to come back with information about that, right? So to have a conversation, look at the reserves, and come back with an option to discuss that, I presume. Is that how you understand it? Or do you understand to have a force and effect of doing that thing?
no. So through the chair, I understand that subject to staff reporting with available funding in A, B reads that subject to available funds. If funds are available uncommitted, staff could identify options and report back in conjunction with police services on any options to do any targeted enforcement.
Okay, and then C? Same?
And then, again, C is subject to A and B being satisfied is a report back with respect to what those options may be.
Okay, if you don't mind, briefly, I'll just summarize what I've heard.
Please.
Which is that staff will report back with some information. Then staff will chat with the Hamilton Police Service and be like, hey, we have this amount here. What do you think that materially looks like? They'll say it looks like this. You'll say, okay, cool, we'll bring that back. Then C says, we might prepare a business case for that, potentially, if council signs off on that. So it looks like mostly it's information, and we'll make a decision later. Because of course, the part of the conversation I care about, just to be clear, is like, statistically speaking, right? There may be differences amongst us here about who thinks this will be an effective way to use the money, or using the money in another way for street safety measures. So that will be the conversation and debate, but that's not what's happening today. Cool? I can support that in principle. I think it's a fine in principle support if it's not happening today. Thanks very much.
Councillor Nan?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for the last round of questions. That really helped clarify things structurally for me. If I could, through you to staff, just get an understanding of the direction, staff's understanding of the direction. So given the whereas clauses and the, I think, intent of the motion very much being the automated speed cameras no longer being in the city, the focus around school zones and community zones is staff's interpretation at this point, and I don't want to tie you to it, but just to help me understand, this would be focusing on enforcement, education, and road safety initiatives to school zones and community safety zones. Is that staff's understanding?
Respectfully, I think part of the challenge here is this motion was reviewed by finance.
Yeah.
And now we're asking those who are actually charged with Vision Zero. And I respectfully, without trying to be pointed here, it would be nice if we had all hands on deck. This is ultimately not really a finance issue. It is a safety issue. And it is about an existing and a future plan. I think a future plan which we have already committed to in a renewed Vision Zero. So your question to staff is, what are the implications if you can complete it? I just want to temper it by saying they don't know, maybe.
Would it be staff's understanding that this would be a focus on school zones and community safety zones for this work and this review and the assessment that's to come?
GM Kennedy, I'm going to look to you and you can
Thank you. I mean, the Vision Zero action plan that we had from, as Director Field has articulated, from 2019 to 2025 does focus on specific areas, and I believe that the plan going forward that will come to Public Works Committee and then Council will articulate the same things. So in this motion, I do read that we're looking at the city's Vision Zero action plan, and so I think we can extend that to suggest that that would be an area of focus, but I will ask Director Field to comment on that as well.
Through the chair to the councillor, I understand the motion as being applicable to the entire city, not just school zones, community safety zones.
Thank you. And then finally to you, Chair, then this is an appropriate motion for Budget Committee versus a different body? Because the thing I'm curious about right now is that we were instructed very clearly by the clerk about the way and manner in which we bring forward motions related to the 2026 budget. And I'm trying to read this with that understanding, and to me, it doesn't compute.
It is my opinion that this is not a budget motion. It is not a budget motion because budget motions, in order for them to be in order, we have to show residents what the quantifiable impact of an action will be as it pertains to this budget, which we are in right now. This is a forward motion. It's a program motion. Yes, there is a revenue component of it. I would respectfully request that this motion be placed on the agenda where it is most appropriate, and that is outside the budget, because it's not pertinent to this particular budget. And I would ask the mover his consideration of that.
Thank you for that clarity and anticipation of your request of the mover. Should the mover not do so, would it be the ruling of the chair that this is not a motion for the 2026 GIC Budget Committee? Thank you.
I'm just trying to figure out why everything has to be
Councillor Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to figure out why everything has to be so overcomplicated around here and why nobody could have circulated these concerns to me in advance. It's been on the agenda for days now, if not over a week. It would have been really easy to have this conversation before we sat around here and debated this for 20 minutes. Like, this is unbelievable that we're having this conversation after having a debate. I would have happily done that if someone raised that with me prior to this.
No, I appreciate that feedback. I think
Sorry, we've already debated this extensively. If you want to move it there, that's fine. I'll do that. I'll respect that wish. But this conversation should not have played out this way.
Thank you. I appreciate your feedback. Respectfully, I think some of the questions that have been asked may have been a reflection of just trying to understand it. And certainly they have been, the questions and the answers provided have been helpful in my understanding, because I think I did flag for you just personally that I wasn't getting this motion. And that was a me problem. These questions have helped revealed that it may not just be a me, and it's my ruling as chair. You're perfectly within your purview, Councillor, to challenge that ruling.
I'm not challenging a ruling, Chair. I just would have preferred to have that ruling 20 minutes ago or days and days ago when it was presented to everybody. So, I mean, everyone's got my phone number, everyone's got my email address. They could have done that then, but I will defer this to the next GIC meeting.
Councillor Kassar, did you have a question? Because, thank you. Okay.
So, sorry, through the chair, because it's the councillor's motion, he can just withdraw the motion, and as the clerk for GIC, I can put it on the February 4th GIC, if that works.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate you doing that, and thank you for your assistance, Elsie McCrae. Thank you to members. Any notices of motion today?
Sure, yeah, I'll read it out now, and it'll be moved at the February 6th motion. I'll speak to it more extensively there. But in relation to the Hamilton Beach Rescue Unit, just trying to pull it up, just 1 second here. Okay, so whereas the Hamilton Beach Rescue Unit has historically received a tax bill that is then covered by the city, and it is prudent to review whether this approach remains the most effective, whereas future capital and renewal needs have been identified. Therefore, be it resolved that city staff meet with the Hamilton Beach Rescue Unit to review future forecasts and ensure future budgets and reserves for renewal are adequate. And B, that city staff review the feasibility and practicality of deeming Hamilton Beach Rescue facilities as municipal capital facilities and report back. Thank you.
Councillor Crouch.
Thanks very much. These are just verbal notices so people know they're coming. There'll be a motion for myself and Councillor McMeekin with respect to the Hamilton Public Library's ask of 5.25%. Be coming forward. I'll be working with staff on that just to make sure the wording is correct. Also be coming forward with a motion with respect to the Hamilton Farmers Market because they had a last minute change with respect to some security costs. I'll outline that in my motion. We can talk about it then, but it's changed from the original ask. So I wanted to let people know that it's coming. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other notices? Seeing none. Thank you one and all. Thank you for your presence and attendance today, and this meeting is adjourned. Unless I have to do anything else. Elsie McRae? Nope, it's adjourned. Thank you.